Alrighty, testing audio playback. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2 1 2. Alrighty, testing audio playback. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2 1 2. Alrighty, testing audio playback. Okay, sounds good. Got the AC on, but you can't hear it, which is the goal. Got my vape juice. Now just got to get ready to do the thing I hate doing with all of my bones. Got to figure out how to get an AI to do this for me. Just don't know where to start. The problem is I need an AI system where it can like read video and I can tell it like make this video look like this video. And then I was having ChatGPT teach me how to code. What's up, Andrew Henderson? And reteach me. It's been a long time. I haven't had to program in a long time. And yeah, I was having it teach me how to code, just trying to see if I could get it to teach me how to make a program that could read what it says and then like output it. But they have like website protections that keep me from writing programs that scrape it. And I could probably push the issue and try to figure out how to like get past those, but I want to be careful not to get kicked out of their little community. They'll probably be pissed, think I'm trying to, you know, do black hat shit. And really, I'm just trying to be lazy. Movie sounds like it was recorded really loudly, so I might turn it down a little bit.
Asking to ask.
Like.
Okay. Oh my god, I just started. I'm already so bored. I'm so bored. This shit is so boring. It's a huge portion of why I'm so slow is I just find this like just punishingly boring. But look how good this green screen looks, though. Ayo, what up? All right, bitch, let's do it. Oh, God. I want to kill myself.
Did you know there are more people?
Alrighty, so
there are people of any kind.
we are watching.
People of any kind.
We are watching.
Oh, my God. I hate my life. My name is Chad.
Did you know there are more people with genes
Alrighty,
living in
so
Did you know there are more people with genes
alrighty,
living in
so
there are people of any
we are watching. We are watching the social network.
There's an awful lot of people.
All right, so this movie is going to be really fucking hard to edit because, what do you call it? Aaron Sorkin is like an exceedingly verbose person. So trying to chop down the dialogue will be very difficult. But I've also spent the last couple of months working on, or at least the last month working on Succession, and same thing. So I'm not like unused to it.
Question. How do you distinguish yourself in a population?
Hey, what's up? Is that, how do you spell that or pronounce that? Is it chatty or is it khadi? Or is it chadi? Chade. Bel Hidan. Khadi Bel Khidan. Is that right? Something like that? And how am I today? I want to kill myself. How are you doing today, brother?
People who all got 1600 on their SATs.
I didn't know they take SATs in China.
They don't. I wasn't talking about China anymore. I was talking about me.
Wow, that's a quick. What?
That is a good movie. I like it. It's easily my favorite Sorkin movie. I fucking hate Aaron Sorkin, but this is like the movie where it works.
Question. How do you distinguish yourself in a population of people who all got 1600 on their SATs?
I didn't know they take SATs in China.
They don't. I wasn't talking about China anymore. I was talking about me.
Wow, that's a quick. What?
I could sing in an acapella group, but
All right, we're gonna have to. Oh man, this opener is so long. I'm gonna have to chop this so down. I'm trying to think about what the important beats are.
I mean, you actually
Before I get into a final club. It's not finals clubs. We're looking forward to it. That's what's up. She really did stump him right there. Guys who row crew. Would she though? She doesn't seem like the type who would like. She dresses and seems like the type of girl who would go to like slam poetry, and I feel like she would have negative feelings about guys who row crew typically. And also like, they're already going to Harvard? Well, she doesn't go to Harvard. He goes to Harvard. How did they meet? He goes to Harvard. She goes to I forgot where, and he's worried about getting in a final club. And I guess maybe at her school, the guys who row crew aren't so waspy, but I feel like she would not be a big fan of guys named Chad. Yeah, it's just like your name with an I at the end. Editing must be tiring, I understand. Oh, editing is great. Was you a fan of the newsroom? No, I fucking hate the newsroom. Maple not in this? Yeah, Jojo, normally when we do movies, we do them single. So we do shows together, but the movies they normally do separate. I would like to change that in the future though, so we're discussing that. Editing doesn't have to be tiring, but editing boring projects is very tiring, and this is boring shit. This is really boring to edit. There's just no creativity in the edit. It's just pure, like, you know, just, I don't know, plug and play. Like a monkey could do it. So it's just mind-numbingly boring. It's like being on an assembly line is a better way to put it. Chatty. That's so interesting. My nieces and nephews always called me Uncle Chatty. Where is that from? Chatty. Very interesting. Chatty. Are you like English? There's not like Chad's not a very popular name period in America. You like Da Vinci best? Yes, I do.
No, it's just since the beginning of the conversation about Finals Club, I think I may have missed a birthday. There are really more people.
Can't see his face.
Phoenix is the most diverse. The Fly Club. Roosevelt.
Wow.
He got it.
Okay, I think we'll start with her.
Finals
Here.
Club, I think I may have missed a birthday. There are really more people in China with genius.
Never mind. That was the biggest goddamn J cut I've ever seen in my life.
There are really more people in.
She said like multiple words. There are really more people before we cut back to her. But see, this doesn't work because his face is obscured.
There are really more people
Also, goddamn, this movie's dark as fuck.
in China.
Oh, it's an Arab name. So then certainly it's not pronounced Chatty. It'd be pronounced like Khadi. Am I being racist? Why didn't you get one of your other editors to do this? Actually, I just switched the other editors to shows. I'm like by far the fastest one because I've been doing it for 2 years straight. So I'm going to handle movies because I just so that we can make them come out more quickly and quicklier. And we finished a couple shows, so now with the ones we've added, we're down to 3 shows, which is convenient because I have exactly 3 other editors. So I'll just give each of them a show, and they can just kind of knock out their consistent, like, shorter content, and I can handle, like, the big, annoying projects. What's up, Nicholas?
China with genius IQs in the
The
entire
Phoenix is the most diverse. The Fly Club.
All right, I don't know how to handle this
There
part.
are really more people in China with genius IQs in the
The
entire
Phoenix is the.
I'll have to do it like this, but I hate it. I hate it. You know what? Fuck it. We're just gonna do it the slow way.
There are really
It's okay, Chad. You'll be okay. We'll do this. We will take her and add a transform node. And then we'll flip it, put our thing down, flip it, and reverse it. Oh, interesting. That's not where I thought that was. We want to put it here. God, I can't even see. It's so goddamn dark. This movie is shockingly dark.
Watching the social.
Did you know there are more people with G?
Alrighty.
Hey, what's up, Wu Xiaoling?
We are watching the social network.
There are really more people in China with genius IQs in the
The
entire
Phoenix is the most.
There we go.
Phoenix is the most diverse.
Been trying to figure out how to write a program that can edit for me, but the first obstacle I'm running into is it's difficult to like scrape data from most websites these days because there's a lot of security measures trying to keep that from happening. And I would need some kind of like AI system like ChatGPT to be able to feed my program direct data. So I'm trying to figure it out, but it'd be hilarious if I cracked the code on how to just get this thing to do it by itself.
The Fly Club. Roosevelt. Roosevelt country.
Wow, he's having
And the pork, it's the
a. Wow, he's having
and the pork, it's the
a whole conversation. A whole conversation in his head
True
that a whole conversation in his head
True.
that's not including her. His head.
True.
In his head
True.
that's not including her.
Girls who want to
Come in.
party with the next Fed.
Oh, sweet. Thank you. Appreciate you. Oh, God. What is it? The sex doll's in. Do I have anything sharp? Literally don't know what this is. Maybe it's a guitar. Ooh, that looks sharp. Chad, like the country in Africa, means lake. Yeah, they have a huge lake in the middle of that country, don't they? Well, I mean, you say it means lake, but doesn't it mean... I mean, that's just language dependent, though, right? Because Chad in Celtic, I think, means battle or warrior. Like, the word Chad or the name Chad is from lots of countries, and so I think it has different meanings just depending on where you are. Why is my voice so deep today? It's annoying as shit. I sound like I'm putting on a voice. It's like all froggy. Gotta make sure you get the fuck you flip-flops scene for the general public. Do you think so? Do you think that's the scene? I feel like there's much more famous like lines from this movie, like $1 million isn't cool. You know what's cool? $1 billion. Someone brought up a good point on Reddit yesterday. They're saying how due to inflation at some point, like becoming a millionaire won't really be all that special. Like that'll be just kind of be average. And I think that's fair. Yeah, I like the color scheme. I don't necessarily love how dark this bit. I mean, I don't know. Fuck it. I don't care. It's fine. Every time you hear me, when you hear me talking about movies while I'm editing, a lot of times I'm talking about it from the very specific point of view of like as an editor for a reaction channel, not like as the movie. Movie's fine. I like J-cuts. I think you should always use J-cuts, but they always annoy the shit out of me when I'm editing. They tried to shine a light on Zuckerberg and his shenanigans, but he was going to sue them, so they had to reduce the lighting somewhat. The lighting. Oh, hilarious. Hilarious. What's funny about it is like this movie was always called like a kind of a hit piece on Zuckerberg to make him seem like an asshole. But honestly, like this movie, I like this version of Zuckerberg so much better than the real one. Just woke up? No. I've been up for like at least 5 hours or so. Yeah, that was a hell of a badumtis. You got me. Actually, it's kind of funny saying, you're Indian, right? Is that right? I have a lot of Indians in this. Like, I don't have very many people who watch me, period. Okay, there's a bag. I have so many useless bags. Every piece of gear you buy comes with a bag. But, like, it's kind of surprising how many people are Indian. Or having, like, you know, no more than 20-ish people in here. At the height of when I was editing or when I was live streaming like every day, I used to have like 30 to 50 people in here, but still it's like surprising amount are Indian. You like the most recent episode of Succession? Yeah, so here's the thing. I like it as just, oh, I know what this is. This is my replacement light. One of my lights broke. But now what sucks is I'm probably going to switch lights. But it's still good to have at least 2 non-broken ones. Okay. All right, I know what that is. Yeah, they made him too human. Yeah, exactly right. Well, if you're worried about accuracy, they made him the right amount human for an interesting character to watch on a movie. But if he was based on the real Mark Zuckerberg, you'd be like, who is this fucking weird-ass robot? I mean, ChatGPT seems more personal than Mark Zuckerberg in real life. He's like not even a good example of a robot anymore. He's like a bad example of like a campy robot. Oh, man. Yeah, I do have allergies all the time, but I don't know. Maybe it's like my sitting position. Maybe it's because I haven't really been talking today. But whatever. I'm already annoying myself. All right, Chad, let's do it.
Fed chairman.
Sake of why it's so important.
That's not including her.
Okay, let's start over.
Did you know there are more people with genes?
Alrighty. We
Yeah, data
are
first season.
watching The Social Network.
And all
There are really more people in China with genius IQs than the
the
entire
Phoenix is the
population.
most diverse. The Fly Club, Roosevelt Punch.
Wow, he's having a whole conversation in his head
True that
that's not including her.
girls want to party with the next Fed chairman.
So you can see why it's so important to get in.
Okay, well, which is the easiest to
Okay, here we go. That's what we need.
Important to get in.
Oh, the J-Cuts. The fucking J-Cuts are gonna eat my butt. I'm gonna be wrecked this whole movie. Just nonstop J-Cuts.
Okay, well, which is the easiest to get into?
Oh, that's a problem.
Why would you ask me that? Why would you ask me that?
I was just asking.
None of them. That's the point. Our friend Eduardo made $300,000 by going. Our friend Eduardo welcome close to getting. You really need to make money as a person.
You made $300,000 in the summer.
Oh my gosh.
My voice is ASMR material. Yeah. Well, agree to disagree.
Yeah, literally.
Here we go.
What?
You asked
Yeah,
which one
literally.
to get into because you think that that's the one where I'll have the best chance.
Oh my god, J-Cuts and L-Cuts the whole time. Who edited this movie? Someone find out. Please.
I'll have the best chance.
One that's the easiest to get into would be the one where anybody has the best chance.
You didn't ask me.
Oh, and they interrupt each other the whole time. This is going to be an editing nightmare. Thank God I didn't have one of my editors do this movie.
Asked me which one was the best one. You asked me which one was the easiest one.
One that's the easiest to get into would be the one where anybody has the best chance.
You didn't ask me which one was the best one. You asked me which one was the easiest one.
I was honestly just asking, okay? I was just asking, okay? I was just asking to ask.
You're right.
All right, we'll do this.
Asking to ask. Asking to ask.
You're right.
Not speaking
Okay, so now...
code.
Erica. Final clubs. Final clubs.
Wow. So condescending on top of it all.
Okay, so...
Prescribe you some sort of medication. You don't care if you don't care if the side effects may include blindness.
Final clubs.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Prescribe you some sort of
You're right.
not speak. Prescribe you some sort of medication. In code.
Erica.
You're obsessed with
Erica.
You're obsessed with finals clubs.
We'll go from there to Final Clubs.
Care if the side effects may include blindness.
Final clubs. Final clubs. Not finals clubs.
Wow.
Between being obsessed
He's
and being motivated.
so condescending.
All right, yep, there's that. We'll do this.
Wow.
What the fuck was that? That's weird.
Wow.
Between being obsessed
He's
and being motivated.
so condescending.
Motivated.
So he's
Motivated.
so condescending on top of it all. On top of it all.
You do that. That was cryptic, so you do speak. I need to do something substantial in order to get the attention of the clubs. Why? Because there's
Kirk Baxter and Angus Wall. Interesting. Very interesting. Data was far more human in the later seasons. Masterful exposition. Yeah, it's fine. It's a lot of it, though. J-Cuts. It's kind of hard to explain, but yeah, yeah. Wu Xiaoling explained it well. Rarely talking about the same thing at the same time, but talking at the same time. Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, like, Sorkin's dialogue works in the right universe. I just think that he doesn't always, like, plan it for the right universe, you know? I like how I'm just going bald and, like, this weird scar in the middle of my head. It's so funny. Like, okay, sure. I guess.
and fun, and they lead to a better life.
Teddy Roosevelt elected
It's very good editing. I'm not mad that the edit exists this way. I'm upset that it exists for doing what I'm doing, but I prefer this style of editing. When I edit stuff seldomly, I like to do it like this.
President
It feels much more cohesive.
because he was a member of the Phoenix.
He was a member of the Porcellian, yes.
Well, why don't you just concentrate on being the best you can be?
Hey, girl, you're onto something. Let's try to be straightforward and tell you that I think you might want to be a little more supportive. If I can, I would be taking you to the events and the gatherings and meeting a lot of people who normally get to meet.
You would do that for me? I'm gonna try and be straightforward with you and let you know that I'm not. Well, I'm sorry. This is a joke. No, it's not. You were gonna introduce me to people I wouldn't normally have the chance to meet. What is that?
Yeah.
So
What is it supposed to mean?
the reason we're sitting here and drink right now is because he used to sleep with the door guy.
The door guy, his name is Bobby.
Okay, let's do this.
You are gonna introduce me to people I wouldn't normally have the chance to meet. What the What does that
Yeah.
mean?
Wait. Settle down.
What is it supposed to mean?
Erica, settle down.
What is it?
How do I edit this? Like, I can never find a start point because I'm always cutting into a spot where someone else is finishing their sentence. It's not just J cuts, it's J and L cuts on like every goddamn cut. I'm fucked. This is gonna be so hard.
Settle down.
What is it supposed to mean?
Erica, the reason we're able to sit here and drink right now is because he. Settle down.
What is it
See, I want to start on Erica, but I can't because he's fucking rambling.
supposed to mean?
We're still looking at her.
Erica, the reason.
Erica, the reason.
Erica,
We could start on the reason, but
the
still.
reason we're able to sit.
The reason. Okay, so let's do this. Let's cut here. And then let's make our own J cut fix if we can.
The reason we're able to sit here and drink right now is because he used to sleep with the door guy.
Okay, so we'll do that. And then we'll hop in here. And we will. What am I doing? Taking this guy and flipping it over. And then moving her over to here. I hopefully don't have to do this the whole movie. But in this particular scene, you just cannot see his head at all. Like, Ariana's head is like exactly where his is.
Sit here and drink right now is because he used to sleep with the door guy.
The door guy. His name is Bobby. I have not slept with the door guy. The door guy is a friend of mine, and he's a perfect class of people. What part of Long Island are you from? Winston?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I wanted the used to sleep with the door guy and Ariana going being scandalized. I'm gonna get to the breaking up part. I'm not even gonna get to the breaking up part. I'm gonna get to the you're gonna go your whole life thinking that people don't like you because you're a nerd.
I'm sorry, I mean it.
I appreciate that, but I have to go.
Come on, you don't have to study. You don't have to study. Let's just talk.
I can't.
Why?
Because it is exhausting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I was making a comment on your appearance. I was just saying that you go to BU. I'm stating a fact. That's all. Because you do that person.
I have to go study.
You don't have to study.
Why do you keep saying that?
Because you go to BU.
I'm sorry, I'm sufficiently impressed with my education.
So are you guys?
We should stay friends.
I don't even want to be friends. Yeah.
I have no intention of being friends
I'm
with
just impressed right now from my lessons. I think we should.
you. Were probably going to
Hey, what's up, Billy?
You can go through life thinking that girls don't like you because
There we go. This is what I want. What's new, Billy? Anybody been messing around with AI stuff? I've been incessantly doing it this whole last couple of weeks.
very successful computer person. You're gonna go through life thinking that you're gonna go through life thinking that girls don't like you. You're gonna go through life thinking that girls don't like you because you're a nerd. And I want you to know from the bottom of my heart that that won't be true.
Not had a use for it. You probably could find a use for it, dude, to be honest with you. Like, there's so many things that you can do with it. I'm having to like try to figure out which ones I want to focus on because there's a couple things that I can use it for, but I'm definitely trying to integrate it into my workflows as much as I possibly can. I'm having it actually teach me how to code again because it might be easiest to mess with that stuff when you can also like write your own codes to like be able to utilize some of what it's doing. Sorry, I'm checking my what's it called? I have a slight green thing going on because I don't have any despell in this program. And if your frame rate is high, you get motion blur, and it has a hard time keying out motion or I'm sorry, blurry images. So when I move, I keep noticing green flashes, and it's because of that. Interesting. If I have a higher frame rate, it would help with that. I might start shooting the girls at 60 frames a second to fix it. Not fix it, but make it better. Oh my god, I want to die. All right. I would have thought this would be more Maple's taste. I don't remember why I did this one for Ariana, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't remember.
Be because, and I want you to know from the bottom of, be because you're an asshole.
God, Rooney Mara is such a classically beautiful lady. Very Audrey Hepburn.
Hit him with it. Like, kind. Hit him with it. Like, kind of. Like, that whole conversation was wildly condescending and, like, was wild. Conversation was wildly condescending and, like, just.
Song that plays here is called Hand Covers Bruise. It's very good. Trent Reznor's the shit.
Woo! No wonder there's like that whole thing about Mark Zuckerberg being a robot. A robot. A robot. If that was a real interaction that was had.
Doom, doom, doom.
Sorry, I'm just shook by the. Ooh, read the room. Read the room, my guy.
Oh, I know why I had Ariana watch it. Is because she's kind of been my Fincher correspondent. She's been slowly going through the Fincher series, basically.
I can't.
Is this normal OBS or Streamlabs? This is normal OBS. Has she commented on the Winklevoss twins yet? We haven't seen them. This is the opening of the movie. Never thought it would happen, but Cassie will be doing Seven Samurai and Western remakes in the themed week. That's not weird to me. Cassie can do anything. I've watched Cassie watch the shittiest, not shittiest movies, but like, I've seen her watch like A League of Their Own. I've seen her watch movies that if I covered them, we would get 15 views and she'll get like numbers I would be super happy to have. Like Popcorn in Bed, Natalie Gold, honestly, Cinebinge, dude. Like Cinebinge's fucking Dune reaction, like kicked the shit out of ours. There are a lot of fucking channels that like, I don't know, I'm extremely jealous of. If I was able to just put the girls in front of anything and we would get great numbers, I mean, that'd be incredible. But that's just never been the case for us. Very, very jealous of that.
That was so much. I'm like so proud. Processing that. And
Andrew Garfield. Justin Timberlake. Arnie, what? There's so many like random huge names in this.
It's amazing how Fincher saw her performance here and was like, I think she could play Elizabeth. Yeah, true. I think it's more like you just work with somebody and you go, I like working with them. Yeah, she definitely is a very like on the spectrum kind of character. I always thought Kate Mara was the hot one. I think they're both the hot one. Damn, didn't know this was Fincher. Strange pedestrian choice for a movie for him. Yeah, it's got a bit of that weird, like, oh wow, why would Fincher do something like this? But I mean, when you look at it though, there's like, it's one of the most Finchery looking movies of all time. It looks just like Zodiac. It's like the most yellow movie. Like, look at this universe he lives in. It's just completely yellow. What is this? Yeah, look at this, dude. This is crazy, right? You need a couple. That's the new meta. A little bit. I think you're on to, I've talked about it. We've absolutely talked about it. What's up, Thomas Reynolds? Right, yeah, the white gray of his hoodie is straight piss yellow. Yeah, exactly. Like, he loves to do, it's very green, very yellow. Is kind of, he uses a lot of like earth tones. Actually, I have a example because I want my projects to look like his. I'm gonna start making stuff now that I have all this green screen stuff. I'll just figure it out. It'll probably be very AI oriented. We're also still doing rejected pilots and shit, so there's a lot of that too. Here we go. Filmmaking notes with Chad. I literally have like his color palette as one of my examples. There it is. See? Yeah. Like, this is just how he does stuff. This very, like... That's Lisbeth. And yeah, he's just a very, very, what do you call it? Just his tones are super earth tones. It's all going to be variants of, like, brown and olive. So lots of yellowy, lots of brown, lots of green. And then, yeah. What did I write here? We're avoiding the magenta red area of the color pie. We live in the olive world. Black olives, green olives, unripe yellow olives. Why did I write like that? This is for me to read. This is a good rule to break when we want Schindler's List red coat effect. Our lights avoid white and can only muster up creams, but are generally yellow and green when we can control it. This world is sick, so it's washed in colors of being sick. I know it's not easy with no budget, but let's do what we can to control our color. I write notes for myself as if I'm talking to like a team. It's kind of funny that that's like my instinct. Let's do what we can to control our color palette. It forces us, or if forced to have colors in the shot that break the feel, we can isolate, then desaturate. Oh, good point, Chad. To make them not pop if we don't want them to. We can also use mild vignette in this type of show, as well as a radial blur with a soft circle mask to push it to the edges. You get a look like this. That's a completely different point. Why is that just wrapped up in the same thing? How weird. Whatever. Interesting. And then explaining like why those color temperatures exist. It's because like there's this thing called a green spike with like fluorescent lights, and then tungstens come across real yellow. So generally, if you can, so that's why the scene looks so green, is because there's actually like a real life physics thing happening with the photons that make it so green, rather than just we turned the green up because we thought it was cool. Because I mean, again, this is like insanely green. I'm not sure your eyes would see the scene the same way in real life, you know. But this is also like, yeah, interesting. Yeah, like light temps, or not just temps, but like light amount, lumen values, basically. Also kind of lumen values. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, corner fall off, sharpness. Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually like kind of breaking this rule right now, I think. Let's see. So the problem is you're kind of shooting me directly on, but the theory would be that if you want this effect, let's think. So I guess in theory, the camera's shooting me from like this side of my face when I look at this. So I'd want this light darker and that one brighter. No, this one brighter and this one darker. And that gives you this kind of like drama. And you want to shoot into like the dark side of my face, not the light side of my face. This is like unbelievably extreme. Obviously, you don't always do it like this, but yeah, here we go. Like that's what it looks like when you shoot into the lit side, and that's what it looks like when you shoot into the dark side. And there's more kind of three-dimensional drama when you shoot into the dark side rather than the light side. Whatever. So yeah. So I mean, just look at this olive colored world, like the entire color scheme. Like I said, white never like exists in this universe. The best you can get is cream. Very interesting. What's up, liminal space? He avoids the warmth of yellow tones. Yeah, kind of. He pushes them into sickly. Well, he also messes with tint. So he'll have like yellow tones, but then he'll push the tint green. So it's kind of like a yellow that instead of being like a nice one. Yeah, nihilistic visuals to an extent. It's like a dying world. Yeah, very 70s home decor. I agree. Yeah, no red because it draws too much attention. Right. Well, and CGI blood's normally not even accepted. You normally desaturate it, so it's almost black. Probably helps you into the mindset of working. I think it does. Yeah, Kermit's World. It's funny to see palettes like that. That's basically what I wear in real life. Oh, really? Yeah, I have like a week's worth of clothing. I have to do laundry. Like, I just do laundry like on Sundays because I own so few pieces of clothes. This isn't so much a song. This is ADHD relief music. Multi-layered pulse music for studying and focus. Yeah, if you type in just like ADHD sound or music or something like that, you'll normally get these like 10-hour loops. And they're for like studying. You think Fincher uses natural light though? It depends on what you mean. Like you start with the real lights, like practicals. Like if you have a lamp in the scene, you start with the lamp and then you boost the lamp, and then you modify it in post. Like you won't see warm sunlight in a Fincher film. It's either yellow or overpowering white. That's very true. Same. Prepare for the week and have the weekend veg and clothes. Yeah. Weirdly useful things. Yeah, no problem, man. It's also good for me because I still have copyright issues on streams, so I have to have the shit playing, or else like if I try to play normal music, I'll just get my stream taken down. Dun, dun, dun.
How have I not seen this before?
Dun, dun, dun. Because you don't watch anything.
Also, sick gap hoodie. I feel like everyone had one of those. Like, I feel like I definitely had one when I was like second grade. I like exact styling. I don't think I would have been in second grade in this time period. I don't know. Because what year did Facebook come out? I remember not wanting to give up my MySpace or Facebook. You could have a song, you were cooler. And then MySpace.
Yeah, same thing. I didn't want to switch only because I just didn't see the point. I didn't get it. It was like, it's just like, we already have MySpace. Why would I need another MySpace? Doesn't make any sense. I only switched because all my friends switched. I understand now from the movie why it got popular in the first place, but by the time it came to me, I wasn't affected by that. I didn't care. Fake natural light because the number of takes he likes to do, but it is surprising she hasn't seen this. I don't find it surprising. There's just people who don't watch movies at all. Like if you're gonna ask her what she does on a weekend, watching a movie is just not on the list of things that she would spend her time doing. It'd be like, let's go dancing, let's go to a party. A lot of like not watching movies but watching shows, like rewatching Community or rewatching like what's it called, like, you know, The Office over and over again would be more of a, I'm not trying to raise the roof, I'm looking at shutter speed stuff. I'm distracted.
I would have been 13.
One day he'll do an entirely CG film and not tell anyone. Well, that's coming. It's coming. I'm already trying to mess around with like Gen 2 from whatever it's called. I'm waiting for them to release it for me to be able to use. But like it's that stuff you've probably seen where it's like someone made a fake beer commercial. I want to try to utilize tech like this for rejected pilots. Just feeding it a bunch of data and then having it try to make you a generic beer commercial. The fire's so big. It's so big. So yeah, I want to start using tech like that to, or like these Balenciaga. I already know how to do these, so I might start with these.
Fashion is a powerful ally. With Balenciaga's help,
This is just using like ChatGPT to make a prompt, and then using Midjourney to create the image, and then using another AI to animate the image, and another AI to feed audio into so that it's like can do text to speech in the person's voice. And then that same animation AI does the voice matching. And so I was thinking about like rejected pilots, we could do stuff like this. I like the green screen idea, but the problem with the green screen idea is that anyone can do it. This is something that just my competitors will not want to put the effort into to learn. It's like, this is my AO, like it's more my wheelhouse of like early adoption of weird software tech. So I feel like we should just play to our strengths. Like anything that like we can do that our opponents I play Magic the Gathering. I'm used to speaking in terms of, it's actually kind of funny. That's like what they were talking about with Arrival, is they're like, you shouldn't use a game like chess to teach aliens how to speak, because then their frame of reference for everything will be like in losers and winners and killing and defeating and blah blah blah, right? So because I play Magic, like I talk like that, where I think of like the person that I am sitting across from, that's my opponent. I use the word opponent all the time. So yeah, so people think that I'm a bit more aggro than I am, although I'm relatively aggro. Got fire beer. Sometimes I forget there's a life outside media and the internet. Yeah, true. I wonder how many old deceased actors' families have been approached to use their likeness. Probably just about all of them at this point. Well, and imagine this, dude, straight up losing a role to a dead person. Like, hey, we were gonna hire you, but we got the rights cleared for Marlon Brando, so we're just gonna cast Brando. Sorry. Well, this movie's a great example. There's the Winklevi, and one of the brothers is played by some actor whose name I don't remember, who only shows up in the movie for like a second, without Armie Hammer's head on his head. Like, that could happen for sure. Like, hey, we're casting young Marlon Brando, so the actor who's going to play him is going to get paid tuppence, and he's going to be basically like some underwear model, and he's going to stand around in the right places and say the lines, but we're going to dub over all of his lines with an AI that can modify Marlon Brando's, vocal pattern and stuff. And then we're going to just map this, AI generated Marlon Brando over the top of the guy. And your, movie is starring young Humphrey Bogart. And like, imagine just, young Tom Cruise. Like, Tom Cruise stars in movies for the next 100 years. Like, there's just no room for new actors. Seems tough. But also fuck actors. So who cares? Yeah, Harrison Ford's face, right? Simpsons beat him to it. Simpsons has done everything, so it is what it is. Why not just go the whole hog and have a CGI reactor? You could. I've thought about it. Well, we're not at the point where you wouldn't be able to tell yet, so that's why people aren't lying about it. But I could imagine doing a, what's it called? Like a VTuber. I think, like, I'm not even the first one. Like, people have done this already. But, yeah, like, just making a VTuber. I probably have the skill set right now to be able to pull off a pretty convincing VTuber.
One more crab warrior. All right, guys, time to do some crab game. He twisted my arm. It's time for some crab game. I'm doing good too. I'm just a crabbing.
11 goddamn hours. Why are you spending so damn long?
Yeah, so I would just, make a model or acquire a model or use an AI to make a model for me, and then I would like ask ChatGPT like what the most attractive like female voices are. Let's say it's someone like Scarlett Johansson or something, right? And then I'd just take Scarlett Johansson's voice and I'd feed it into an AI and then use it for text to speech. And then I would have like what's it called? I think the thing I'm missing right now would be a way to have it do the reaction part. I would need it to basically be able to live read what is happening on the screen and then return like emotional values that it should have to it and like things to say. And then I would need a way to like read and write from ChatGPT, but I feel like I'm only like basically one kind of simple AI system away from being able to do something like that. And then yeah, it would just be like, I won't be surprised if in the future the majority of YouTubers are fake and they're just made by companies. Everything is going to hell. We're all gonna die. Voice actors might make a killing to train the AI. Yeah, maybe. But you might not need voice actors. You just have AIs create the voices. He'd be completing his mission as a Scientologist through, though, if that happened for Tom. Hi. What's up, Tom? You could just get a UE5 model and do face tracking while watching the movie. Yeah, but then you still need a person. I'm talking about doing it from scratch.
2003?
Like, whose face are you tracking?
7th grade?
I knew you met Tom Cruise. Yeah, the Scientology part gave it away.
7th grade, 8th grade?
7th grade, 8th grade in 2003. Oh, she's right. Yeah, me too. Ariana and I are the same age. I don't know if anyone ever told y'all that. We're like a month or two apart. Maple's like 10 years lower than us. Well, not about a month, but we're close. Is someone's voice a part of their likeness from a user's perspective? Yes. Like synthesizing a voice based on two actors merged. Well, no. I think if you merge them, I think there's a... Well, first off, these things are not pre-figured out. I don't think there's like legal stuff that has these things actually figured out. But I would defend that if you combine two voices and then make like an amalgam between the two, you don't owe anyone shit. But if you just straight rip one person's voice... Because the problem is, like, if I paint a painting, like, God forbid someone goes and tracks down, like, well, you know, the way you paint your clouds kind of looks like Bob Ross, but the way that you paint your houses kind of looks like Thomas Kincaid, and the way you paint soda shops looks like fucking... So, it, like, you know, humans are doing this. That remixing shit, humans are doing that all the time. So I don't think that there's a case for, like, you know, being mad at Midjourney for stealing art ideas. But if you straight rip it one for one, then yeah, of course. Yeah, Maple's a toddler in comparison.
timestamps are very serious right now, I feel like.
Okay, let's go.
Erica Albright's a bitch.
There we go.
So like that.
Erica Albright's a bitch. That's
Albright.
Erica Albright.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Nope, wrong button.
Erica Albright's a That's because her family changed their name from Albrecht. Or do you think it's because all BU girls are bitches? Or do you think it's because all BU girls are bitches?
BU. Which one's
Do you
BU?
think it's because all BU girls are
What is that
It's not BYU. That's Brigham Young.
dick?
for the record?
Sir.
Like
What is that dick?
for the record, from all 34C, but you're getting all kinds of help from our friends at Victoria's Secret. She's a 34B, hasn't barely anything there.
You take Mufasa and merge it with Darth Vader. Well, Mufasa and Darth Vader don't own the voices. The actor does. Whatever his name is, James Earl Jones. So you would get screwed because you were not mixing sources. You just had one actor and one actor. So like, you're not worried Mufasa's going to sue you. You're worried about James Earl Jones. Watched John Wick 4. Didn't enjoy it at all. I mean, I assumed. Yeah, I mean, that sounds right. I saw the trailer. I watched 4 minutes of John Wick 2, and that's where I tapped. Yeah, it's awful. It's just absolutely awful. University of Mormons. Is that BU? Did he just cut the Y part out? I forgot. Does Zuck end up with his weird robot bowl cut in this? No. This is before anyone like cared or knew what Zuckerberg like was like. This movie came out in 2010. I had never seen the man before. I had no idea what he looked like or anything. I did not know him.
False advertising.
Hey, I feel offended.
The truth is, she has a nice face.
Oh, he's still going.
Easy enough, except I need an idea.
Live journal. Live journal. Oh god, it's not at the time.
I'm not gonna lie. So it's not even 10 p.m. and it's a Tuesday night. The current on Facebook is open on my desktop, and some of these people have pretty horrendous Facebook pics. Billy Olsen sitting here and had the idea of putting some of the pictures next to pictures of farm animals and people vote on who's hotter.
That is
Mr. Olsen. Billy Olsen sitting here and had the idea of putting some of the pictures next to pictures of farm animals and have people vote on who's hotter.
that is
Call Mr. Olsen. Mr. Olsen.
literally so shallow.
College kids, man. I hate to admit how much this scene sings to me. I know everyone hates this kind of guy, but I am a kind of guy people hate, so it's fair enough. But this definitely is that scene where, like, watching the other people partying while I'm bored in my room working hard. Like, yeah, this gets my dick hard for sure.
What? What?
Like, there really is like an unholy unity between myself and Ariana and Maple, where it's like, I'm like, they were the kind of girls who were not hanging out with guys like me and were out partying, and I was the kind of guy who was like at home being like, how will I take over the world? You know, like, it's very interesting. Like, it's very serendipitous that we even are connected at all.
It's on. I'm not going to do the farm animals, but I like the idea of comparing two people together. It gives the whole thing a very Turing feel, since people's ratings of the pictures will be more implicit than saying choosing a number to represent each.
A Turing feel. Does it give it a Turing feel? I don't know if he's using that phrase correctly. This was before he got mine. Chad, you doing a full edit or cleanup of another one? This is a full edit. I'm taking movies over. We have 3 shows and 3 other editors, so I'm going to give each of them one of the shows, and I'm going to take movies over because I'm a lot faster at it, even though I'm slow as balls. Chad admits to being a Chad. I'm not a Chad. Like, a Chad is... Well, so today, this is a Chad. Right. But, when I was, like, younger, a Chad was... Chads were bros, right? Like, that was a Chad. Like, the guys who were at these parties and stuff were Chads, right? Chad bro chill. Out there, R-wording, poor bros. like Todd. But no, I'm a total fucking, I don't know. They don't have a nickname for like angry nerdy. I'm as Mark Zuckerberg. Like this character, like the way he portrays this character in this movie is embarrassingly similar to how I actually am. Like just hate filled and like ambitious, like Littlefinger kind of a character. It's like, yeah, it's sad. I'm not going to call them Pinky because that would be very, very rude. But as a kid, I absolutely had a boner for Brain. Like, I've been this way since I was a child. Like, 8 years old, I'd be watching Pinky the Brain. Like, that guy fucking gets it. Yeah, fuck everything. Yeah, exactly. Kind of Janok frat boy guy. That was never me. The frat bro stereo, yeah. I'm old. I don't know what Chad means today. Today, it's Giga Chad. It's like a guy with a strong jaw. That's like the meme version these days because of this image, and so it turned into like, you know, yeah, guy's a real Chad. Guy's a real Giga Chad. Like Henry Cavill nowadays would be considered a Chad. You don't have to necessarily be, I spelled that wrong. You don't have to be like the typical like frat boy anymore to be a Chad. You just have to be kind of like conventionally handsome, and that's like the Chad thing now. It's been interesting that Chad, because Chad changed before that too. Like way back in the day, a Chad was like a wasp. It was like an ascot. Like when I was a kid, Fred from Scooby-Doo was a Chad. Like when I say kid, I mean like really like before bros became a thing. Fuck it. Before I was a kid, like in the 80s and 70s and stuff, like a Chad was an ascot wearing wasp. It's like, Chad and I are gonna go down to the, you know, we summered in Paris and blah, 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 blah. My parents have so much money. This was kind of like who a Chad was back in the day. If you were watching like Revenge of the Nerds and shit, you know, like the Chad would be this kind of guy. Or that dude from like Van Wilder. And then that kind of turned into like the flip-flop wearing frat bro, and then now it's turned into kind of the Giga Chad thing. So it's been interesting that the name has like evolved over time. Like it has totally different connotations. Like, Karens only really have the one. Shut-in, it's called. You won't see many of us because we're shut-in. What does that mean? Oh, a shut-in? You mean like a person who is a shut-in? Is that what you're saying? Oh, so a dude with a neck that lines up with his jawline to create a rectangular shape with a beard? I mean, to an extent, yeah. Also normally, like, attractive, like, physically, you know, works out, things like that. We're going to Aspen over the summer with Buffy and Tarquin. I love it. I love it. I love that. That's great. Yeah, that's a fun one. In your country or your town, if you're American, or fuck it, even if you're not American, I don't give a shit. In your local area, what are the posh names? What are like the fancy people names? To be honest with you, in America, I don't feel like we have a whole lot of name separation like that, but there's other countries where they totally do.
Hotness like they do on hotornot.com. The first thing we're going to need is a lot of pictures.
All right, here we go. This is what I need.
Hotness like the first thing we're going to need is a lot of pictures. Unfortunately, Harvard doesn't keep a public centralized Facebook, so I'm going to have to get all the images from the individual houses that people are in. Unfortunately, Harvard doesn't keep a public centralized...
See, look how cool this green screen effect is. I love like when we're doing this, like scanning over and then it's behind her too. I think that looks awesome.
Unfortunately, Harvard doesn't keep a public...
Sorry, obviously I'm working on this screen. I have another screen over here, so it probably looks stupid whenever I'm like trying to like, I'm looking at my OBS recording, like, oh, hey, look at that. It's really fucking cool. It probably looks fucking stupid, but forgive me. But I think this looks really cool.
Centralized Facebook, so I'm going to have to get all the images from the individual houses that people are in. Let the hacking begin.
Okay, there we go. Let the hacking begin. It's a terrible phrase. Roderick. Interesting. Roderick. Roderick for New Guinea. God damn it. What's the fucking Newfoundland? Is that where you live? Amsterdam area? Netherlands. You live in the Netherlands. Roderick is a Netherlands name? How interesting. Crawford is a name? How interesting. I think of that as a last name, like Cindy Crawford. In Scotland's basically people's surnames as forenames. Oh, got it. Right, like Cindy Crawford. If your first name is something that is normally a surname, I love it. Panning shots thrive with projection. That's true. That's true. I guess we used to call people preppy. I did. Joan, I'm of the preppy time period. We called them preps or preppy for sure. That was like the popular kid term. But that was more about them actually going to prep school. Well, what's funny is like I said it as a kid, not knowing where it came from. I just knew what it meant. I knew how to use it. I didn't understand like what the root was. It wasn't until after I was out of school that I understood it meant like, yeah, prep school, preparatory school. Because they didn't go to prep school. I was calling all these kids preps or preppies, but they were like in public school with me. They were just the ones that were like generally of moderately better means than the average and good looking. Normally relatively unproblematic lives at home. There was a certain comfortability that they had. There was a certain kind of safety that they had, which allowed them to feel confident in like, yeah, I just like Britney Spears music, you know, because my life is easy and things are good. I have a generally positive outlook on life, and I was listening to Korn because I was angry and fucking, you know, broke and life was bad, and I was pissy all the time. And it never stopped. Billy Connolly does a good routine about it. Nice, I love Billy Connolly, he's hilarious. But I grew up in a town that was more likely to have 6 different ways to say slut. I don't know what that means. Preparatory? Well, no one wants to say that out loud. That's annoying as shit. If you're like, yeah, all the preparatory kids.
Let the hacking begin.
Let the hacking begin. Let the conversation begin.
This is wild.
This is wild, isn't it?
Begin.
Actually, I'm starting too early on that. The main reason I'm so slow with editing, it's so boring, dude.
This is
so fucking boring. I hate this shit so much.
This is wild.
Like, I loved editing Rejected Pilots. Like, that was a blast.
Also, this music right now. Also, this music right now. Music right now. Also, that's a dope party bus.
First up is Kirk.
Is it a party bus or just
dope? Configurations, so you get magic is all that's necessary to download the entire clip from Facebook.
Did people have headsets like that back then? Like what?
Also,
who's wearing a headset? Him? I don't see a headset. What are you talking about? But this is only 2003, so yes. People who were like tech guys had them, for sure. People who cared had them. Is there a line waiting to get into like a fraternity party? That seems kind of crazy. This looks like a club.
Also, I definitely used to be one of those people that like coded the crap out of
Used to code?
Coded the crap out of my MySpace.
Oh. Yeah. Drag and drop HTML files. Yeah, I'm with it. I used to do that too.
So it could be like the coolest thing. If you, I couldn't even open. So it could be like the. It could be like the coolest thing. If you, I couldn't even open. Coolest thing. If you.
Okay, let's make this a bigger one because we did a small one before.
Coded the crap out of my MySpace. So it could be like the coolest thing.
Let's redo this whole thing.
So it could be like the. Coded the crap out of my MySpace. So it could be like the coolest thing. If you. I couldn't even
open, but with no indexes on Apache.
Start that.
Empty search and it returns.
We live in a culture where babe is too long and has to be shortened to bae. That is kind of funny. I don't know what you mean by disco ball. We didn't have much in terms of upper class, but we had varying degrees of trash. Oh, interesting. I guess we just referred to people up on the mountain because the city is cut lengthwise by escarpment. I don't know what that word is. The security-looking guy at the door is kind of funny. Bae before anyone else. Yeah, it is an acronym. That is true. It's not necessarily a shortening of babe. Did I say anything? I meant anyone. I really love the music in this. Well, yeah. Oh, wait. I love the music in this. Listen to it on repeat while studying. Yeah, if you're talking about the soundtrack, then yeah, it's Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross, and it is a fantastic soundtrack. I do agree. Yeah, Trent and Atticus kick absolute ass, for sure. I know my buddy was talking about... My buddy is like a huge 9 Inch Nails fan. And I'm not like huge. I like them, but they're not like one of my favorites. And it's interesting because like his favorite albums is a Fragile, I think, or it's Downward Spiral, and my favorite is With Teeth. And I think my favorite is With Teeth because I'm more into Atticus and Trent together doing like soundtrack stuff than I am necessarily like their older like Nine Inch Nails like punk stuff. I like it. I like some of it. It's just there's more stuff I like on like With Teeth, you know, for instance. I like that sound a lot. Escarpment is like an ancient shoreline cliff thing. Oh, cool. Cool. Ariana GeoCities expert. No under construction gifts for her.
Right now, I could not even.
A single page.
I know, right?
And I can save the page, and Mozilla will save all the images for me.
I forgot about GeoCities. Hey, look, it's Jurassic Park kid again.
Yes. Excellent. Moving right along.
Excuse me, everybody.
Excellent. Moving right along. Moving right along.
Excuse me, everybody. You are at one of the oldest, one of the most exclusive clubs, not just at Harvard, but in the world. I want to welcome the first party of the fall semester.
Google has no security. They require a username and password combo. I'm going to go ahead and say they don't have access to the main FAS user database, so they have no way of detecting an intrusion. Atlas has no security. It limits the number of results to 28 pages. All I need to do is break out the same script they use on mobile, and we're set. Quincy has no online Facebook. What a sham. Nothing I can do about that. Buster is intense. Not only is there no public directory, but there's no directory at all. If you search this, after search returns more than 20 matches, nothing gets returned. And once you get results, they don't link directly to the images, they link to a PHP that redirects or something.
It makes a lot of sense why he called his program the Facebook, because Facebook's already existed. So he's like, well, this will be like the universal Facebook, so we'll just call it the Facebook. If it was a Magic the Gathering card, it'd be legendary. And I think that's a really interesting way to put it. But then later it does make sense to drop the, but I do stand by why he initially kept the first time. Also, how long is this movie? 145, about 2 hours or so. Okay.
This may be
Shark Week's not in the fall.
is a little better. It's like you search and get links to
Maybe so bad.
It's slightly obnoxious that they only let you do one picture at a time, and there's no way I'm going to go 500 pages, download pics one at a time, so it's definitely necessary to break out Emacs and modify that process.
Dude, the comparison of him hacking and then like the party scene is insane.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I want.
Picture. It's slightly obnoxious that they only let you view one picture at a time, and there's no way I'm going to go to 500 pages to download pics one at a time. It's do an empty search and get
Mad.
picture. It's slightly obnoxious that they only let you view one picture at a time, and
These inserts are dope.
there's no way I'm going to go to 500 pages to download pics one at a time, so it's definitely necessary to break out Emacs and modify that Perl script.
Break out Emacs and modify that Perl script. I love how he talks.
Dude, the comparison of him hacking and then like the party scene is insane.
It is.
Party scene is Party scene is insane. That's
Like, while
a
everyone else
cool
was
way to-
partying, I was doing this. While you were partying, I was studying the blade. Don't like this movie because it makes you root for Zuck. Because the rest of them are preppy pricks. So, I mean, do you not like Joker for the same reason? He's just a villain. It's like one of those villain movies. Same thing as a Taxi Driver or Joker, whatever. American Psycho. I used to think cellulitis was some kind of joke medical condition from a film. Then I spent 3 days in a hospital with it this week. Not fun. You just... How old are you, Mountain Nomad? You just now found out cellulitis was real?
208. Okay. Cool way to compare. He gets back from the party.
Okay, let's not do that.
Cool way to compare. He gets back from the party. And he's hacked how many websites at this point? And he's hacked how many websites at this point?
Done.
Hey, what's going on?
And then just built this whole program.
Done. Done.
Hey, what's going on?
And then just built this whole program
Eduardo's
in that amount of time.
the key ingredient.
I have a very hard time believing that the code that Wardo gave them, the little formula he gave them, that Mark couldn't come up with. That seemed crazy. If you can just write it on the window and it's that small, Mark could have figured that shit out.
Mark, Wardo, you and Eric are split up.
Just finished my course antibiotics. Had to follow up with the doc this morning, so I should be okay now. Good to hear. 37, man, that's crazy, dude. Such a thing where no one's a good guy. Yeah. I mean, it's called real life.
You know that. It's on your blog. Yeah. Are you alright? I need you. I'm here for you.
Here we go.
Are you alright? I need you. I'm here for you.
Not in that capacity.
Are you okay? We're ranking girls.
Oh, only girls.
You mean other students? Yeah. You think this is such a good idea?
Yeah, it seems a little too simple.
I need the algorithm. Give each
This may have happened, but whatever it was, it would have had to have been way more complicated than it is in the
with a
movie.
base rating of 1400.
Look at this. It's nothing. Mark could figure this out in 2 minutes.
At any given time, girl A has a rating RA and girl B has a rating RB. A has a rating RB. B has a rating RB.
When any two girls are matched up, there's an expectation of which will win based on your current rating, right?
Yeah. And those expectations are expressed this way.
That's insane. I couldn't.
Yeah, you could.
I
Everything is easier than you think it is.
could never.
It really is not about you could never. It's more of like you just don't have the interest. That's really what everything comes down to. Is you have to just really want to. But I learned how to program when I was like 17. You know, like it's you can do it. It's just a matter of giving a shit. Something I don't as much anymore, but it's like you need a use case. A lot of people are like, oh, I'm going to learn the thing, and then after I figure it out, I'll learn what to do with it. It's like you need to start with what it is you want to do, and then you start learning how to do it. And wanting to do the thing is what will make you learn, for sure. Is this the algorithm that Silicon Valley were taking the piss out of in the pilot episode? I haven't seen that show. I don't know. I assume so. Either that or A Beautiful Mind. They had a very similar scene. Also, he wouldn't have started the whole project without it to begin with. Very true. You're right. How far did he get without the base level algorithm? That's a great fucking point. That's a very good point. The whole website would be designed around this algorithm right here, this one fucking equation. So how did he do anything, you know, beforehand? I guess all he would have written was like, you could make the argument that he started it, and all he wrote was a way to get access to all of the Facebook photos. And then knew that he was going to have to ask Wardo when he finally showed up for the algorithm. Have you ever seen Andrew Garfield in Boy A? No, I haven't gotten around to it. I know about it, though. Yeah, it's about the two boys that killed James Bulger. No, I know. Wait, that was in Scotland, Billy? I thought that was in England. That was a Scottish thing? Could never do that because I hated math. There's way less math than you think, Joan. I'm awful, god awful at math. I didn't start school until 6th grade, so I am shockingly bad at math. Like, I'm 34 years old. I don't know my times tables. You really don't need you don't need to be good at math to be able to program. You do extremely simple math, and when you do have more complicated math you need to do, it's just algorithms that you copy paste and just plug in. It's like, yeah. It would be nice, but it's not like necessary. It also depends on what you're coding. Like if you're building like, you know, operating systems from the ground up, then yeah, maybe you should be good at math. You really mean numbers without context, but you have context though. That's the thing. All the numbers you're using are for variables that you need. So you'll understand what you need them for, and then you'll plug them in. So it's not like you don't have context. What the fuck is this? No, I don't want a business loan. I already owe too much money to the mafia. Yeah, in the UK. No, I'm very familiar, though, with the James Bulger case. It's really crazy. Very interesting implications on, like, people who are perpetrators of crimes having PTSD from the crime they committed. Very interesting. Yeah, Stack Overflow, man. Well, and now ChatGPT. I just have that bitch teach me how to code. Like, I was doing it the other day. I ran out of uses for today, but let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here we go. I was like, yep, here we go. It's like, blah, blah. It's like, write me a code that uses a pip to request beautiful. Oh, never mind. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, so Like, write me a code that scrapes this web page and reads what you last said to me, then returns it to me. And then it was like browsing, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, import request from BS4, import beautiful soup, which I guess is some command function I didn't know about. And then URL example, it'd be this URL. And then send a GET request to the URL, parse the HTML content of the page with beautiful soup. And then, which I guess is the HTML parser, and then extract the text from the website. Then I would have to like lean into like where I wanted to extract it from. Obviously, I wanted to extract it from like the most recent thing it says, blah blah blah. And I started like working through this through Python, but it has like security systems to keep me from scraping content from the web page. So I got stuck.
I'm so jealous of people whose brains work that way.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking bored. I hate my life.
One on the left. The right. Yes, to the right. The right. It works. Who should we send it to first? Dwyer. Neil. Who are you gonna send it to?
Just a couple of people.
Literally everyone.
Who are they gonna?
Who are you gonna send it to?
Just a couple of people.
Literally everyone.
Who are they gonna send it to?
Everyone.
Who are they gonna send it to?
Everyone. Program is more about logic arguments, not accidentally leaving odd stuff in the code that crashes or overflows memory. That's half of it for sure. I completely agree that it's more about logic than math, but it's also about just memorization. You just need to know a lot of API. That's a huge part of it. It's just knowing what all the functions are. And then like there's some base level stuff like how to build a dictionary, how to build lists and fucking call them and blah, 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 blah. But most of that stuff is like relatively simple. It's just practice is a lot of it. I mean, I used to make video game stuff that I couldn't even touch today. There's no fucking way, dude. It would be like starting over. Like I understood things as a 20-year-old that I absolutely could not fucking do again. Like.
All right, hey, what's happening, everybody?
Yeah, like this shit. The stuff I used to do when I was 20, like, and this is everything, right? This is like I had to do all the graphics interface, I had to do all the coding, I had to do all the animating, I had to do all the rigging. Yeah, I was trying to make like a StarCraft knockoff on like the cheapest computer. It is a Christmas fucking miracle I was able to do anything on like my, you know, pre-built from Best Buy. Little auto map and all that kind of stuff. I mean, there's also things in here I was utilizing I didn't even understand. Like I was on like, you know, blenderartist.com and what do you call it? Was doing what's the word? Like ripping code from like other people. I didn't even get like the minimap code. I never even learned like how it actually worked. I just knew how to use it.
Visible. The problem is that when he does, he turns visible again and then gets murdered immediately.
Why am I whispering? The problem is that when he does, he gets murdered and blah 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 blah.
He just has very, very low armor, very low.
Look how old my fucking UI looks. That's so funny. Such an old school styling. That's really funny.
So that's, you know, you want to use
2.72.
off dudes that are far away.
I'm like whispering like my parents are in the other
The
room.
damages has changed. It used to be every time you got hurt, you just lost 8 life. Now there's going to be actually multiples of that happening. So the weapon strength for this guy is 1 on his ranged weapon, and then 2 on his melee weapon. Everyone's formatted that way. His armor rating is 7, and then his health is 5. So what that means is that if he were to get hit by a strength 2 weapon, his armor rating would be reduced down to 5, and then that weapon would randomly generate a number between 1 and 10. If it generates a you know, a 5 or less, it does no damage. But if it generates a 6, 7, or 8, you know, anything higher, then he'll lose the difference between those 2 numbers. So
okay.
If, again, he gets hit with.
I'm actually working on a card game system that's very similar. It's kind of funny.
Then it goes to 5, and then if it rolls a 7, then he'll lose 2 health points.
Why is the armor 7? That seems way too fucking high. That's kind of funny. Just give him more health.
No love for the auger right now. So that you actually know
Like, look how complicated this shit was, dude. There was like 50 million moving
There you go.
parts.
So you can see that we just lost 4 hit points. That means that I ended up going.
Yeah, I was doing so much. It was 20. Can't believe this shit. God damn. Look at me. Yeah, I couldn't do any of this today. I would literally have to relearn from like scratch. It's been so long. I wasn't 20 though. I remember doing this now. I wasn't 20. I was 26. That sounds close. Or maybe, no, I was 23, 24. I think when I got to this part. Yeah. Yeah, this is great. Like sculpting. I had to sculpt this guy. And then build all the little mechanical pieces. He looks like a Cenobite or like a, what's it called, a Borg. I had a very Warhammer kind of look. Yeah, so funny, dude. Yeah, crazy. I like how man's ass is just out. 400 views 8 years ago. What? Holding it down. Yeah. All right. Like letters representing sounds. Easy enough. Numbers representing... Can't find it. I lost it. Numbers represent anything you want depending on the situation. My brain hated that stuff. Okay, yeah, fair enough. People never left their kids outside shops for years after. Still see it now, though. I haven't tried running code on it. Got to give it a go. There's kids just from my village. ChatGPT was open source? No, definitely not. If it was open source, we would already have nuclear war. Like, ChatGPT is way too dangerous to have open source right now. Hate musical theory. I don't know anything about musical theory. I learned tabs and like notes and stuff. I never learned how to read music. I did programming in college. Now it horrifies me. It doesn't horrify me. I would love to do it. I don't have time. It's just really a time thing. I'd have to start over with Python. I would too. So instead of Python, I'm gonna learn C# because Blender got rid of... Yeah, I know the font size is so big. Was your computer beige? No, it wasn't actually, which is funny. But what's it called? The Blender used to have a game engine and it doesn't anymore, and it used Python. So if I was going to do video games again, I would do Unity, and it uses C#, so I'd just learn that instead. Sounds like you're explaining it to a teenager. I mean, I kind of am a teen. I was a teenager. Kind of sick, not going to lie. Was it easy to learn DaVinci because you had done Blender because of the nodes? That was involved. I definitely was into the idea of using nodes again because I already kind of understood how nodes worked. Borg definitely had a Cenobite influence. That sounds right. Ambition greater than skill, youth in a nutshell. Yeah, well, and the ambition builds you into the skill. Like you spend the energy to develop the skill because of the ambition. It like makes it makes you care enough to actually develop the skill. The people I felt the most bad for at the time were people who were wildly more talented than me but couldn't get any work done because they just didn't appreciate it. They didn't want it enough. It came too easy. I mean, dude, I had a buddy back then. He was incredible. You saw what I was making? Dude, he was shitting on me. It was like straight up, what's it called? Good Will Hunting. He was incredible. And, yep, there it is. His name was Carlos Lyman, something like that. And like, this was while I was working on that project and he was working on this kind of stuff, and he just was unbelievable. I could not believe how fucking good this guy was. But he just like never did anything with it. He could have...
Hey guys, what's up? This is Carlos, and
he definitely could have worked for a company. Like, he was a bartender, and I would catch him like in and out of bouts of like heroin addiction and stuff like that. I would like not hear from him for like years, and he just wasn't doing anything with his time. And it's like, dude, you are so fucking good. And we're talking like both of us were like self-taught. We started at a similar time working with Blender and like the game engine, and we used to like talk to each other on Skype and like work at the same time. And eventually, like, I couldn't, like, I would still do it with him, but I couldn't talk to him about anything because he understood things at such a deeper level than I did. It just all came natural for him, but he just never did anything because I just think it came too easy. He didn't appreciate it. Like, I wanted it more.
This is my video of the Super Blender Galaxy. Pretty neat. I thought it was good. It suited the game well. Actually, there's a lot of things I had to cut from the game, like the Bowser fight's not in here. And
homie like made all this shit.
Something I could put together that actually worked as best as possible. It's still very glitchy, but it looks good. I mean, it played good. Mario had all his...
I think maybe he borrowed the models But like he wrote all this code. Like the game works because of what he did.
Ability power ups it, and the reason I didn't put the
Copyright used to be a lot easier. He just has the Mario music playing the whole time. That's so funny.
man. And
I mean,
put
look at
one
the
of them
square
here
aspect ratio.
so you could play around with it because it was like kind of a big thing. But it's not meant to, you know, for you to fly around here. Map and I didn't really want to do that. That's why I didn't use it. So I put it in anyway, just there was like some glitches at first, and I fixed it, I updated it, and I kind of got rid of all that. So now it works. This part, a lot of people were complaining about this part because they didn't know you had to stomp the buttons. Not the Goombas, but the actual buttons. You stomp them, and for some reason there was a grouping issue where the IPO didn't want to group in, but yeah, they work now. Or at least I hope so. I don't have like any people to test the game, but I did. It was Evax and
He actually got a cease and desist by Nintendo. They hit him up and were like, "Hey, bitch, you gotta stop," which is pretty cool. I got a cease and desist for a video game I was making about Rooster Teeth. I was trying to make one about some of their the X-ray and Valve thing. If you know, you know. And I hit them up asking if I could get like a booth at like RTX, and that's when they told me to stop. They didn't like find me in the wild. This dude got found or reported on or something like that. But I mean, yeah, he was just sick, but just wanted to apply himself. And it's like, if anything, you know, like I feel bad for him. It would have been better if things were maybe harder for him and he had to earn it and took a bit more pride in it. But because it was like, he could just do this in his sleep. Like he tried going to college for it for a minute, and he was like, he was talking about how he was frustrated because he just understood the stuff better than his teachers did, and he just felt like it was such a waste of time. So yeah, dude was crazy. Dude was crazy. Yeah, maybe the whole thing about turning your passion to a job, killing all the passion. Oh, that's exactly right. That absolutely happens for sure. 800 by 600, latest technology. Of course, Nintendo did that. I know they're very like that. My professor in university who worked in the industry said that ambition/drive will always trump talent. Yeah, no, it will. Well, because you have to like want to, like, if you're talented, it doesn't mean you're ambitious. You have to have drive. Like, if I'm training someone to work with me, give me someone who doesn't know anything but is extremely driven over a guy who like, it all just comes naturally, but he doesn't really give a shit any day of the week. Like, I will train you, you know?
It's crazy how fast things can like get picked up on these days. Like how fast like a TikTok goes viral, or like, but this is 2003, so like if it's moving through fast, that means it's like prime. Right.
Right or left? Right or left?
That's my room.
Oh, I got it.
Oh shit. Alright. He blogged about you. You don't want to read it.
Like an hour and a half. He blogged about you for like an hour and a half, if not longer.
Shit.
Why'd she call her Albright?
Albright.
Really?
He blogged about you. You don't want to read it.
For like an hour and a half. He blogged about an hour and a half. Hour and a half. He blogged about you for like an hour. You for like an hour and a half. He blogged about you for like an hour and a half. If not longer. Ooh.
Is this yours? I stole it from the train.
The implications of all this, like if this is all like, you know, true to real life and not exaggeration. Homie was a mean dude.
What up, Maple? What it do? Maple, I wish you still lived locally. It would be cool to have you here and you could like talk to the chat while I was editing. Or what if you like phoned in from a Discord or something like that and we like ran that simultaneously? You could like live stream maybe. We could figure that out. That could be interesting. Then you could kind of talk to the chat. Talent's like a rope bridge across a chasm of ambition, but success requires you to make that rope bridge an actual bridge that you're like, I can already cross good enough, and ambition's unrealized. I was asking if this was something more your taste. Yeah, you were.
In real life. And not exaggeration. Homie was a mean dude. Homie was a mean dude.
I think maybe we shouldn't shut it down before we get into trouble.
Okay, we're gonna cut here, and then we're gonna go to the guy waking up. Oh, the movie already does that. Nice. That's funny.
Hello? Wait. 4 in the morning?
Well, it's very unusual.
Dude, it was only up for...
Switch at Kirkland.
You're saying it's unusual for 4 in the morning?
No, this would be unusual for halftime at the Super Bowl.
4 in the morning?
Well, it's very unusual.
Dude, it was only up for...
Switch at Kirkland.
You're saying it's unusual for 4 in the morning?
No. This would be unusual for halftime at the Super Bowl.
Alright.
What?
Gotta go in.
That'd be fun. I'm just working on my computer right now at home. What are you working on, Maple? There's websites for doing that. You can bring in guests. Well, but couldn't I just do that with Discord? Like, she could just live stream herself from Discord, and then I would just make another window on my thing that was looking at her, and then she would be like in the other corner, and then she could just talk to chat using her own, like watching the live stream, and wouldn't that work fine? There's a paradox of talent. Some highly intelligent kids become unmotivated and listless. Some say it's harmful to tell kids they're gifted. I don't think it has anything to do with you telling them that they're gifted. People told me I was gifted, but they misinterpreted drive for giftedness. Like, I would show my friends video game stuff I would work on, and they're like, wow, that's incredible. I could never do that. You're so talented. And it's like, no, when you guys are having fun and like hanging out with each other, I'm in my room bored, you know, by myself, learning how to do this stuff and like grinding. It's just skills that I've developed that other people could develop. Everyone in this chat could do anything I do. I'm not naturally gifted at anything. It all comes very hard for me. What time is it over there? It's no, it's not that early. It's noon. 12 to noon. You could, yeah. I don't know if there's a Discord plugin for OBS just for cams. I would just use screen recording, I guess. I forgot the name of it, but I tried the music app Mark developed. It didn't work because it didn't support. Wouldn't that be like really old? Lunchtime, what are we having? I already ate. I made spaghetti right before starting to stream. And then I took Adderall, so I shouldn't necessarily be hungry for quite some time. I'm hungry to be done with this goddamn video already, though. I hate reaction editing. It's the worst. This shit is so boring. Who's that one girl who like made a video talking about why she quit? Let me see if I can find her. Cause like she's 100% right. It's awful. It's so boring. It's just so monotonous. I actually lost one of my editors. Kind of for that reason. He just was like, it's too boring. Can't do it. Can't be bothered. It would take them a really long time to make a video, mostly because they're just so bored. And I get it, brother. I'm bored too, man. Fucking blows. But I'm a fiend. So I meet myself in the middle by just being really slow about it. Like, I'll get this done today. It's just gonna take me for goddamn ever. Damn, I can't find her. Did she like delete her channel? She was a redhead. Anyone know who I'm talking about? A reactor who was a redhead. Weird, can't find her. But yeah, she made a whole video talking about how like, hey guys, like I just realized I fucking hate this shit. And it's like, yeah, dude, it's not just me. This shit's boring as hell. How are the moths out there? Insane. I have to kill moths every day. They somehow magic themselves into my bedroom. I suppose Maple can stream her cam. You can break that into separate window, then just add it. That was my plan, Billy. That was my initial plan. Yeah, it's pretty old. Hard to find interfaces like that. Yeah, it's definitely production line kind of work. Yeah, exactly. Production line work. That's what it is. And I've done it on purpose because the nature of it, I think, is very production line. But I've tried to streamline my tools to also be as like efficient as possible. But that also makes it more like more production line. It feels like I'm on an assembly line putting Barbies together. It's so boring. Hey, Maple's back. Excellent. Not Ashley. Nope, definitely not Ashley. Yes, the one girl, we've watched her. She's really funny. No, you guys know, you're talking about Ashley, but this girl I'm talking about, I don't know if she even does these anymore because she like quit. Ashley didn't quit. Ashley's killing it still. She's doing fine. She just made a crossover video with Mary Cherry, which I'm like, hey, what the fuck, man? Mary Cherry's not asking to do one with me. What the hell? Nor Ashley. That's fine. I guess we're not the cool kids, huh? Okay, we'll go here.
So you were called in front of the ad board?
That's not what happened.
You weren't called in front of the administrative board?
No, back. I mean, that's... Back at the bar with Erica Albright. She said all that? Mark. That I said that stuff to her.
I was reading from the transcript of her deposition.
Yeah, why would you even need to depose her?
I was reading from the transcript of her deposition.
Why would you even need to depose her?
That's really for us to decide.
You think if I know she can... Why would you even need to depose her?
That's really for us to decide.
This is important because it's the movie trying to tell you that this is apocryphal. This is all based on reports of hearsay. So take everything that happens in this movie with a grain of salt. It's them kind of trying to be like, hey, don't sue us. The movie is admitting to you that this is not a factual retelling of what happened. This is, you know, accounts by people who were scorned. And so, you know, I like that Mountain Dew placement. Drink Mountain Dew. Oh, that's funny. The can's green, so it's turned invisible. I was like, that's not the color of the can. What the fuck? That's actually really funny. I'm drinking Ghost Mountain Dew. You need to hit them up. They won't find you unless you shout. What do you mean find us? We have 100,000 subs. If they don't know about us, like, what do I got to do? I think Ashley doesn't want to collab because there's no way she can pronounce your channel name. I know, right? Diegesis. Ashley is the shit, though. She's cool as fuck.
If you look like a jerk, I'll be more likely to settle. Stretch our legs. I know she can make
Hey, it's Ann Perkins. It's alright. I don't really want to do collabs anyway. We tried a couple collabs with certain different types of content, and it never ended up being like worth it. Like, it's fun, but like the payoff was never there. It never generated like hella more fans or views or anything like that. Like, Timothy Reacts does them all the time.
You can make me look like a jerk, I'll be more likely to settle.
Why don't we stretch our legs for a minute? Stretch our legs for a minute.
Wait, what?
Almost 3 hours, and frankly, you did spend an awful lot of time embarrassing Mr. Zuckerberg with the girl's testimony from the bar.
I'm not embarrassed, she just made a lot of that up.
She was under oath.
Then I guess that would be the first.
Here we go. She was under oath. This is what I wanted.
She was under oath.
Oh, the J cuts fucking choke me.
Wait, what?
She was under oath.
Then I guess that would be the first time somebody's lied under oath.
He is snappy.
Yeah, it's so funny. Like that exchange. Could you imagine the real Mark Zuckerberg talking like that? No way. He would just be like, what?
Wait, what?
She was under oath.
And I guess that would be the first time somebody's lied under oath.
He is snappy.
Either Fincher likes J cuts or his editors like J cuts, but this is the single most J cutted, L cutted movie I've ever worked on. Which I like him too. I didn't know Mary Cherry was trying for a baby. I didn't know she was like even with someone that she would want to have a baby with or anything. But I haven't really watched a lot of reaction videos for a long time. I'm kind of reactioned out because of our own channel, obviously.
22,000.
That's
1,000.
2,200.
This is the worst. I hate my life.
The site got 2,200 hits within 2 hours.
1,000.
What?
22,000.
The site.
I hate my life. Buried alive behind enemy lines.
The site got 2,200 hits within 2 hours. The site got 2,200.
1,000.
The site got 20.
Maybe we try another one. There we go.
The site got 2,200 hits within 2 hours.
1,000.
What?
He is snappy.
The site got 2,200 hits within 2 hours.
1,000.
What?
22,000.
That's crazy. That is insane. Yeah, it's impressive. Like, yeah, it's impressive. Yeah, that is insane. Yeah, it's impressive. Like, that's wild.
Nice, congrats to her. Different. Oh, a different one. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I have no time to even watch the content I like on YouTube anymore. I feel you, man. Movies with Mary. Got it. Okay, that makes way more sense. Everyone having babies in reaction space, it seems. Not me. Just at the age where everyone's having babies around me, second marriages and shit. That's funny. Putting Ariana in the scene. What do you mean by that? Hey, what's up, okay, little fella? Been a long time. How you doing, brother? Did you see that rejected pilots video?
Like that's wild.
Did I catch GOT? Game of Thrones Good 3, best MCU to me in a while. Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy. No, I am boycotting the MCU. I think it's terrible.
That's really pretty. It's a great shot. Oh, that's so pretty.
Is there any way to make this a fair fight?
Oh my gosh. Twins?
Jump out and swim.
So, that is Army Hammer. That is some other guy with Army Hammer's face digitally put on his face.
Twins?
Jump out and swim.
And, like, I could absolutely see in the future, you know, it being very hard to get a role because other people are stealing your... You watched it, it was not that good? I believe it. Also way too long? I also believe that.
Twins?
Jump out and swim. We'd have to jump out and drown. Well, you could row forward and I could row backward.
Oh, this bit of dialogue is terrible.
We're genetically identical. Science says we'd stay in one place.
Okay, yeah, great. Yeah, people talk like that for sure. Jesus Christ. Quantumania was horrendous. How are you guys watching these movies? I don't get it. It seems like everyone's watching these movies knowing that they're going to suck. It's so weird. Current MCU has lost its flame. To be honest with you, I think the whole thing just never had a flame. Like, the movies at their peak were mediocre, in my opinion. Like, I was more mad about the MCU, not because of how bad it was, because of how mediocre it was. Everything felt so, like, just overly processed and just fucking, like McDonald's making movies, you know, Walmart making movies. It's like, how can we mass produce entertainment and just get it out to man children? I mean, no, yeah, DC is terrible. DC is probably worse.
Studying. I'm not sure how we met. I'm going to take the legal side. 22,000 page request. 22,000. Ken South Africa for 7 houses. He said 4 1 did what you wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he was blogging simultaneously. No, I think. This is our guy. Cameron.
Oh, he was drunk.
He was blogging simultaneously. You know what I think?
Way ahead of you.
This is our guy.
Cameron Winklevoss. W-I-N-K-L.
This is going to be one of those movies, just one of those movies where it's going to be like, they are going to always want to frame like the left or right side of the camera. People will not ever be here. They'll always be in the far right, which is where I put my reactor. So like, it's just going to be one of those movies where we're just constantly blocking off people. Top Gun all over again. Not Top Gun. I mean, Few Good Men.
W-I-N-K-L.
Cameron Winklevoss. The what?
This is our guy.
Cameron Winklevoss.
It's novelty. After 10 years, it wears off. Yeah, I guess so. Don't say stuff like that. You make Kevin Smith cry. Yeah, Kevin Smith has the worst fucking taste. It's so interesting because I really love hearing him talk about film because I think he really knows what he's talking about. But when he talks about, like, he is the ideologically possessed fanboy. He's the guy who's like, I don't care if it's good or bad. It has Batman, so automatically it's like base levels. It has to be good. And then it's just how good, right? So, I mean, it's like, I stopped listening to his opinion on like comic book movies when he was talking about seeing the original Suicide Squad. And he's like, I took my daughter to go see it because he named his daughter Harleen because he's a fucking Batman fanboy. Like, he named her after one of the fucking cartoon characters. Like, she's not even an OG Batman character. Holy shit. And he's like, well, I took her to see it, and, you know, she was crying. She loved it, you know, but that's the opinion of a 16-year-old girl. Now, what's the opinion of a 40-year-old man? Well, to be honest with you, I fucking loved it, too. And I was like, click, done, no more of that.
The
Tyler Winklevoss. Tyler spelled the usual way, and my last name is the same as my brother's.
Also, can we talk? What? Also, can we talk? What does he have on? What does he have on?
Board hearing. You're being accused of...
The Winklevi. What movie disappointed you the most? And which movie was way better than you expected? Are you talking about for the MCU? The one that disappointed me the most was probably what's it called? The Avengers 2, Electric Boogaloo. What's that one called? Age of Ultron. Age of Ultron disappointed me the most because the trailer was really, really good, and then the movie was god awful. Better than I expected. I'm like not trying to be an asshole. Literally none of them. I don't think any of them were ever like, wow, that was pretty good. I don't like any of them. I think they're all bad. I guess by definition it would have to be Thor Dark World, because I skipped it the first time because I knew that even Marvel fans didn't like that movie, so I assumed it must have been really bad. And then we had to cover it for the channel, and so when I saw it doing Maple's reaction, I was like, I just didn't get like the hate. I was like, yeah, it's bad, but like it's as bad as 1. Like Thor 1 sucks too. So I was like, I guess that was the one that was better than I thought. I was expecting it to be an absolute garbage fire, and I was like, it's just normal fare. It feels like every other fucking MCU movie. I don't get why this one's like especially bad. Yeah, he's a comic book nerd though. You know what? But that's the thing, man. Like, I am too. And I was waiting my whole life for this kind of stuff. I mean, I'm younger than him, so there's that. But like, it doesn't make me all of a sudden... You can't make me so desperate that I'll pretend something's better than it is. Like, I'm going to play myself. I'm going to be like, oh, well, I don't care. I just want it. Like, I don't know. I want a Warhammer series, like a Warhammer TV show. If I want it really bad. I love Warhammer. If you make a Warhammer TV show and it fucking blows, I will be the first one to let you know it blows. I will not default to, oh, well, it just is Warhammer, so I'm happy. So I don't think it's a matter of being a fan of something or not. I think it's a matter of being a sycophant. Like, that is a certain kind of personality type you have to have that I have no respect for. I do not respect sycophants. I think they are embarrassing. But that's okay. They probably think I'm embarrassing. Whatever. Yeah, his life is fandom, so he can't turn off his life's work. I mean, I agree. I think that he's built his career around it so much, he kind of has to have that, like, they're all good. With Crazy Legs, the breakdancing superhero? I don't think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I love Black Panther, yeah. Chikanda. Oh, you were saying any movie ever? Oh, that's... I would have to really sit and think about it. I'll try to come up with something, but I'm too distracted right now to really... That's such a big question. Like, movies in general, that's a really big question. Isn't Cavill doing Warhammer? Yeah, I'm hearing he is, and I expect it will suck, and when it does, I will talk mad shit. You will not hear me going, well, at least it's Warhammer. At least I'm getting something. Like, no, it better be good. And if it fucking sucks, I will be the first one to tell people it fucking sucks. I have seen Astartes, and it is fucking incredible. It is so good. Astartes is like the sickest fan-made anything. And there has been some pretty sick fan-made stuff, but Astartes is just like probably one of the most perfect examples of the vibe of Warhammer that any fan has ever pulled off. Getting the vibe correct is very difficult, but Astartes is just sick. It would actually translate into a really sick video game, I think. I'm gonna start this. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back. this is what happens when talent meets ambition. Yeah. Yeah. Drive is better than talent, but what's better than both is talent and drive comboed. Okay, I'm going to try something because I am so bored with this and it's wildly understimulating. I'm going to try like challenge mode. I'm going to see how long I can go without stopping. $12.14. All right, good night, Fahrenheit. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna start this over, and here we go. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
What does he have on?
Board hearing. You're being accused of intentionally breaching security, violating copyrights, violating individual privacy by creating the website of facematch.com. You're also charged with being in violation of university policy on distribution of digitized images. Before we begin with our questioning, you're allowed to make a statement. Would you like to do so? Digitized images. Before we begin.
What does he have on?
Board hearing. You're being accused. Before we begin with our. Before we begin with our questioning, you're allowed to make a statement. Would you like to do so?
Yeah, speed run.
I've already apologized in the Crimson to the AVHW, to Forrest Latina, and to anyone at Harvard who may have been insulted as I take it that they were. As for the breach of security, I believe I deserve some recognition from this board. I believe I deserve some recognition from this board.
What a weird insert cut. That's so strange. We're here to that for a second, then back to that again.
I don't understand. Sorry, you're making a mess out here, guys.
I believe I pointed out some pretty gaping holes in your system. Excuse me.
Then we'll start here.
I believe I pointed out some pretty gaping holes in your system. Excuse me.
I'll never understand the constant reapplying of lip gloss. I get so confused by that.
Yes.
Mr. Zuckerberg, I'm in charge of security for all computers on the Harvard network, and I can assure you of its sophistication.
No, he did it literally in a night.
I'm in charge of security for all computers on the Harvard network, and I can assure you of its sophistication.
I don't know, he did it literally in a night.
Sophistication that led us to you unless...
Impressive, except if you had known what you were looking for. That would be impressive, except if you had known what you were looking for, you would have seen it written on my dorm room window.
Oh, mic drop.
He's such a sassy man.
Maybe it's combined gloss bomb. A lot of girls hate the thought of cracked lips. I mean, sure, but they apply multiple times in the movie.
I shouldn't have written that thing about the farm animals. That was stupid. For God's sakes. Doesn't anybody have a sense of humor? I tried to stop you. How do you do this thing where you manage to get all girls to hate us? Why not? Okay, let's look at a sample problem. Suppose we're given a computer with a 16-bit virtual address and page size of 256 bytes. The system uses one-level page tables that start at address.
Yeah, I stim a lot. This used to say something else, but they like edited it, I guess, in post. I forgot what it said. Does anyone know what it used to say?
Maybe you want DMA on your 16-bit system. Who knows? The
It says "you dick." That's digital. It used to say something else.
first few pages are reserved for hardware flags, etc.
He makes that weird ass face.
Assume
Weird face.
page statements have 8 status bits. 8 status bits within B. Anybody? Ah, and I see we have our first surrender. Don't worry, Mr. Zuckerberg. Other than you have tried and failed. Class.
One valid bit, one modified bit. Reference bit. 5 permitted bits.
That is correct. Does everybody see how he got there?
By speaking in this language that I personally am not fluent in.
Mark?
Oh, okay. I don't really need that.
Ooh.
Does everybody see how he got there?
Mark?
Ooh.
You Mark Zuckerberg?
Also, what is that headgear? What is that head? So what is that headgear? What is that? What is that?
It's funny how his face only just now looks digital to me, but like in 2010, I couldn't even tell. But now, like knowing and graphics getting better.
What is that? That's what you.
It's good. It's good.
Eh.
Never heard. We should do
Jesus Christ, what was that?
that before.
That's what you.
Okay, so we can't hear what he's saying, so let's move that down.
That's what you.
You guys related?
Good.
Eh.
Funny. Never heard that before.
So what can I do
What the fuck? Oh.
for you? Did I insult your girlfriends?
Apparently it's a meme. First one I found was make a gorilla face. It is a meme. I've seen that before for sure.
No. We have an idea we want to talk to you about.
We had an idea we want to talk to you about.
You got a minute?
Like.
Yeah, they're gonna put people's fucking faces in the exact same spot.
We have an
I hate my life. Oh my god, I hate my life.
We have an idea we want to talk to you about. You got a minute?
Like you.
We have an idea we want to talk. That before. We have an idea we want to talk to you about. You got a minute?
Like you couldn't commit to a hat. You couldn't commit to a. Couldn't commit to a hat.
It doesn't say what though. I remember I watched the DVD commentary, so I remember him saying that it was something else, but I forgot what it was. Maybe it was like cunt or something.
And you couldn't commit to a headband.
We wrote crew.
And you couldn't commit to earmuffs. You went with that situation. Sorry.
Yeah, really distracted, huh?
That situation. Sorry. This just very much that. What? 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 Yo.
This whole segment is dominated by her reaction to his headgear.
I'm living for this preppy fashion in this time period right now.
Right?
Yeah.
For the Mark's getting ready to record. We're gonna impress your face match. Check you out. You know, some course names. Go online and see what course names. Really smart. What? Yeah, we were talking about
Probably the C word.
no brainer. You guys in high school too, right? Now for an MP3 player that recognizes your taste in music.
Yo,
Why? Okay, well, we have something we've been working on for a while. I think it's great. It's called the Harvard Connection. You create your own page. It's called the Harvard Connection.
Sure. Sure.
It's called the Harvard Connection. You create your own page, interest, bio, friends, pics, and then people can go online, see your bio.
request.
Yeah, how is that different from MySpace or Friends?
It's such a weird way to describe it. Why wouldn't you just say it's MySpace but with an exclusive URL? It's weird that they go out of their way to describe MySpace before saying it. It just doesn't make any sense.
I definitely use Friendster.
Harvard.edu. Harvard.edu is the most Harvard.edu.
Oh my god, stop with the fucking J cuts.
Main difference. Harvard.edu. Main difference between what we're talking about and MySpace or Friendster or any of those.
You know what? We'll just start with that.
Main difference between what we're talking. Main difference.
Oh my god, I hate my life.
Main difference between what we're talking about. Main difference between what. Between what we're talking about and MySpace or Friendster or any of those other social networking sites.
Is exclusivity. Right.
Well, we all know that didn't last. Sorry.
Wait, we need
doing a lot of
creative.
deep contact in that. Cameron, I apologize.
What?
Well, we all know that. Well, we all know that didn't last. Sorry.
Doing a lot of deep contact in that camera, I'm sorry. I don't. You're allowed to talk to the audience. Much more. JK. I read somewhere that originally said fuck you. Seems too simple.
You would do that for me.
Okay, so we kind of need that bit.
This could help rehabilitate your image.
Wow. You would do that for me.
Because that lets us know kind of like where the chip on his shoulder could have come from.
Yeah, they're not doing it for you, my guy.
Oh, okay. I don't think she got the call back.
We need you to build a site, write the code, and we'll provide all.
We need you to build the site, write the code. We need you to do all of it. And we'll put our names on it and say we help too. What do you think?
We would need you to build a site, write the code, and we'll provide all the.
I'm in.
What? What?
That took no time.
I'm in.
What I'm confused about is why didn't he just immediately say no and steal it anyway?
That's what you said?
It was 3 or 4 years ago. I don't know what I said.
When did you come to Eduardo?
I don't understand that question.
You remember answering in the affirmative.
The affirmative question.
You remember answering in the affirmative.
That guy has a fantastic voice face combo.
The affirmative. The affirmative.
I genuinely don't remember the outcome of when he was being sued then. Do I even know why he was being sued then? Sued then. Do I even know? Maybe I don't know about this. I don't know.
Did you answer for... When Tyler and Cameron asked you to build Harbor Connection, did you say yes?
When did you approach Mr. Savin with the idea for the Facebook?
I would say I approached him.
Sorry.
You can answer the question.
At a party at Alpha Epsilon Pi.
What's that?
A Jewish fraternity. It was Caribbean night.
Sigh. Mr. Savin with the idea for... Did you approach...
I said I'd help.
When did you approach Mr. Savin with the idea for the Facebook?
It was Caribbean night.
Caribbean night. What a theme. I'm not gonna lie, they actually that's kind of BA. That's kind of fun. BA. Kind of BA. That's kind of fun. I like it. Fun. I like it.
Get a man playing the See what Brown's wild Diegesis? I'm here for it.
Girls and Asian girls are generally attracted to guys like you. Are you building an algorithm to find connections between guys like you? Is that complicated?
Is it?
And you can't dance. Relax here. Oh.
Am I crazy? I think I might be crazy. Oh, he's being very awkward. Everyone's being very awkward right now.
He came up with that little dance on the fly.
Hang on, I gotta tell you something. I got punched by the Phoenix. I got punched by the Phoenix. Phoenix. Are you kidding? No. I mean, it's just the first of a four-step process. But they slid the invitation under my door tonight. Go to my first punch party tomorrow. So, you got punched by the Phoenix.
Jealous? Incredibly so, I bet.
Punched by the Phoenix. You got punched by the Phoenix.
Jealous? Incredibly so, I bet.
It's just a diversity thing. Just ride that horse until. What did you want to talk to me about? What? You said you called me something. Yeah, I think I called something outside. It's 20 degrees outside. I can't stare at that blue with my Niagara Falls, which has absolutely nothing to do with it. That's also fair.
I thought 20 degrees outside, how many it literally just a hoodie.
These fashion heat, right? Yeah. It wasn't because they saw pictures of hot girls. You can go right here and see pictures of hot girls. Yeah. It was because they saw pictures of girls that they knew. People want to go on the internet, check out their friends on that Google website that offers.
What he's saying right now is like just OnlyFans also. It's like you didn't just want to see any hot girl. You wanted to see a hot girl you knew from a different context. There's something hotter about seeing a girl naked that you know in a like for most of our lives we have gone through like not seeing seeing a girl you thought was attractive from one context and not having any access to seeing them naked, and all of a sudden that kind of changed overnight to a pretty wide extent, and I think that's where that really like became a draw.
Visit, browse around. Maybe it's someone you just met at a party, but I'm not talking about a dating site. I'm talking about
Chad, why do you hard encode subs for the Patreon version? I don't know what you mean by hard encode subs.
taking the entire social experience of college.
Oh, you're talking about the sub. No. It's literally for comprehension. Ariana has a hard time with not having them on.
I can't feel my legs.
You'll notice that Maple normally doesn't have them on when she's doing something by herself.
I know. I'm totally psyched about this too, but we're
no.
And putting it online. I can't feel my legs. I know. I'm totally psyched about this too, but we're psyched about this too, but we're
no.
It would be exclusive. You would have
Fuck.
Exclusive.
Fuck me, dude.
You would have to know the people on the site to get past. You would have to know the people on the site to... It would. You would have to know the people on the site to get past your own page, like getting punched. Well, that's good. Eduardo, it's like a final club, except we're the president. I told him I thought it sounded great.
I don't think it's hearing problems. I have a similar thing. I watch most things with subtitles too, because like it's just easier. It gives me like one more thing to help understand, like comprehend what I'm watching.
There was nothing to have.
There's a lot of movies where I just missed some of the stuff, some of the dialogue, or like misheard what a person said. Like The Princess Bride. Like I watched it with subtitles the first time when Maple watched it, and all of a sudden it was like, oh, now I understand everything Andre the Giant is saying.
Their own information. Yeah. Ability to invite and not invite their friends to join. See, in a world where social structure was everything, that was the thing. It was a big project, and he was going to have to write tens of thousands of lines of code. So I wondered why he was coming to me and not his roommates. Nothing else to it because he was in programmers. We're gonna need to start up cash the servers and get online. So that was mine. Yes. We'll split it. 70-30. 70 for you for putting up $1,000 and for handling everything on the business end. You're CFO.
And you said?
I said, let's do it.
Okay, did he add anything else?
Yes. It probably was a diversity thing.
Oh.
It probably was a diversity thing.
Oh.
But so what?
Why do you think he said that?
Gretchen, excuse me for interrupting.
Decide if you'll let me with my line of
They're suggesting I was jealous of Eduardo for getting punched by the Phoenix and began a plan to screw him out of a company I hadn't even met.
Were you?
Rich, that's not Eduardo. Oh, stop. I didn't want to. Any vendor homework and so you know that money is a big part of my life. But at the moment, I could buy Knockout Street, take the Phoenix Club, and turn it into my ping pong room.
Yeah.
I think that's a line we need. Oh, they do like audio boosting? That'd be nice. Well, just basic compression would be pretty nice for most of these streaming services.
Part of my life, but at the moment, part of my life. But at the moment, I could buy Mount Auburn Street, but at the moment, I could... So what? I could buy Mount Auburn Street, take the Phoenix Club, and turn it into my ping pong room.
ping pong room.
I don't know.
Gretchen.
Jealous of Eduardo.
Oh, stop typing. We're off the record.
I know you've done your homework and
Typing. We're off the record.
I know you've done your homework, and so you know that money isn't a big part of my life. But at the moment, I could buy Mount Auburn Street, take the Phoenix Club, and turn it into my ping pong room.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll let you know how the party is.
We recognize that you're a plaintiff in one suit involving Facebook and a witness in another.
Yes, sir.
At any time in the weeks prior to Mark's killing, did he mention Tyler Winklevoss, Cameron Winklevoss, Gideon Avendra, or Harvard Connection?
Yes. He said that I could work on their site, but that he looked at what they had and decided it wasn't worth his time. He said even his most pathetic friends knew more about.
Yeah, 15. Hey, does it seem quiet to you guys? It seems quiet to me.
Getting people interested in the website these guys.
These guys being my clients.
Yes, Mark resented that your clients thought that he needed to rehabilitate his image after face match. Mark didn't want to rehabilitate anything with face match. Hacked into the Harvard computers, he thumbed his nose at the ad board, got another notoriety. Face match is exactly what he wanted to do.
Were you aware that while Mr. Zuckerberg was building the Facebook, he was also communicating with the plaintiffs?
Not at the time, I wasn't. But it really didn't have much to do with the Winklevoss dating site.
How would you believe that? Were you aware that while Mr. Zuckerberg was building the Facebook, he was leading the plaintiffs to believe he was building Harvard Connect? Offering a conclusion not found in evidence. We are about to find it in evidence.
Ooh.
From Mark Zuckerberg.
Okay, there we go.
Were you aware that while Mr. Zuckerberg was building the Facebook, he was leading the plaintiffs to believe he was building Harvard Connect?
You're offering a conclusion not found in evidence.
We are about to find it in Harvard Connect.
A conclusion.
That's not the button I meant to press.
A conclusion not found in evidence.
We are in the Facebook in Harvard Connect.
You're offering a
Fuck.
Connect.
You're offering a conclusion not found in evidence.
This movie also has really rapid cuts.
We are about to find it in evidence. Find it in evidence.
Ooh.
From Mark Zuckerberg to Tyler Winklevoss, November 30th, 2003. I read over all the stuff you sent me re Harvard Connection, and it seems like it shouldn't take too long to implement, so we can talk about it after I get all the basic functionality up tomorrow night.
Oh my god, it's so verbose. The dialogue.
Zuckerberg to Cameron Winklevoss, December 1st, 2003. Sorry I was unreasonable.
Music or the video? The video. The movie.
Tonight.
I just got about 3 of the missed calls. I was working on a problem set for my systems class. Mark Zuckerberg and Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss, December 10th, 2003. This week is very busy. That's why my class doesn't work, so I think it's probably best to postpone the meeting. I'm also really busy tomorrow. Okay, anybody else feel like you're setting up this guy? Okay, but we do have to make sure that we meet up before we go off break. I know. Yeah, what's up?
This song is cool. God, I'm getting so fat.
What's his last name?
I need to lose weight.
Can't read it.
I guess I'll start.
Wow.
Now that I have Adderall again,
Don't tell him.
I'll try to, I don't know. I'll go to like 1 meal a day or something like that. That'll help. Should probably be standing too.
Do it. I already did.
Wow. Okay. We're just taking lip.
Handle the traffic.
Hey, Mark.
I need a dedicated Linux box running Apache with a MySQL backend. It's going to cost a little more money.
How much?
Gotta handle the traffic.
Do it. I already did. Do it. I already did.
Wow. Okay. Okay. We're just taking liberties with other people's monies. Don't tell him. He.
That's good. That's good. You should be proud of that right there. Don't worry if you don't make it any further.
Don't tell him. He.
I made the second cut.
That's good. You should be proud of that right there. Don't worry if you don't make it any further. If you don't make it any further.
Like, are they close friends? Like, I'm still trying to vibe, like,
Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss
vibe
in a rent.
what they have going on. Like, are they friends? Friends? Like, just natural friends? Oh.
Getting started with. Should be about 15 hours of coding, so I'll be busy tomorrow night. I won't really be free to meet.
This movie is so green and orange. I absolutely agree. It'd be funny to see the white balance version of the scene or two. Yeah, absolutely. Dude, yeah, Dave, you missed it. We were talking about that extensively earlier. We talked about it a lot. The color grading in this movie is unbelievably extreme. Probably his most extreme one, in my opinion.
Afternoon. I've basically been in the lab this whole time, and also I won't be able to do Saturday as I have to meet up with my parents.
Hey, Dave, what other... I've been messing with, like, ChatGPT so much lately. What have you been doing? The Chandas Network.
What are the 3 labs?
Dave, can you call in? Are you busy? I would love to talk AI with you. I like this scene. I don't know if we need it.
Keep your jack.
This is a long montage that we probably don't need.
Mr. Zuckerberg registered the domain name to Facebook via method. He must be knowledge that even begun work on Harvard connection. Not to my knowledge. No.
Hey Cameron, I'm still a little skeptical that we have enough.
To be honest, Billy, though, it's like part of the speedrunning. I have so much to do anyway.
Attention and gain the critical mass necessary to get a site like this to run.
Like, I need to get this done anyway. I have so much stuff to do still. Saturday, I'm hoping to make another...
We'll speak soon?
Saturday, I'm hoping to make another... we're going to record our next Rejected Pilots. And I want to go crazy with, like, AI shit.
This is the first time he mentioned it. You sent 36 emails to Mr. Zuckerberg and received 16 emails in return, and this was the first time he indicated he was on it.
All right, that's fine, Dave.
Do you see any of your code on Facebook?
Could
Mark, did I use any of your code? You stole our goddamn idea. Match.com for if you guys were the inventors of Facebook, invented Facebook. Did I use any of your code? If you guys were the inventors of Facebook, you've invented Facebook.
Oh.
Hey, thank you, Vobakan. AUS, is that Australia or Austria?
Oh.
I can't wait.
Oh. Oh.
I can't.
Oh.
I can't wait.
Oh.
Over your shoulder.
He. Oh.
I can't wait.
Oh.
Over your shoulder.
He's so smug.
All right, cool, Dave. It'd be good to talk to you. Australia? All right, dope. Welcome to the chat.
So smug. So smug. But so are they.
February 4.
It's like I'm not rooting for anyone in this situation right now. Okay, so that is the guy who plays Sledge in the Pacific.
Oh, okay.
There is a girl in your art history class. Her name is Stephanie Addis. Art history class. Stephanie Addis. Addis.
Okay, so that is the guy who plays Sledge in the Pacific.
Have you ever seen her with anyone?
Because I'm sitting here racking my brain trying to figure out if this is
not
Eugene. Eugene.
They taught me how to kill Japs. I got real good at it.
It is, right?
Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny. Both the girls almost have facial blindness.
God, I hate that.
Walk around
They're like They have a very hard time recognizing actors. It's really interesting. Editing this seems so tedious. It is out of control tedious because it's not engaging. It's too like set it and forget. It's too easy. I could teach any of you guys to do this based on like the setup that I've developed, and it's too boring now. I've almost like made it too boring for myself.
Huge piece of Facebook. Huge piece.
That is true.
Man.
Why you got the green screen, or was it for original content too? Yeah, it was for rejected pilots. Did you see that, Billy?
Khaki short.
I knew I wanted the green screen for rejected pilots, but then that was going to affect our edits, so then I figured I would just switch us to green screen. You can kind of see what the original green screen footage looked like before. Like, there you go. I don't know why I didn't just do that the first time. So this is what her environment that she shot in looked like. And then that's what it looks like.
Oh, man. A khaki short.
She's like she's talking about the fashion the whole time.
Gotta love it.
What do you mean by clipped? Oh, you mean the... You mean the, yeah, I masked around her.
It definitely shows where you're studying classes. Because, yeah, but not the blends blend and not together. So, our brains are not the same. What's going on life? Right now? Figure out how that. So you got emails for everybody else? Oh, sure.
Okay.
Get your laptop out.
Why do we need my laptop?
Because you got emails for everybody at the Phoenix. Because you got emails for everybody at the Phoenix.
Ah, fuck.
Oh. Oh.
Sure, it's gonna be cool of them that I've spammed their
This is
email.
not spam.
No, I know it's not spam.
If we send it to our friends, it's just gonna bounce around working.
I haven't gotten in yet.
These guys know people, and I know romance.
Also, I keep doing social situation and like all that. The literary geniuses, the most obvious Carol references. That's not so bad. I'm just saying. Yeah, you're right. And you're only saying that because you didn't get into one.
They're literary geniuses because the world. They're literary genius. They're literary geniuses because the world's most obvious Lewis Carroll references, and
They're not so bad.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
And you're only saying that because you didn't get into one. And you're only saying that because you...
I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're right.
And you're only saying that because you didn't get into one.
You know, let's go get a drink and celebrate. I'm buying. Tomorrow.
You just fall asleep.
Praying?
Also, where are you getting a drink at that time? You just fall asleep.
Praying?
Also, where are you getting a drink at that time?
Does doing this ruin every show movie you edit? No, no. This is so slow of a process that like it doesn't even really feel like watching the movie again. It's so slow. So yeah, luckily it doesn't. Now, I don't love necessarily doing an edit on a thing that like I've just watched recently, because then it does feel a little like it's nice to have a bit of a refreshing feeling.
Honey, you should put your laptop away.
But it's okay. Luckily, no, it has not ruined anything for me so far.
Send me the same link.
Casey?
What is it? I don't know. I'm really hoping it's Castle of the Killer. What? It's not. him. What?
Dude, his girlfriend is out of control hot. Like, what the fuck? Look at this girl. Jesus.
What?
He just like took her whole laptop.
Okay, what is wrong?
It's all.
That's not the button. No, come on. No, speed run.
It's a
Come on.
whole scene. It's a whole scene. Good night. Oh crap, there's like a roast simulator. Just like.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know that Zuckerberg stole our website.
I just wanted to let you know that Zuckerberg stole our website.
This is probably my top 3, but it'd be my number 3. Like, I prefer Fight Club and 7 to this.
Mark Zuckerberg? He stole our website. Mark Zuckerberg? He stole our website.
So they knew from. So they knew from jump. Yeah.
Well, you would. Yeah, I don't like Alien 3 very much. But I don't like Alien 2, and everyone loves Alien 2. Yep, that's how he talks. This is all just data dumping. Like, it's fine, but it's just Sorkin. He just likes to dump data.
Yeah, Divya was just reading that 650 students signed up for it on the first day. God, if I was a drug dealer, I couldn't give free drugs to 650 people.
Preach.
650 people.
This guy doesn't have 3 friends to.
He's a good guy. He's very bright, and I'm sure he didn't mean to. Wow, what he did.
Oh, he definitely did.
Talks down to, well, I don't know if he talks down to his audience as much as he's a boomer himself, so he's talking down to himself. He says things in terms that he can understand because he's already got boomer brain so bad. And he's also verbose. He absolutely comes from the school of more is more. He just wants to talk.
Right, he's a good guy, and he's very bright, and I'm sure.
And everyone is like impossibly snappy like him.
Wow.
Which I'm sure he's not snappy in real life.
What he did. What he did.
Oh, he definitely did. He definitely did.
It's very
He
it's very Josh Whedon has the same problem. Everybody is like impossibly witty.
What he did.
Oh, he definitely did. He definitely did. He took your idea and ran. He took your idea and ran. Your idea and ran. He took your idea and ran with it.
We don't know that he's not a good guy.
We know he stole our idea. We know he lied to our faces for a month and a half. Never lied to our faces. He never saw our faces fine. He lied to our email accounts. He gave himself a 42-day head start.
Sure did.
Apparently you don't.
Oh, you hated his cameo? I thought his cameo was fine.
Which is that getting there first is everything.
I'm a competitive racer, Div. I don't think you need to school me on the importance of getting there first. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, Newsroom was probably his worst show.
Lawyer.
The comedy one's really bad too. Chapo Trap House has a really great video going through all of his TV shows and shitting on them. It's very funny.
What's that gonna do? Hire an IP lawyer and sue him? No, I want to hire the Sopranos to beat the shit out of him.
What do you want to hire an IP lawyer and sue him?
No. Oh, I want to hire the Sopranos to beat the shit out of him with a hammer.
We don't even have to do that. That's right. We can do that ourselves. I'm 6'5", 220, and there's 2 of me.
I'm with
well,
this guy.
Whatever. Let's calm down until we know what we're talking about.
How much more information are you waiting for? We met with Mark 3 times. We exchanged 52 emails. We can prove that he went to the code. What is that on the bottom of the page?
Was it a great show when it started? I disagree. I think that his sentiments are stupid. I think he is like the worst type of centrist. His opinions are so stupid. And also, like, oh, I'm so proud of you. You wrote a show that takes place a year after a bunch of news stories happened, and then you write your characters to have conveniently had the correct opinions about everything because you already know what happened in real life. I think he's such a hack. I fucking hate that guy.
On the homepage?
He got so lucky that this movie, like, is just, it needs him.
Zuckerberg said he hoped the privacy options would help restore his reputation following student outrage over FaceSmash.com. Exactly what we said. He's giving us a finger and a crimson. And while we're waiting for Dad's lawyer to look this stuff over, we can at least get something going in the papers so people know that this is in dispute. We're not starting a knife fight in the crimson, and we're not suing you. Why not? I understand. Why not? She'll say stupid. Fight.
What? That this is in dispute.
We're not starting a knife fight in the crimson, and we're not suing anybody.
Why not? I understand. Why not?
He's gonna say it's stupid. What, who, me?
Say it. Why not?
Because we're gentlemen.
Fuck.
What, who, me?
Say it. Why not?
Because we're gentlemen of Harvard. This is Harvard, where you don't plant stories and you don't sue people.
You thought he was going to be the only one who thought that was stupid?
Hey, this idea. Did you know Tyler and Cameron came from a family? Hey, this idea. Did you know Tyler and Cameron came from a family of means? A family of means? Did you know the father was...
Yeah, it's neolib propaganda, and I feel like all he makes is neolib propaganda. The West Wing was neolib propaganda. It's like all America needs is for a liberal to go up there and give a rousing speech that doesn't actually engender any change, and they're gonna dunk on the conservatives so much that everyone's gonna go, wow, I had a tear go down my face because that was such a moving, rousing speech. I'm gonna vote Democrat this year. It's so fucking stupid. Like, if you wanted to make his show but like the Honest Trailers version of it, or like the how it should have happened or how it would have happened, then yeah, you would have it where like the conservative, like you have this guy go up and give this really rousing speech about freedom and how America is so lovely and democracy is so great, and then the conservative just goes up and says lock her up, and everyone starts chanting lock her up, and then like the other guy just loses like 90-10, you know? Like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, that's the America I live in.
Their last name is,
I'm not sure why you're asking.
Winklevoss?
Not
Winklevoss? Obviously. Their last name is,
I'm not... A family of means?
Did you know their father was wealthy?
A family of means?
Did you know their father was wealthy?
Yeah, waspy name.
I'm not sure why... I'm not sure why you're asking.
Winklevoss?
Not
Winklevoss? Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about populism is that, like, in theory, you know, the government should be, like, for the people, by the people, so it kind of makes sense. But the problem is that the way that you get, like, populist votes is just by trying to appeal to people's most base natures.
I had no idea whether they came from money or not. You want to be Mr. Bender, you are Winklevoss.
Yeah.
Howard Winklevoss founded a firm whose assets are in the hundreds of millions. You also, Tyler and Cameron, were members of a Harvard Final Club called the Purcelli. They funded that.
Excuse us for inviting you in.
To the pipe room, please. Safe to say, you were aware that my clients had money.
Yes.
Let me tell you why I'm asking. I want to know if you needed $1,000.
Yes.
Let me tell you why I'm asking.
I want to know.
If you needed $1,000 for an internet venture, you did $1,000 for an internet venture. You didn't ask my clients for it. They had demonstrated an interest to you in that.
Because then they...
For the money, because that's who I wanted to be partners with.
Because then they...
For the money, because that's who I wanted to be partners with. Eduardo was the president of the Harvard Investors Association, and he was also my best friend.
Oh, best friend.
Well, you know what's funny, though, is that grabbing by the pussy isn't, like, the problem, you know? I would vote for... Well, by the way, I did vote for Trump the first time.
Eduardo was the president
and I would...
of the Harvard Investors Association, and he was also my best friend.
Like, I don't... Like, a guy being a jerk, if they're effective, wouldn't bother me. The problem is that, like, you can get away with not being effective at all because you know, are appealing to people's base natures in a certain kind of way.
So my best friend.
Oh, best friend.
Your best...
Oh, best friend.
Your best friend is suing you for $600 million.
I didn't know that. Tell me.
But also, like, keep in mind, it's 2016. I have to vote for Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton. These are my options.
Tell me more.
Eduardo, what happened after the initial launch?
Sorry.
Initial launch.
Sorry.
Oh, so they were really good friends.
But also, like, I'm 34. We've never had a good president in my entire life.
Gretchen, they're best friends.
Like, we're lucky that we're not a third world country at this point. Like, when I was born, HW was my president, then Clinton, then Bush Jr., then fucking Barack Obama, then fucking, I mean, like, it's just been awful the whole time. Like, is FDR the last good American president, you know? I'd rather not vote. Well, I don't vote anymore. I'm totally black-pilled. I'll vote for primaries, but I'm not voting in general elections as long as my options are like a shit-covered turd or a turd-covered shit. Like, no thank you. Kind of a protest vote.
So Bill Gates, right? That's who that is.
Some of what he had to say in 2016, I was tracking a lot more with. I hadn't had him as a president for 4 years at that point yet.
Sorry, my brain is just like not working.
But obviously we found out that even the things that you could like about what he had to say, eventually it was like, you know, he was not about it. But it was like, that was a gamble. Hillary wasn't. We knew for a fact that she was a neolib, like, piece of shit. So, like, I already knew what she was going to be about. So, yeah, to an extent, it's kind of a gamble vote of like, well, maybe the wild card, at least I don't know for a fact that he's going to, you know, be absolutely the same, you know, policy-wise. And for as much as people don't like him, all the things you listed, I just don't even care, dude. Morally bankrupt, whatever. I really don't care. I'm not looking for Mother Teresa to be the president. I want someone who makes good decisions and has policy opinions that actually make sense. And the problem is, like, they're all the same. They have all the same opinions.
What's the who?
Like, Nancy Pelosi would simultaneously, with like her right hand, be writing like his impeachment, and then on the other hand be signing over like the bills, you know, to like increase military spending, because everyone in our government has the same opinions. We waste just an insane amount of tax dollars on the military because it makes private companies in America very wealthy. And then they're very powerful, so it becomes like cyclical. It's like a feedback loop. But like, we spend entirely too much money. There's no need for it. The majority of the powerful countries in the world are already our allies. And like, we spend so much more than all of them combined. It's just absolutely bonkers. So like, I'm making these videos, I'm paying taxes, and my taxes are being funneled into like Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and shit like that. And both parties love it.
Okay, win.
What made you vote for Trump out of interest? What edged him over Hillary? I think I accidentally explained that before. Vote for new shit painted gold. Yeah, kind of. Do you guys ever hear about Australian politics over there? No, you know what's really funny about that you say that, Vobocan, or Vobacon, is I talk about that all the time, how it's like every friend I have who's like not American knows like a shocking amount about my local politics.
I wasn't wearing my contacts.
All right, we're gonna skip this part. It's just one joke. But I barely even understand how like the government in England works, period, you know? So it's really interesting. Like, you can definitely tell that we're kind of like the main character of the world to an extent, because it's like just because we affect everyone else so much. Everything like that happens here trickles to the rest of the world. So everyone is like, I can't believe how many people I know that are like Canadian or in our chat who are from other countries who like know intricate details about what's happening in our primaries. You know, it's like we haven't even gotten to the general big election. They know about like the competitors like on the way up. It's so crazy. Like in America, it's just obviously we just don't have that, because unfortunately our feeling is that it just doesn't matter, you know? Like the president or the king or queen or whatever of whatever country, for the most part, it just doesn't really trickle up to us that much. Because we're the new Great Britain, we're the new Rome. And I'm curious who will replace us. Theoretically, China is like the concern that America always has. Media presence is true too. That's another great point. Like we, you know, Hollywood started here, so also a lot of people have more access to kind of like TV shows and things from America. We're not really watching like Australian TV, so that's another good point. Like I can't even tell you who like runs Australia. I couldn't tell you what their position is called. Like, does Australia have a president? Do they have a prime minister? I don't know. Like, I actually don't know. I think if you said it, I probably would go, oh yeah, it's that guy, but I don't remember. Or lady, I don't know.
Giving up. This one will be finished.
It won't be finished. That's the point. The way fashion's never finished.
What?
Fashion is never finished.
You're talking about fashion, really? You.
I'm talking about the idea of it, and I'm saying that it's never finished.
Okay. But they managed to make money selling pants.
They do.
Europe,
They
Japan,
do
and
do
South
that.
Korea are satellite states. That's also kind of true. That's fair.
What?
It's exactly the same in the UK. Left versus right, Tories, Republican, Labor. No, I kind of understand those things, but I don't understand like how Parliament works. It seems really complicated. Our Lib Dems are supposedly centrist, but will whore themselves to whichever side gets them in. I mean, us too.
Hey, the girls, what were their names?
People still wear Trump hats. That is hilarious to wear like Trump paraphernalia in another country where Trump doesn't like. Why?
It's kind of a big deal.
It was addressed to me.
They're saying that we stole
Like, could you imagine
I know what it says.
me wearing like
Did we what?
Boris Johnson paraphernalia or who was the other guy like at the time, the Labor Party guy? I used to know his name. Boris Johnson versus, god damn, I used to know the other guy's name, but that seems like that'd be crazy to me. I'm paying attention. We don't need any of this.
Ooh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Exporting the dumb virus. I know, but I just mean like it doesn't affect you at all. So like, who cares? Like, right? Like you can't vote for him, so why would you like have an affinity like that? That seems so nutty. It'd be like me wearing like a Justin Trudeau hat. Like when like he's not a leader in my country, so like why? You know, I don't know. It's just so weird.
Is their father's house council.
Do they have grounds?
The grounds are, our thing is...
That's why he didn't win. Instantly forgettable. Good point. Good fucking point. He was a little forgettable. I will give you that.
Cool and popular, and Harvard connection is... I didn't use any of their code. I promise I didn't use anything. Look, I built a nice chair that's money to everyone who ever has built a chair. Okay, they can use an idea. I had a better one. Why didn't you show me this letter?
That's a great point. I've used almost that exact same argument. Not even like trying to quote this movie. Like, yeah, like I build a chair. I don't owe money to everyone who's ever built a chair. I've talked about that a lot. Jeremy Corbyn, thank you. I was thinking Corbyn. And yeah, Trump, the man of the people thing, definitely. Yeah, it's so funny. It's like, how can he be a man of the people when everything about his life is very like lifestyles of the rich and the famous? For me, it wasn't really that. I thought he was a money guy. So I was like, okay, we have a lot of economy issues. I want to see a person who like understands money get involved. Now, again, it's easy to judge me in 2023, but you have to remember what my exposure to him in 2016 was, you know? Like, I just didn't know anything about the guy except that he was like a billionaire and a mogul from like a family of moguls. So I'm like, okay, I guess the guy understands money. I didn't know he did not. And again, I already knew what Hillary was about. You know, like she's been a career politician. I've seen her my whole life, so I knew what a piece of shit she was. So it was just a gamble.
Ever anything wrong?
You can tell me. I'm the guy that wants to help. This is our thing. No. Right. Anything that you need to tell me. No.
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think a real man of the people in America can become the president. I don't think that's ever, like that's even close to possible.
What are we doing about it?
It kind of reminds me of what's his name, Zelensky or something from Ukraine. It's like he played a character on TV who looked like a man of the people, who's a teacher, like a low-level teacher who was becoming the president of Ukraine, and then people basically like put that onto him, but he was an actor. Like actors are not of the people. Actors are very special, you know.
What are we doing about this?
I went to a 3L at Student Legal Services, and he told me to write the
When we met in January, I expressed my doubts about the site. Registered with me.
Wow, this whole section is out of control long.
This was the first time.
All right, later, vote back in. It was good having you. Hope to have you again.
Concerns, right?
I'd raised concerns before.
Bullshit. Not to us.
Gentlemen, I'm talking about...
I read the meeting in January to which this letter is referring. Yeah. Let me rephrase this. You sent my client 16 emails. In the first 15, you didn't raise any concerns. Is that a question? In the 16th email, you raised concerns about the site's functionality.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no way. Like, you have to be of some kind of means, you know?
Were you leading them on for...
And you don't just need to be of means because it's expensive, because it is expensive. Don't get me wrong, it's absolutely expensive. But the other problem with it is that you have to get the media like on your team. You need them to like be talking about you like in a positive way. They're not going to do that with a nobody. The other problem too is that real people also have too many skeletons in their closet. So like if I ran for president, like next year when I'm eligible, people would be able to scour my Facebook and find every time I got in an argument with somebody about something stupid or whatever, and I would be fucked, you know? So it's like, we're getting to a point where it's kind of like the Hunger Games, where you have to be like bred to be able to become the president, because everyone will be able to look through your social media and you just are screwed.
Were you leading them on for 6 weeks?
No.
Then why didn't you raise any of these concerns before?
It's raining.
I'm sorry?
It just started raining.
Mr. Zuckerberg, do I have your full attention?
Proving you can crowdfund, but people won't buy into something they don't know or doesn't have enough of a presence. That's true, but also, what's his face? Bloomberg proved that you can't also just straight up buy it, which I was convinced you could. So that was a slightly encouraging, I mean 1% encouraging, was that Bloomberg wasn't able to just throw money at it until he like bought the presidency. I really genuinely was so blackpilled back then, I thought you could.
No.
I also thought that Kanye West would do much better.
Do you deserve it?
What?
Do you think I deserve your full attention?
I had to swear an oath.
Do you deserve it?
What? I had to swear an oath before we began this deposition, and I don't want to perjure myself. So I have a legal obligation to say no.
Okay, no. You don't think I deserve your attention?
I think if your clients want to... I think if your clients want to sit on my shoulders and call themselves tall, they have a right to give it a They have a right to give it a try, but there's no requirement that I enjoy sitting here listening to people lie. Listening to people lie.
Oh, wow.
You have part...
He didn't learn the cock model. You buy the politicians, not the office. Yeah, sure. That tracks.
You have the minimum amount.
That tracks.
Part of and you have the minimum amount.
Wait.
You...
Well, I would argue also, like, you buy the media, which he kind of did. He bought advertisements, but I mean, like, he should have been hitting up, like, the media heads to make sure. I mean, if anyone's watched this season of Succession, that stuff that, like, is going on with Mencken, like, that's what you do. You buy the keys of power that can then distribute that power elsewhere. So I think he was inefficient with his spending.
You have part of and you have the minimum amount. The rest of my attention...
One concern as well is that, like, Republicans will beat Democrats more in the future. Although, again, I think Democrats are absolutely slime. It's just that Republicans are open about being slime. I almost respect that more. But I think Democrats will win a lot in the future because, like what I just described, if you want to be a Democrat, you're going to have to be appealing to liberals, and liberals cannot wait to cut you down at the ankles for something you tweeted about 20 years ago. Republicans will forgive anything as long as you're just saying the stuff that they want to hear. And yeah, you could be grabbing by the pussy guy and they will not care. So it will be substantially easier to have strong candidates that have a huge portion of the Republican Party voting for them versus being a Democrat. The other problem is that the Republican Party, to an extent, is kind of all on the same page. They're mostly made out of like kind of like moral traditionalist and fascist and racist, and then they're also made out of like what do you call it, like fiscal conservatives and like libertarians and stuff like that, who call themselves libertarians but are really Republicans. And those guys have a lot that they agree on, but the Democrats are also being split up by having the progressives, like the leftists, like communists, as well as having like neolib, like centrists that are really right wing. And those guys fucking hate each other. So the Democratic Party is a lot more split right now. So there's concerns. All you need is a guy who's less obviously intense than Trump, and and that person will probably be able to swing most of the Republican Party. That's why I think Ron DeSantis is 1,000 times scarier than Trump like would ever be, because he's not as obvious.
Is back at the offices of Facebook, where my colleagues and I are doing things that no one in this room, including and especially your clients, are into.
Socialist, not communist. They're not the same thing. I know, but I am a communist. And they're not that different. I don't think socialism and communism is really all that different, to be honest with you.
Intellectually or creatively capable of doing.
The biggest difference is people just don't like the word communist because a lot of communist countries have sucked. But like, why don't we have that issue with capitalism then? Capitalism fucking sucks.
Capable of doing. Where my colleagues and I are doing things that no one in this room, including and especially your clients, are intellectually or creatively capable of doing. Did I adequately answer your condescending question?
Wow.
I have 1245. I have 1245.
The right used to hate communism and went after anyone even they thought might be a communist, but now they absolutely love Putin and Russia. Do they? I don't really hear that a lot from like the right in general, but maybe I'm missing something.
We say that's lunch.
Although if there are people who like, no, Putin's not even close to well, but theoretically Russia doesn't claim to be communist anymore. That was the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union fell. So like now it's just run by a fucking gangster.
Yeah, they're.
I will say that Republicans have a similarity with like conservative. Well, let's put it this way: globally, can you guys agree on this? That globally, conservatives tend to respect power. They're interested in power. They like the idea of their leader feeling powerful. That seems to be something consistent across the board. Fascist, like the people who like the fascists, they like them because they make them feel strong. And that's what Lex Friedman kind of says about.
Christy and Alice. So, what were their names?
That's what Lex Friedman says, that like his, people he knows in Russia like about Putin is that at least he makes Russia feel strong again, where after the Soviet Union fell and after Chernobyl, they felt very weak.
Their names were Christy and Alice. Man, they want to have drinks tonight.
Anyone who thinks he's a communist, their only understanding of communism is just that like Russia, no matter what they are, must be communist. Because yeah, there's just no connection at all. But it's like America. I like how Richard Wolff puts it, where he's like, Americans think that communism is just when the government does a thing. So if you have a capitalistic system like UPS or FedEx, so that the acronyms aren't so close, and then you take that capitalistic design and you map it to USPS, that because the government owns it, all of a sudden you've somehow created a socialist system. But it's like literally the exact same functions. You go work at either of those places, you're going to be a bottom member guy. You're going to get told what to do, what you're getting paid. You have no, control over the means of production. You have no voice, no voting, like no leverage. Like it's just capitalism, but the government controls it. But in America, we've been taught that socialism is just when the government is involved, and it's just the dumbest thing ever. Putin's a combination of James Bond and Tony Soprano. I think he leans way more Tony Soprano than James Bond. Yeah. Hypernormalization. No, I haven't heard of it. Tell you a lot about Putin? Yeah.
He said, wow. Go. He said, wow. He said, wow.
But it doesn't matter, man. We're all fucked. I think AI is going to probably start some war that's going to get us all killed. Is my theory.
Oh.
Or the whole economy is just going to crash. But yeah, I think we're boned.
They're just gonna.
I'm just spinning my wheels till everything dies.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
All right, so let's get out of here.
They are.
What kind of zoom do we just do? A 3? So cool, we can do a 4.
They are ballsy ladies.
Those ladies got big old balls. Big, sweaty, hairy balls. Well, they're not ballsy, they're friends.
Ballsy lady. Go after what you want.
U.S. is the best country and the worst country in the same speech of any Republican. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Not just Republicans, though. I think everyone talks like that. It's like, Be fascistic and nationalistic about the things I want you to be, and then be afraid of the things that I want you to be. So I'll say whatever. Made up multiple black flag ops and supposed organization in Russia to get rid of competition. Sure. Sure. I mean, we do that here too.
He's just like stunned.
He's always hated the US and he blames them for the fall of the Soviet Union. Well, I mean, that's fair. I don't think that's incorrect, to be honest with you.
Hey man, sorry.
So this is the guy who plays the other Winklevi. And they put Armie Hammer's face over it. They actually were competing actors for the same role, and Armie Hammer won out. I wonder why. Could it possibly be his pedigree? I mean, any other country hating the US makes perfect sense to me, dude. We are a scourge on the planet. We are basically the new Rome or the new Great Britain. Or like British Empire.
He's just like stunned.
Sweet.
Sweet.
Sweet. Yeah, dude. Y'all just got some fuck tight, dude.
Sweet.
I saw this in the theater. I thought they were actually twins. Yeah, they did a very good job. It looks very convincing. Like, you can kind of see it now today. But back then, dude, it was like, it's super good. And groupies. I wish I liked girls. Be trying to figure out how to leverage my YouTube channel to get chicks. You know what?
Are ballsy ladies. He's just like stunned.
I guess we can do this.
I'll be right back.
I love this scene. This scene is very me.
Oh no. No, 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 no. Don't do this.
You know what I forgot I have? I totally forgot I have another zoom. That's a faster zoom. That's like where I want it, is here.
Oh no. No, 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 no. Don't do this.
I forgot I had this. Damn it, I haven't been using it the whole time.
We don't need to go... We don't need to go through with this exchange right now. Let's calm down.
Russia already tried that. Didn't work for them either. It depends on what you want. I think it did work for us. That's the problem. Like, what does working mean? Well, for us, it means like start a never-ending war, so that we can have Raytheon and Boeing make lots and lots of stuff for us all the time and make them lots of money, and then have those people reinvest it back into the people in Congress who help them do it, and then those guys make a lot of money. Basically, America right now is a story of like people of privilege sucking it dry of like value so that they can have a good life before we finally just completely destroy the bees and the planet falls apart. Like, America is like deep in the fall of Rome time period, so like it's all over soon. We're all gonna die. Putin hated Gorbachev more than he hated the US. Why is that? I saw a Natalie Portman interview and asked about the film. You know, she's a movie. Wait, she is the Move Star reference? Oh, got it. I didn't know that. Oh, interesting. Interesting.
First time. Mine too. Could I talk to you alone for a second?
I think I'm good right here.
I'd love to talk to you alone. We can go right here is fine. I'm not worried about this new website I launched.
No. He called me a bitch on the internet.
That's why I want.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you can find video of Ike talking about the military-industrial complex, and he's right. He was warning about, like, it's a thing that would happen. He was like, the concern would be that if we go from, to paraphrase what Ike said, Eisner, what he said was that we can't really afford to completely demobilize the military in between wars anymore, because World War II was such a big thing. You kind of need to have a military that's always on the ready so that you don't have to try to like mob up from zero all of a sudden. But the problem is that means that there's going to be a market where there's going to be constant government spending on this military apparatus, and we have to be very cautious of allowing companies to basically take advantage of like a windfall of money that never stops. And that will become, and he actually called it the Congressional Military Industrial Complex before he changed it last minute and dropped the congressional on it, but that's basically what it is. And that's what we see now, is like there's whole corporations that basically, like I used to work for one. I worked at a really small little startup, and we had a $90 million contract taking apart and stress testing military like airplanes, like Boeings and shit like that. So it's like people are just like, there's money to be made. War Dogs, watch War Dogs. It's literally just about that. It's like people who are like, oh, there's a lot of money to be made by trying to figure out how to get tax dollars from the military, because they just constantly spend money. And again, we spend so much of our money. If we switched our money from like military spending to like healthcare, it's a different country overnight. But our country hates the people. We hate our people.
Talk to you. On the internet.
Why I came over.
Comparing women to men.
I didn't have to do it. So stop you from writing it. It's almost your head is so clever to be a
Time to start prepping like Nick Offerman? Not really. I have no interest in living in a post-apocalyptic world. So when the apocalypse comes, like I hope I'm the first one to die. I've hedged all of my bets on life as it is right now. And if everything went apocalyptic, like what am I going to do? I would hate it, you know? Okay, sure, I'm alive, but then what? Like him in that show, if he doesn't find his gay lover, what's he doing? He's bored as shit. You're by yourself. It sounds awful. No fucking thank you. I just want to die.
Shared. The internet's not written in pencil.
Switching between movie and politics in this chat, yeah. Yeah, they're connected.
Erica Albright was a bitch right before you made some ignorant.
What do you mean testing them to destruction?
About my family's name, my raw size, and then right when it makes other hotness. No, there's no problem. You write your snide bullshit.
Here we go.
You write your snide bullshit from a dark room because that's what the angry do nowadays.
Preach. I am angry. And I do be writing snide bullshit in the dark room. It's not very dark, though. Actually, you can't see, but there's hella lights in here right now so that I can get this little green screen effect to work the way it's supposed to.
It was nice to you nowadays.
Oh, testing them to destruction. What we did was we stripped the paint off of them, and like got in a way that like didn't cause more erosion. And then we sent them to another section where they would dip them in a dye and look at what the stress fractures were on it. And they wanted to see if basically the planes could last for another 20 years and just do repairs, or if they needed to like rebuild the planes from scratch because the metal was literally wearing out, was the game plan. And we only had a crew of like less than 10 people. I don't think we hate our people. Well, Chris, hold on. You're saying we. You and I are the proletariat. When I say we, I mean our leadership, and we're not the same. Like, people at the ground level are of the people, by the people. We don't hate our people. We are our people. The people who are at the top, they hate us. There's some value in the U.S. being the world policeman. I disagree. We're responsible for global stability. I disagree. We don't have to. Why is it us? Like, that's what those groups that you described, the UN, NATO, all of those guys can pull their weight. You know, like if we disappeared, someone's got to do it, and I don't see why those guys aren't being made to pull their weight, and we have to shoulder all of it. We don't have to. We want to.
It was nice to you.
Movies are absolutely, well, I don't think just movies. I think all art is an extension of the political climate for sure. I think we see that with even architecture, like brutalism.
Don't torture me for it.
If we could just go somewhere for a minute.
I don't want to be rude. Don't torture me for it.
That was nice to you. Don't torture me for it. I like that line.
If we could just go somewhere for a minute.
I don't want to be rude to my
See, there's that "we're the world police." No one else asked for that. I don't think that people have asked for it, but I do think some people take advantage of it, because I think part of the thing about us spending so much on our military and then being compared to countries who spend less, well, part of why they can't, like Canada knows that they're America's hat. So to an extent, like, why would I waste too much money on military spending when I know that no one would ever come and fuck with us on a land battle, because America would get in that shit immediately. So if Big Brother's always around, then I can kind of save that money. So I think that, like, to an extent, I feel like we get taken advantage of because we do it, but we're happy to, because the people at the top are getting all the value off of it and not us. We ceased being a government by the people and for the people. We're no longer that. We basically have a monarchy, but instead of kings and queens, it's CEOs. Like, we are not even capitalism. We are a corporatocracy. Corporations run America. And corporations hate us. Like, we are cattle.
Okay.
Good luck with your video game.
Good luck with your video game.
Hey, that was great.
Right, right, right. Yeah, where there's oil or whatever. Yeah, those other countries like Japan, Europe usually spend a greater percentage of GDP on social issue because the U.S. and its military. I mean, I think they can get away with that, and it makes sense. I would like it's good. It's just like I said, we've gotten so far away from any kind of like, well, how let's take care of our people. Let's invest in the common man. Like, we don't do that anymore.
Good luck with your video game.
Hey, that was great. That was the right thing to do. You apologized, right?
This is me, dude. This is so me. That sounds lame, and it is cringe, and I'm admitting it's cringe, but like this scene, dude, as much as I know it's cringe and I wish I wasn't like this scene right here is like, if anyone wants to know who I am, like right here, dude, like walking right off of a really embarrassing getting dunked on moment, and then your answer is,
We have to expand.
yeah, motherfucker. Yeah.
Oh. He is fueled. He is fueled by.
You're having to try to maintain NHS and social care. Well, the difficulty with the NHS for America is that if we were to try to implement something like the NHS, the problem is that we've already allowed runaway.
He is fueled.
Like, okay, I take Adderall. I take off-brand Adderall. I paid $50 for this bottle of off-brand. It's like generic, it's the same chemicals as Adderall, but it's not brand name Adderall. What? Don't cheat. Don't look it up. How much do you think this bottle would have cost of Adderall if it was name brand Adderall in America under my, no socialized healthcare system?
We are expanding to Yale and Columbia. Dustin, I want you to share the code with me. Chris, you're in charge of publicity and outreach. You can start by getting the story in the VU student newspapers, The Bridge. They hate doing stories on Harvard. Somebody in the newspaper will be a computer science major, tell them that Mark Zuckerberg will 10 hours of free program. Why do you want a story in the VU newspaper? Because I do. Now here's the arrangement. Eduardo is CFO. Dustin is vice president and programming, and 5% of the company will come from my end.
$400 is how much? $400 fucking dollars, right? So the problem with the NHS is that if we wanted to try to have a national health service, we would first have to regulate gouging, basically, because everything costs too much. So you're talking about underfunding. We would probably have an underfunding issue, but we would also have an issue of our dollars would stretch less far because the stuff is already gouged pricing way too high anyway. When an EpiPen costs $1,000 or something like that, it's more money for the government to be able to pay for, so it's really difficult. So the first thing we'd have to do is go in and regulate lowering all the prices by force, and then you'd have to hop in and try to make some kind of like single payer situation. But we won't do that because the pharmaceutical companies are extremely powerful. Like, America is run by corporations. Like, we made corporations people, and those people run everything. They are the kings and queens. Amazon is like one of the kings. We are basically an oligopoly. Is that the word? Oligopoly. Oh, is the root word oligarch? I never made that fucking connection before. I feel like an idiot. A state of limited competition in which a market is shared by a small number of producers or sellers. Yeah, so like we are basically run by a government oligopoly. But instead of it being like just the market structure has expanded into the government. Oh, I said I'm not going to stop. We're speedrunning. Forgive me.
Chris is director of publicity, and his compensation will depend on the amount of work.
Yeah, oligarchy. There you go. Yeah, we are an oligarchy, but the oligarchs are corporations.
Chris is director of publicity, and his compensation will depend on the amount of...
Did I know that? Yes, I did know that.
...work he ends up doing.
No, I know that that's not what the NHS is, but what I'm saying is that the pharmaceutical companies in America are so powerful, they wouldn't allow the government to make an NHS, which that sounds dumb because the government shouldn't be beholden to the corporations, but welcome to America, baby, land of the free. That's what we do here.
Chris is director of publicity, and his compensation...
Yeah, prescriptions in Scotland are free for very specialized medicine. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't just... I'm familiar with it,
Chris is director of...
It's just not what we do in America. Like I said, like, they hate us here.
And Stanford. What? Stanford. It's time for them to see this in Palo Alto.
Smart. Yeah.
And Stanford. Yale and Columbia. Let's go. And Stanford. What?
Stanford. It's time for them to see this in Palo Alto. It's time for them to see this in Palo Alto.
Yeah, freedom to scam and loot. Well, you know what yeah, land of the free market, and that's really what the problem is that we have a very, very, like, pirate code, take what you can, give nothing back attitude, and we kind of, like, respect it. It's like, good job. You hustled everyone around you and finessed them and you got yours. And that goes all the way up to our, you know, our government. So like, if you're not part of the powerful, we have an attitude of like, you know, like we have a massive homelessness problem, even though we're the wealthiest country in the world. Why is that? Because we have this attitude of like, well, if you're not wealthy,
Smart man.
it's because you're lazy and you're a piece of shit and you did that to yourself. So go fuck yourself. You know, like homeless people are bad people. They're lazy people. They should have, you know, they should have hustled. They should have been like Gary Vee. The other thing is that homeless people are a good reminder for the capitalists to use against the workers, to be like, if you don't shut your fucking mouth and do what I tell you to, then look at that guy out there. I'll make you like him. You want that? No? Well, then shut your fucking mouth and get back to work and sweep that floor. You know? So like, that's the American system.
You don't want any lunch? No. You're welcome to some salad.
Gross.
That sounds terrible. I don't
I don't want to share anyone's salad. What the fuck? Some salad? Are we gonna like... Did you get 2 forks for us to share salad together? Seems intimate.
You're welcome to some salad.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
That sounds terrible. I don't want to share anybody's salad.
Me neither.
I'll split a burger with you. I don't want to split a salad.
Frontline on PBS did an excellent documentary about how Obamacare law was actually written by, and also it was written by, it was like the Obamacare was originally like a Republican concession to single payers. So then Obama put his name on it, and it's funny because then it was like, oh, it's so liberal, it's so you know, left wing, and it's like, no, it already was the right wing. Like, that's how right America is. Basically, we have 2 parties, and one of our parties is quite right wing, and the other one is extremely right wing. Like, that's what we have. Bernie Sanders in most of Scandinavia would be like a center right guy at best, if not an actual right winger.
Sounds less than.
Obamacare is bullshit, though. I'm not going to defend Obamacare. Like, we need to do single payer. Multi-level marketing is almost non-existent in Europe. Right. It was shocking for me how many there are in the US. Yeah, because it's just completely unregulated. You just have to do the bare minimum in multi-level marketing to not technically be a pyramid scheme, and you're good. Yeah, moralizing poverty is a big factor. It's huge in America. It's like, if you are successful, it's because you are of good moral quality. If you are unsuccessful, you are of poor moral quality, and that's the options. And now, having said that, I also don't want to err so far on that side as well to say that there's nothing a person can do to make their station better. I think that I am a literal living example that you can, but that doesn't mean, though, that like anyone who is doing worse than me or that I'm not doing better is because, you know, it's totally on them. It's like the government, if the government isn't taking care of its people, then what is the fucking point? Why have one, right?
I'm trying to have an emotional connection with this man.
I'm Marilyn Dopey.
Sounds less than filling. I'm trying to have an emotional connection with this man.
Exactly the opposite of the American dream, the threat of the American nightmare. Yeah, basically, right. I mean, the American dream is basically the idea of breaking through feudalism, and like, it doesn't matter what your caste is because anyone can become successful. But the truth is that capitalism has just replaced feudalism. So now, like, you're still born low class. Look at Hollywood. Look how many actors' parents are connected versus how many have no connections. Like, we are constantly creating new caste systems. They just aren't quite the same as they were, but it still is a low class, high class thing. The biggest predictor in America of you being successful is how successful your parents already are. Go hang out in a trailer park in Detroit and watch everyone there and see what percentage of them break out of poverty. You know, like, it's still just a class system. Will Rogers once said, in politics, the Dems Republicans are 2 cheeks on the same ass. They absolutely are. Yeah. Landlords still control the rule of the law. I mean, that's part of it. Landlords are like middle class, though. Like, I like how Chapo Trap House puts it. Middle class is the upper class's watchdogs to keep down the lower class, which is the majority of people, the proletariat. So middle class is often management positions. So the upper class are the capital owners. They own capital. And then the landlords and stuff generally are middle class people. And they're there to kind of manage and like hold us down to an extent. But the real people who are the power heads are like the Jeff Bezoses and the Elon Musk and stuff of the world.
What do you do? I'm a second-year associate at the firm. My boss wanted me to sit in on the dev position piece. What are you doing?
Checking in to see how it's going in Bosnia.
And everyone's putting peaceful.
They don't have roads, but they have Facebook. Kind of insensitive, Rashida Jones. Rashida Jones, like right here, dude. Her fucking dad is Quincy Jones, like a fucking massive deal. You know, so it's like, oh, who's this girl? I don't know her. She's kind of cute. She seems okay. She's in this movie. Well, she's fucking stacked up. His girlfriend in the beginning, right? Jessica Albright. Well, who is she? Oh, her parents, like one of her mom owns one football team and her dad owns another football team. So it's just like, yeah, in America, dude, it's like the biggest predictor of you being successful is like how you were born.
You must really hate the Winklevosses.
I don't hate any.
I don't hate anyone. I hate everyone.
I don't hate anybody.
I have extreme hate inside of me.
The Winklevi aren't suing me for intellectual property theft.
I'm gonna get rid of this part. I'm gonna get this part.
The Winklevi
I always thought the Winklevi was funny. No one thinks that's as funny as I do, but whatever. I love it.
aren't suing me for intellectual property theft. They are suing me because for the first time in their lives, things didn't work out the way they were supposed to for them.
I love that. Yeah. Bernie Sanders is like a Corbyn. Yeah, the more right people in the Labour Party got rid of Corbyn by pretending he was anti-Semite because he supported Palestine. Nice, nice. Honestly, Israel, dude, that's a huge can of worms too. Like, I also grew up really Christian, so like Christians are creepy when it comes to Israel because they think that they're magic. That's very scary that there's like real politicians who believe that there's magic people out there.
He's expanding.
Yeah. In my opinion, middle class is a myth to keep the working class from revolting. No, but I think they're real. Like, I think a landlord is a good example. Like, if you're me, I don't know, I said me, but like, you know, I'm just trying to give you an idea of a kind of person, right? So let's say that you're me and I start getting a good chunk of change. Actually, I have a better example. I have a friend who had a family member die and they came into like $80,000 or something. If they took that money and got mortgages on like 2 rental properties or something and stayed at the place they were at or whatever, and then started having people, and then like professionally had money coming in from the rental properties. They didn't do any other work. That was just what they did. They're just professional landlords. They're not like a high level capital owner. They're not like one of the people who's like running America, but they're also not like working class. That to me is like what the middle class is. I think it's real. I think it's small, but I don't think it's like aspirational. I don't think it's something we should be striving for. The middle class is not a good thing. It's like I said, it's like the militant wing of the upper class. They're the manager class. They're the people who, like, you know, if the owner of your McDonald's is the high class person, then like the store manager is the middle class person. And then everyone who's under that person is like your proletariat or your, what's it called? Your plebeians.
It's a bold statement, but probably true.
The constant racial stuff in the media is nothing but distraction. Keep horse fighting most of it. It's back and forth. I think the thing is like, as far as like top-down design goes, like first off, as far as bottom up goes, people will like racism is just a symptom of tribalism, and you'll find tribalism everywhere. If race is not available, people will hate you for, like, how many Indians in the chat can raise their hand if they're still here about racist or like tribal issues that they have that have not much to do with race because everyone's the same race, but they'll hate you because your last name is the wrong last name, or they'll hate you because you live in the wrong neighborhood, or they'll hate you, whatever, right? So people will tribe up. We happen to be in a place where there's a lot of different races, but like in China, everyone's kind of Chinese. You know, in Japan, everyone's kind of Japanese, right? So they hate each other for different reasons. People are just tribal. That's from the bottom up. Now from the top down, I don't like, they'll stoke any kind of differences that they can, but a lot of race issues that we have in America are really class issues. And I like how Russell Brand put it one time. He's like, when I was poor and I talked about class, people said I was just bitter, and then when I got rich and talked about class, people said I was out of touch. So no one wants to talk about class, and a lot of issues we have with race in America are really about class. And it's why we can have, you know, a Obama be president, and while at the same time have like horrible mistreatment of, you know, black people in America, is because it's not the rich black people that are the problem. I also think, or that are having problems. I think another good example is how Dave Chappelle put it. He was like, you know, talking about going to the voting booth in 2016, and there was poor white people in front of him. I'm sure it's a fake story because obviously he wouldn't stand in line to go vote with a bunch of poor people. But he was saying that there's poor white people in front of him, and they're like, oh yeah, we're voting for Trump because he's going to fight for us. And he's like, bitch, I'm rich. He's fighting for me. Like, they don't, like, race is much less interesting in America than class. But, you know, it gets spun a certain way. But I also don't think these things are as orchestrated as people make them sound. I don't think that there's like a massive cabal of, you know, really, really like working these things out. I think a lot of these things are just kind of systems that just like make sense and people do certain things. But I don't think there's like people who are sitting there like plotting like, ooh, I know what we'll do. We'll get them to fight over, but I don't think it's that level of control. I think it's a lot of negligence and a lot of greed. But there's not like some Illuminati group sitting in a room being like, ooh, what if we could like make the George Floyd thing happen so that everyone gets mad? I know some friends who get a little bit like too tinfoil hat about that kind of stuff. Yeah, Karen class, caste system, right? Yeah, we even have people hate each other because they have the wrong gaming console. Well, true, right? Yeah, I mean, football. I mean, dude, talk about fucking football in the UK. Like, fucking talk about goons.
Well, looks like that cease and desist letter really scared the shit out
Yeah,
of us.
Tutsis and Hutus and Rwanda. Totally, right? Yeah. Yeah, light or dark skin will do it. Rural versus urban will do it. Orking class versus intellectuals. Absolutely right. Orcs versus elves. Different name, same shit. Exactly right. So it's just tribalism is really what it is. And the problem that we have is that tribalism got us really far.
Relief and get the site taken down now. Every minute the site.
Tribalism got us this far, but now we're kind of in a position where it hurts us more than it helps us, but it's hard to just like shed off evolutionary design.
Every minute the site is up, Harvard connection becomes less valuable. I want an injunction. I want damages.
We'll just start this way.
I want an injunction. I want damages. I want punitive relief. And I want him dead. Yeah, I want him dead. Yeah, I want them to. Why aren't we doing anything about it? Because we're gentlemen of Harvard?
Not thinking how it's going to look.
Split by religion, though, makes sense. Yeah, well, we didn't mention religion. That's another great one. Religion will do it, too. Yeah, religion's a great one.
They're going to look like my brother and I are in skeleton costumes. I was chasing the Karate Kid around a high school gym.
Cam.
Gym.
Cam.
He's violated Massachusetts state law. When he goes connected New York, California, he'll violate federal law. And by the way, he's in violation of Harvard law. So you're saying it's Harvard law.
And by the federal law. And by the way, he's in violation of Harvard law.
There's such thing as Harvard law. Wait. Yeah, there is.
Luckily, I own my own business, so I can sit at the console with y'all. I guess I'm middle class. I'm not middle class by amount of money I have, because I'm very, very broke still. But yeah, if you were to look at like what my life entails,
Harvard Student Handbook.
It's a lot better than if I worked at McDonald's for sure. And a lot of why I'm so broke is because of a lot of my money gets reinvested back into the business. Like for instance, I pay the girls an equal amount of money to myself. Or let's put it this way. Okay, so like my pay structure. If the girls are in a video, they make half of the revenue that that video made, and I pay everyone monthly, and it's off of like all the videos that made money that month, right? Then the editor gets the other half, which means that like I only get paid for videos I work on. If I work on, like if Ariana reacts to this movie and like John or Jesse edits the video, then Jesse gets half and she gets half, and I don't see anything. So I make less money than I would make if I was under like a capitalist system. So I'm a lot less wealthy than channels of my size. There's people out there who do similar work to me that if you were to look at what they were taking home versus what I take home, they make a lot more money than I do doing the same kind of work. A lot of people don't have what you would call savings now. I don't have any savings. Yeah. Exactly right. Yeah. No, it's very hard to not be paycheck to paycheck.
My brother and I, we pay tuition. Yeah, so we carry 3.9 GPA, so what trophies this? And we'll be rowing in the Olympics. For Olympics, well, I wouldn't even have gotten the president this week.
Oh, snap. Why do you think?
Harvard Student Handbook. This is what we needed. We're going to Summers. This is what we needed. We're going to Summers.
Well, you can't get a meeting with Larry Summers.
We're going to Summers. We're going to Summers.
Well, you can't get a meeting with Larry Summers.
My brother and I, we pay tuition at this school. We carry a 3.9, and we'll be rowing in the Olympics for this school. I want a meeting with the goddamn president of this school. I want a meeting with the goddamn president of this school.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, right. Basically, it's a co-op. Yeah, in essence, it's a co-op. Exactly right. Yeah, interesting. I don't know shit about how YouTube revenue works. Is it based on clicks or likes or something different? It is based on how many monetizable playbacks you get. So if you see a commercial on my video, people the people who paid for to advertise that commercial on YouTube paid a certain amount of money for like every 1,000 views. That's called your CPM. That's your cost per mille, which mille is like Latin for 1,000. Why the fuck do they talk like that? Who knows? It should just be CPT for cost per 1,000, but what the fuck ever. So cost per mille. Then I have my revenue per mille, which is like I get shared a small portion of that ad when you see that ad. So if you watch my video and an ad doesn't play, I don't see any money off of it. But if you see 2 or 3 ads or you see 1 ad, whatever, then I see like small amounts of money per. Normally, 1 view is going to be worth like a half a penny or something like that, right? So the name of the game is get as many as you can. Then what happens is they total that up in the month, and the following month, somewhere around the 21st or whatever, is when we get paid for the previous month. So I take that lump sum, I run it through an Excel spreadsheet based on who worked on what, and then I divvy it out that way. No, it's not based on clicks or views or anything. Literally, it's just if you see an ad, like you were getting a 1-for-1, like they paid for you to see that ad, you saw the ad, I get a portion of that. That's where the money comes from. Yeah, the engagement and all that stuff is more algorithmic stuff for showing people, but not actually money. Did you see YouTube is going to start making a concerted effort to kill ad killers, by the way? Whatever. I don't really care. I've had premium for so long. I can't stand ads. I bought premium like in 2017.
Oh, snap.
All right, guys, forgive me. I will be right back.
Why Stanford?
I have to use the restroom again. Oh, and real quick, he said, why Stanford? And they said, why do you think? Why? Is it because of what Wardo said, where he's like, they need to see this in Palo Alto? But I don't even know why they're saying that. What's that all about? Wow, I thought it was just you, Maple and Ariana. I didn't know who other people were you mentioned. Oh, well, it was for a long time, Chris. I just hired 3 new editors so that we could fit the shows in. Otherwise, we wouldn't have time to do all of that. And also, I want to make other content. I don't want to just do reaction content. So Rejected Pilots is like step 1 of that. And so if I'm going to have time to do more stuff, then I need to have editors take over some of the kind of busy work like this, and then I can go and focus on the new shows that I want to make. Like I say shows, new content type that I want to make. I would love to do like video essays. I would love to do like fun kind of comparison stuff. I would love to do like breakdown videos. I want Diegesis to be like an all things movie channel, not just a reaction channel. I also think the reaction genre is a bubble. And like, what do you guys think? Do you think it's only going to grow, or do you think the reaction genre is going to kind of start to fall apart? I will use the restroom and can't wait to hear your answers. All right. I think it's definitely hitting a plateau. The algorithm definitely shows me loads of reaction channels, but the quality versus quantity is abysmal. I believe it. It's like getting Twitch streamers. Yeah, sounds right. Although I do watch multiple reaction channels, YouTube probably thinks that's all I want to see. Yeah. I think most reaction viewers just see a thumbnail of one of their favorite movies. I agree, and that's part of why I'm trying to get away from us doing just reactions, is because I want people to watch this because they like us, and not just because we're covering a movie that they care to see a reaction to. It's maybe why genre reactors can do well. Easier to build a community. True. Yeah, I know. I want to start having the girls react together, because also, in my personal opinion, I mean, do you guys agree? I think that they're both more entertaining together than separate.
Why Stanford? Why do you think?
I mean, I hope it stays solid for a little while, because obviously, like, I need time to modify our content. It's not going to happen overnight, you know?
I'm late for biochem.
So I hope that, like, I can maintain this long enough that I can, Wait, why does Stanford sell underwear like this? Aren't those, like, a little bit cute for, like, college? Doesn't that seem a little, like, sexualizing your students? Weird. Also, it's so funny, like, it took me so long to realize that this is what I knew Dakota Johnston from. Which, by the way, another Nepo baby.
You don't know my name, do you?
Is it Stanford?
I should just kick your ass.
Definitely. They bounce off each other well because they're already friends, so it's not an act. You know what's funny about it, though, is that I don't think they were. They always say they were, but I think they just kind of knew about each other. I think they were in similar circles, but I don't think they were tight before we started doing this. Ariana saw Maple at a party, and I think, like I said, that she kind of, like, knew of her, but I don't think they were, like, tight. So, yeah. Might be for beach volleyball. Do colleges offer booty shorts like that? I thought the stuff they offered still went down like a couple inches past the leg, like at least covered all of your butt cheeks. I don't care. It seems like college is normally really sexually conservative. For reactions, I started this hobby of watching young people. I'm 50s, watching classics. Chris, that's not even necessarily unique to being 50 though, because even a guy like me, like I'm 34, it's still fun to watch like 20 somethings watch The Matrix for the first time because they weren't alive when it came out, you know? So that's not really like unique to being 50. Don't feel weird or rare or something. Like, I watch it for kind of the same reason you do. But there is a limit to how many people are going to see Saving Private Ryan. Well, I don't know about that part. The part I'm actually more concerned about is, like, do reaction channels have a lifespan? Is there basically a suite of movies that I've already watched? Like, here, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. My concern is, like, we've already watched all the movies you're supposed to watch in a reaction channel, and so now we're just kind of out, and reaction channels have kind of a lifespan. Now, on one hand, I feel that way, but on the other hand, like I said, Popcorn in Bed, they kind of seem like they can just watch whatever the fuck they want, and they still get great numbers, so I don't know, maybe my channel just sucks. But I don't know why. I feel like we do a good job. I don't really get it. Like, I understand, I have a very prickly personality, and if it was all based around me, then sure. But it's not based around me. Like, I hired people who are a lot different than myself on purpose. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go to my algorithm. Not algorithm. I'm going to go to my analytics tool. Forgive me, I said I wouldn't stop, but I'm stopping for a second. Forgive me. I'm a liar. Con man. I'm going to pull some data. You know what? Fuck it. I don't care if you guys see this. Whatever. Okay, so this is my stuff. We're gonna go for like the past, let's just say the last year. And then boom. And that's fine. Now what I want is a Google Sheets readout. Hello. Open a new tab. Okay, now I'm gonna take this like raw, hold on. There we go. I'm going to take this raw data. Hello? Is that right? No, reset. Thank you. All right, we're going to take this raw data. And I'm going to take, like, the first 100 lines, the 100 videos. I think these are sorted by viewership, which means they're also semi-sorted by dollar amount. Okay, then ChatGPT, and I'm going to say, I am going to show you a block of data concerning my YouTube channel. I would like you to analyze this data for me, please. Boom. Now, let's see what it has to say. I can handle a few years. I think I have time to adjust the channel's trajectory in a few years, but I have concerns about it being like a few months, or it's already happened and I just don't know it yet. Doing the Bond series is big. The problem is the Bond series kind of blows, but I am talking about doing the Mission Impossible series. I think that's what we're going to watch on Thursday. Technically, there's no limit. People are born every second. It's true. I watched TBR Schmidt, Popcorn in Bed, and Chanel. And you guys, I feel the reactions are genuine. Well, thank you. I try, man. Looks like 2 big spikes there. What's that about? It was 2 big movies. It was probably Tombstone and Dune or something like that. Okay, so what did it say? Oh, you guys are telling me to identify the peaks. That's all I do, trust me. I spend all of my time on this stuff. I've memorized these things. Okay, sure, I can help with that. However, I need to understand the structure of your data. Could you please provide labels for each column? What the fuck? That's new and never used to ask me that. What? Oh, well, give me a second. Let me try to do that. That's so interesting. It normally doesn't need that. Oh, wait. Yeah, advanced mode. Yeah, this is probably Tombstone. Oh, never mind. It's the last year. I forgot. It's the Last Samurai. Did incredible. And then this is going to be Tropic Thunder. Did quite well also. That's what these are. So, yeah. All right. So, Google Sheets. A Google freaking the Google Sheets. Would you hurry up, please? Thank you. I could have swore I did give it the labels. I did. They're right there. Okay. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I swear to God this had labels. But whatever, we'll try again. Okay. This time I'll say, do you understand? Okay, there we go. Do you understand this data? Yes, I understand this data. It appears to be a table of YouTube statistics for a channel that posts movie reactions. Here's a breakdown of what each column represents. Content. This is likely the video ID. Yeah, whatever. Video title, publish time, views, watch time. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. It's just telling me what the table is. Yeah, I must have missed the headers the first time. Yeah, I think you guys are right. I think I missed the top row. Okay, great. So, based on your analysis of the data above, what do the movies that performed in the top 20% have in common? And what do the movies that performed in the bottom 20% have in common? It's okay. It can understand, what do you call them? Typos most of the time. Based on your analysis of the data above, what do they movies that performed? Yeah, I think it'll understand. All right, to answer this question, we need to define what performance means in the context of this data. Performance could be based on any metrics provided, such as views, watch time. Assuming we're looking at views, we are. As the primary measures of performance, the top 20% of videos would be those with the highest view counts, and the bottom 20 would be those with the lowest view counts. Okay, true. Now, However, without more specific data analysis or additional information about the content of the videos, it's challenging to identify commonalities. For instance, we might need to know the genre. Yeah, but you would know the genres based on the names. The popularity or critical acclaim of the movie is being reacted to, the length of the reaction videos, the timing of the video release or relaxation, superhero genre. If you could provide more details, give a more precise answer. Figure out the details you can based on what you know about each of the movies themselves. I cannot help you with the length of the reactions, or I'll lie. The length of the reactions are all the same, and the timing of each video never synced up with any special events or releases. I'm afraid I can't do that, Dave. Ooh, nice. It's using Wolfram. I wonder what for. Input, interpreter, movie, ambiguity function. John Wick, Tropic Thunder, The Last Samurai, The Dark Knight, Predator, Fury, Pulp Fiction. That must be by top 20%. Wolfram Alpha is a plugin that ChatGPT is not incredible at math and like high level math and data processing, but Wolfram Alpha is like designed for it has like just a log of like a bunch of high level math built into it, so it helps a lot with if you ask it like to do complex like geometry for you or fucking like calculus or something. So I didn't expect it to use it for this, so I'm very interested to see if I like that. It said tried to use Wolfram. I'm curious what it would want to use Wolfram for. It's never done it before, so I might get different answers than I usually get, which would be interesting. Open the goddamn doors, Hal. Computational intelligence, yeah. Not a big techie, that's okay. There's only so much time in the day. Chris, what are your hobbies, brother? All right, I ran out of water. I'll be right back. I'll be faster this time. Interesting. There are plugins that allow it to search the internet now, so it could probably just go to IMDb and just look the same way that we do. Oh, you play D&D? Awesome, dude. ChatGPT is fantastic for D&D stuff. I am actually going to try to probably do a one-shot where I use ChatGPT to be the DM. It's like shockingly good at that. Ooh, reading a lot about politics as a hobby, to be honest with you, man, that sounds like a recipe for disaster as far as like quality of life. What are you fucking... I thought this for sure would be done. I apologize for thinking there's an issue of processing. I'll try to break it into smaller chunks. God damn it. Are you actually doing that, or are you stuck in a loop? Like, what happened to your smaller chunks? Oh, nice. Yeah. Political science and history will get you, man. It'll get you. Would there be a way to make the ChatGPT be a dungeon master? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm planning on doing. It hasn't worked very well for you, Anthony? And I'm sorry, Anathy? Huh. I haven't really tried to use it before. I was kind of excited it was using it on its own for the first time. But I may have to turn it off and ask again and just let it use its own information. Okay. All right. It's stuck in the loop. Think you got stuck in a loop. Can you try again, but not use Wolfram Alpha? I apologize. Let's try a different approach without using Wolfram Alpha. Okay, based on the data provided, the movies that performed in the top 20% and the bottom 20 can be analyzed based on several factors such as genre, blah, blah, blah. All right, top 20%. They include these movies. The common factor among these movies is that they're mostly from popular franchises or have renowned directors. They are also mostly in the action, adventure, or sci-fi genres. Bottom 20% movies. These movies include titles like Tropic Thunder. That's not true. Predator, Fury, Band of Brothers. What? That can't be the bottom 20. No, it's Snatch, Anchorman, Gladiator, Avengers, Band of Brothers. See, sometimes it's just wrong. All right, let me ask. Are you sure about that 20%? I'm sorry, about that bottom 20%? Was not correctly identified in my previous response. Let's correct that. The bottom 20% is The Big Lebowski, The Batman. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There we go. Oh, okay. Some of these movies, like The Batman or Captain America, are part of popular franchises, while the others, like The Big Lebowski or Anchorman, are standalone films. True. It's important to note that the performance of these movies in terms of views, watch time, subscribers is estimated. Does not necessarily reflect their popularity or quality. That's true. Very true. Other factors such as timing of the video release, the title, thumbnail, overall popularity of a YouTube channel can be a significant influence. For a more accurate analysis, additional data such as genre, directors, actors, release of the year of each movie, as well as more detailed data about the YouTube channel and audience would be needed. Okay. So, based on the data block I gave you of my top 100 movies, which movies would you react to next if you were me? Damn, gonna put me out of business. I DM for a group of for 20 years. Well, you know what? Before it puts you out of business, it's actually an extremely good, like, assistant. I'm trying to stress test it to see if I can get it to become a DM, because I'm always the guy who has to DM for my group. And I enjoy the world building part, but I miss just playing. It's nice to play. And I don't like to DM and play at the same time, because I have to play a character who acts dumb because he knows what's going on. And I also think it's just a fun experiment. I like the idea of playing with a ChatGPT as the DM, because, like, we don't know the plot. Like, it trying to, what's it going to come up with? Who knows, you know? But it's extremely good at, like, dialogue. If you wanted to have it on the side just for, like, when your guys go into a tavern and they want to talk to the barmaid, and then you say, like, hey, role play with me as the barmaid of a tavern, it's so good at using, like, really flowery language and stuff. And you don't have to be Brendan Lee Mulligan or fucking, you know, what's his face from Critical Role, Matt Mercer. It'll make you into those guys without you having to have the natural proclivities. It's also good for, like, having characters who have different voices. It's hard for me sometimes to come up with 20 different unique people, you know, like, it's very good at those things. So I think it's right now it's better as an assistant, but I'm always trying to push every tool I have to, like, a level that's probably higher than what it's comfortable at. So just because I'm trying to use it as a DM doesn't mean that that's, like, its strong suit. Right now it'd be a fantastic DM assistant. It also would be fantastic for keeping track of combat. So if your players are fighting against, like, 10 skeletons, it can be annoying for you to have to write down all 10 skeletons and keep track of all their life totals. It's very good at that kind of shit. So I think it'll be a fantastic like DM helpmate. But I want to try to push it and see if I can get it to actually just straight up DM. All right, let's see. Tropic Thunder was one of my dude. Tropic Thunder killed. It's like in my top percentile of movies, period. If you go and sort by popular, look at that. Tropic Thunder is number 4. Right? Crazy. 636,000 views. Fucking John Wick. John Wick can lick my balls. They should call him John Lick. You know what I'm saying? Ayo. Ayo. I remember thinking The Last Samurai was like crazy, just exploded. But yeah, dude, freaking Tropic Thunder, man. All right, so what did it say? All right, choose the next movies to react to can depend on various factors such as the current trends, blah, 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 blah. This is all boring shit you can just find online. Sequels or prequels to reactions. So if a reaction to a movie from a franchise did well, it might be a good idea to react to other movies from the same one. For example, if the reaction to John Wick was successful, you might consider reacting to 2 and 3. Similar genre themes. If you're going to, for instance, reactions to action or thriller movies like Tropic Thunder, action thriller. The Dark Knight did well. Popular. Reacting to popular and critically acclaimed movies can also be good. This is all just like boring shit that your mom would tell you. Okay. Give me a specific list of 5 movies that you think would perform in my top 20% based on the data I have already provided you. Is top 20% mean most watched? Yes. You play D&D? Well, I'll send you a private message on my game setting website. What's your game setting website? What does that mean? Can you interface with it? With other services like a voice synth or DALL-E? No, I'm actually trying to figure out how to do that. I'm having it teach me how to code so I can program something that can try to interface with it. Because I can't like control they have the API really locked down because they're genuinely concerned that someone will take this and have it teach them how to make like nuclear weapons and then kill everybody, you know? So they're being really, really tight with like the API. Controversial movie though, some channels probably wouldn't touch it. Those channels are pussies. Answer is like a student trying to write an essay with a word minimum. Yeah, true. It's also like really just basic like 101 stuff. It's like very obvious answers. Okay, based on the data you provided, it seems that action, adventure, thriller movies tend to perform well on your channel. Also, movies that are part of a series or franchise seem to garner more views. So here's 5. Here's the problem. So it's like it wants me to cover John Wick 2, The Dark Knight Rises, Inception, Avengers Infinity War, Mad Max Fury Road. So that's what I was trying to lead us to, was that when it gives me suggestions, they're all movies I've already covered. So the concern I have is like, have I already just run through the movies? Okay, let me ask it this. Do you see those movies on my list already? If you've already done these, could you provide the list of movies you reacted to? The list is in the data block I gave you earlier. You're only allowed to ask it 25 questions in a 3-hour block, even if it's paid. Yep. Oh, wait, never mind. So I'm probably about to run out. No, don't give me a list of 100 movies. Yeah, no. Okay, no. I don't want. Whatever. I don't need to say that. Okay. Based? Alright. Alright. Give me a list of the top 5 movies you recommend I react to next based on the block, based on your analysis of the block of data I gave you earlier. And be sure to exclude movies I've already reacted to. I think they're scared it'll make a really dangerous propaganda too. Yeah, that's part of it. That's part of it. Yeah. Well, it's not even like voice synths and stuff. It's not like, because the problem is like if a fake video comes out of Putin saying nuke the West, like we can fact check that stuff. What's more dangerous is like it seeding trillions of articles and little YouTube, like, you know, just filling Reddit and Twitter and that kind of stuff with a whole bunch of like just text stuff that you don't even really know who it's coming from, but you're just like, it just gets information out there in the ether and just starts like pushing everyone like towards a certain belief system or something, like secret, like covertly, like you don't even notice it's happening. That kind of stuff is much more dangerous than like a fake video of Trump saying something, you know, like that's like it's too big, it's too much at once. It could be so insidious and it could push people's buttons so perfectly, and it could be like, I want to make everyone hyper right wing. I'm going to do it individually. Like I'm going to go through and find you, Billy, and I'm going to find out what makes you tick. And I'm going to very tailor-made try to figure out how to feed you information in such a specific way to radicalize you the way that I want to. And I have the brain power to do it to everyone on the whole planet. You know, like that's the kind of stuff that's very scary. So yeah. And you don't need like an AGI to do that. Like a dumb AI can do that kind of stuff. I think reaction channels may decline unless they transition to new material, such as TV shows. You were ahead of the game doing Succession. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really ahead of the game. There's a lot of reaction channels who almost exclusively just do shows, period. What's nice about shows is the reason I wanted to do them is because they generate a group of people who will keep coming back. So if you found us because we did Shawshank Redemption, there's no more movies. That's not a franchise movie, so you may not come back. And we did that with the MCU. Like, we snowballed those people. They kept coming back for further MCU movies until we started to hate them, and then they started leaving and being mad. But with shows, it's like, generally, whoever came to watch you with episode 1 is coming back for episode 2. So, theoretically, they should just keep growing and growing and growing, is the hope. Yeah, polluting the zeitgeist, right? Yeah. Yeah, self-confirming wave, right? Yeah, eek. Yeah, exactly. What if a video comes out of Biden calling somebody the N-word, but it's fake? That scares a shit. No, see, that's what I'm saying. I'm not worried about that because that's easy to, like, debunk. Everyone will just be like, hey, Diddy, look, we checked, blah, blah, blah. That didn't happen. Those don't concern me because I think they're too big, too obvious. The ones I'm more concerned about are the really subtle ones, where it's, like, not Biden came out and said it. It's just, like, every time I go on the internet, I keep seeing like these things pop up in front of me, these articles. If I go on Facebook, if I go on Reddit, and they're all telling me, you know, they're all just like slowly guiding and pushing me towards some kind of opinion or something like that, you know? And so, you know, like Russia could put out, I mean, America is really actually the one you got to be scared of. We absolutely have the resources and the know-how that, yeah, there'd be teams of people like in the CIA trying to just like brainwash everyone into believing that the CIA is like made of candy or something like that. And you would just, it would, like I said, it could be like tailor-made for you. If we want to radicalize you a certain kind of way, then it can push your specific buttons and do that for millions of people, billions of people at a time. You know, like it could be unbelievably powerful. Yeah, like increasing crime rate while it's actually falling. Right. Yeah, Big Brother shit too, where it just tells you like that the sky is red. Like eventually it just could convince you. Yeah. Usually has different sources who all saw the same thing. This wouldn't. Right. Okay, so based on the analysis, it appears that popular action-packed and critically acclaimed films tend to perform well. Here are 5 movies that fit the criteria and are not on your list. Inception, we did cover that. The Godfather, I think the girls would find it boring, to be honest with you. Star Wars, A New Hope, we did cover that, but maybe that's not in my top 100. Jurassic Park would do well, I think, but the girls have already seen it. And The Avengers, which we did do, but it probably isn't in my top 100. So, but you see what I mean? Like, most of these are things we've already covered or things that I think would be kind of a bad idea. The majority of my audience is in the millennial age range. Is millennial a real word? It is. I spelled it wrong. Do you believe that they would like The Godfather? Because I have concerns that they would find it boring. Well, it's, yeah, to an extent it's being used for sure, but what I was talking about is like API. They don't want to make it open source because they don't want people being able to take it and basically make like their own version that has no limits. Like right now, if I were to ask it, how do I make a nuclear bomb step by step, it'll tell me like, I'm not allowed to tell you that. But if you had the API, you could like rebuild it and then have no limits on it. And it would just tell you whatever you wanted to hear. Or if you told it like, hey, I want to become the president, so I need you to go and interact with like every congressperson and find out like what they're afraid of and like dig information on them and then use it to threaten them to make them like try to push me and support me. You know, things like that. Like you could really fucking weaponize this shit, you know. So the revisited list would be Inception, Star Wars, New Hope. Oh, wait, did it agree with me? Oh, it said that's a valid concern. While The Godfather is a classic and highly acclaimed film, it's also true that its pacing and storytelling style might not resonate as much with the younger millennial audience who are used to faster paced, more action-oriented films. Given this, it might be better to focus on films that are both popular and have elements that resonate with the millennial audience. Considering this, a film like The Matrix could be a good choice. Blah, 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 blah. So yeah, so you kind of get the idea. It's already happening. I have a friend who grew in the Philippines, and the new president got elected by manipulating social media. I mean, to an extent, that is happening, but I'm talking about like an AI doing it for you. But yeah, social media is a huge part of it for sure. My cousin's a nuclear physicist. Trust me, building a nuke is easy. It's the raw materials that's hard. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. So the other, well, but I don't know, because like it's not me who's going to try to build it, right? It would be like Al-Qaeda or fucking, you know, some terrorist organization, where if you're in the right place and you're already used to trafficking with like, you know, illegal materials, like they probably could get a hold of them. So their challenge would be know-how, and these kinds of things could walk them through it. Was I in the military? I was in the National Guard for a little while. So to honestly, like, in essence, no. I also never deployed, so I don't like really consider myself as like I was in the military. So what am I looking for? So back to D&D, like, so you like it's, I'll just waste up the rest of my little things I have, my questions for the 3-hour period. So for instance, Chris, like I could be like, hey, well here, let's just start over. Let's just do a new one. Okay, and we'll just use default. I don't think I need any plugins for this. Hey, I'm going to play a 5th edition. I'm assuming you're playing 5th edition D&D campaign. I need a drow bard. Can you roll me or not? Yeah, whatever. Can you let's say this? Can you make me a drow bard character, please? Absolutely. Character name, Lirin Despana. Race, drow. Class, bard. Background, charlatan. Alignment, chaotic neutral. Ability scores, blah, blah, blah. I don't know how I got them. Kinda looks like maybe a point buy. Here's my proficiencies. Features. Yep, this all looks accurate to me so far. Yep. Like, this is a fast way to make, which is also cool because my theory as well is like, this could be a fun way to do enemies, because enemies are often like very simplified for the DM's use. But like, if I could like roll up a full fucking character for the enemies all the time, that'd be kind of cool. Oh, use Pathfinder. It probably knows Pathfinder. But I'm just getting started. Like, it gets way cooler than this. Okay, great. So, nice. And then my backstory. Born into the infamous Despana family of the Underdark city of Menzoberranzan, Lirin was always a bit different. While his kin pursued the arcane arts or the way of the warrior, he found solace in the melody of songs and the rhythm of poems. His performances were a source of delight and mystery in the harsh and deadly life of the Underdark. However, Lirin was not satisfied with his life in the Underdark. He yearned for more stories, more melodies, more of the world above, despite the sunlight being a curse to his kind. Disguised as a surface elf, he travels the world, gathering tales and songs and even creating his own. His charismatic nature and witty remarks, coupled with his outstanding performances, make him a delight in taverns and courts. Remember, this is blank. Okay, so then I say something like this. As we all know, the classic thing is, I walk into a tavern. What do I see? Oh, nice. There you go. That's what's up. Menzoberranzan. As Liren Despana, you push open the heavy wooden door of the Tipsy Tarask Tavern. A warm, welcoming... I like that. The Tipsy Tarask. That's a great tavern name, dude. That's so funny. I love that. A warm, welcoming glow spills out into the cool night, accompanied by the familiar sounds of raucous laughter, clinking mugs, and slightly off-key tune played on a lute. A fire crackles merrily in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the faces of patrons, illuminating the rustic interior. The tavern is buzzed with patrons. So what you can see already is shit I'm too lazy to do this. You know, I would like to, but it would really take me a lot of effort and practice to be able to off the cuff do this shit for my players every time. So this being able to do this for me is so fucking sick, and my players could help guide the story more, because part of the problem with D&D is that even though it's supposed to be collaborative and your players are kind of helping you tell the story, if your players try to turn left into like the back rooms, it's like, oh, be careful like where you go, because I haven't designed anything there, so I don't know. So like they'll look at a map and be like, hey, let's just go to this town, and it's like, okay, fine, I haven't designed anything for that town. So when they get there, sometimes it feels kind of empty. It's like, I don't know what's going on, I don't fucking know, whatever. So this would be sick because they could kind of go wherever, and I'm like, fine, boom, plug it in. Hey, ChatGPT, they go to this town, and here's a couple bullet points I want to give you, but you can just spin the rest of it, right? You know? So yeah, the barkeep, a robust man with a gleaming bald head and an apron, you know, that has seen better days, is busy pouring drinks and engaging in lighthearted banter with the regulars. His laughter, hearty and infectious, fills the room, adding to the symphony of sounds that is the heartbeat of the tavern. You know, I approach the barkeep and toss him a gold coin. I had gold on me, right? Normally you start with some 15 gold pieces. There we go. And toss him a gold piece. Let's see. Toss him a gold piece and ask if there's any work to be had in this town. Is that a question mark? Whatever. The barkeep, a sturdy man with arms like tree trunks, catches the gold piece deftly, his eyes widening a bit at the generous tip. He pockets it with a grin and pours you a mug of his finest ale. Well now, a gold piece says you're not looking for any old work, he muses, scratching his chin thoughtfully. His eyes take in your fine clothes, the lute slung over your back, and his grin broadens. You're a performer, ain't you? Got that look about you. His gaze turns more serious as he considers your question. As for work, well, there's always a need for a good tune to lift the spirits. People there, they work hard, and they like to unwind with a bit of music and merriment. You play your cards right, and you might find yourself a regular gig. He leans in a bit closer, lowering his voice. But if it's not just coin you're after, there's talk about some odd happenings around the old Cartwright place. Lights seen in the windows late at night, strange sounds. Folks are saying it's haunted. Mayor's been looking for someone brave enough to check it out. Says there's a hefty reward for anyone who can get to the bottom of it. He leans back, crossing his arms over his chest. That's all I've got. You can play a few tunes or go check out the Cartwright place if you're feeling brave. What'll it be? So yeah, dude, it's fucking sick, man. That's so cool. I love this shit. So that's what I'm saying. I want to test it and see if I can get this bitch to straight up like just DM something for me. Like we're doing a campaign and none of us know what the fucking plot is, you know? It's like, I don't know, let's just do it. Let's go. All players. That sounds fun. At least for like a one-shot test. Could do it with the other universes, most likely. Yeah. I haven't tried it, but right. Yeah. Like could you know, simulate a D&D campaign, but reskin it to be in the Star Trek universe? Absolutely. Let's take your Drow Bard character, Liren Despana, and reimagine him as a Starfleet officer in the Star Trek universe. Character name, Lieutenant Liren Despan. I love that. That's fun. It's like the same. Vulcan, but somewhat unusual for a species due to his emotional and musical inclinations. Role, communications officer / Starfleet diplomat with a specialization. I mean, dude, you asked this. So, like, you know I haven't, like, preset this up. Like, both of us didn't know if it could do this, and it's not only doing it, it's, like, absolutely annihilating this. Converted into relevant skill sets. Interesting that it has on high and average rather than whatever. Linguistics, diplomacy, history, cultural studies, psychology, starship operations. I mean, dude, like, yeah, you could basically kind of invent. Oh, dude, I wanted to do that before. Do you guys remember me talking about making a role-playing game around Inception? So I have like physical or features and traits. Vulcan physiology. You have increased resistance to harsh conditions due to your Vulcan blood. Mind meld. Vulcan nerve pinch. Pawn far. Every 7 years, Vulcans must mate or die. This is a difficult time for you and requires you to take leave of absence from your duties. I mean, this is incredible. Lieutenant Lyran Despond, originally from Vulcan, has always been something of an oddity amongst his kind. Rather than pursuing logic and science like most of his peers, Lyran was drawn to art, culture, and music, a true discordant note in the symphony of his species. See, it's the same kind of backstory, just reskinned to being Star Trek. Nevertheless, his unusual interests made him excellent candidate for Starfleet's cultural exchange and diplomacy initiatives. With his encyclopedic knowledge of various cultures and his ability to communicate effectively with different species, Lyran, or Lyran, whatever, quickly climbed the ranks to become a respected member of Starfleet. Now serving as communications officer aboard the USS Discovery, Lyran uses his unique skills to facilitate communications between Starfleet and the numerous alien species they encounter on their explorations. His musical talents are also highly appreciated by the crew, and he often entertains his fellow officers with musical performances on his off-duty hours. You are currently aboard the USS Discovery, patrolling the neutral zone. What's your next move, Lieutenant Despond? I mean, right? This shit's fucking incredible, dude. That's so cool. Yeah, text adventures for sure. Yeah, I want to use it to help me build a video game. And I'll have it like help me design the video game, but also just straight up to help teach me to code. Again, remind me how to code. So stuff like this, it's really good at. Data analysis is still a little bit tough because it just tells you a bunch of generic shit. But this is all stuff that's way better than anything I would come up with. This is all really impressive to me. Could you design a role-playing game based on the universe of Christopher Nolan's Inception? Sure, I'd be happy to outline a role-playing game set in the world of Christopher Nolan's Inception. Game title, Dreamscape, Architects of the Mind. Setting, the modern world with one significant twist. The technology and techniques for navigating into and manipulating dreams has been developed. You and your team work either independently or for corporations or other powerful entities diving into minds to extract or implant information. Character creation, background, your role, extractor, architect, forger, chemist, point man. I mean, dude, this is sick. Like, remember when I was trying to do this manually? Levels of dreaming, much like I mean, dude, I literally have a Google Doc that is me trying to do this same thing. And like, I would bet we have a lot of crossover because I was trying to come up with classes and they basically have classes in that movie. Like extractor, the leader who understands the overall plan and directs the team. Architect, the designer who creates the world of the dream. Forger, the shapeshifter who can take on any identity within the dream. The chemist, specialist who formulates the compounds necessary for dream sharing. Point man, the jack of all trades, responsible for research and keeping the team safe. So let's see. Much like in the film, players can descend into deeper levels of dreaming, which offer greater reward, but also present greater risk. As players descend deeper into the dream, actions take on greater significance, and the danger becomes lost in the dream world. Yep, I had that. Paradoxes and dream manipulation. Architects can shape the world to their advantage, creating structures or situations that wouldn't be possible in reality. However, making the dream too unreal can cause the dreamer's subconscious to reject it. Sick. I didn't even think of that. What a great idea. I would totally put that in my game. Time dilation. Time passes more slowly in each. I did have this. Yep, the effects. This affects how long players can spend in the dream and also how long they have to spend in limbo if they die in a dream. Inception and extraction. The main goals of any mission are to extract valuable information from the target's mind or to plant a new idea. This requires careful planning, understanding of the target, and navigation of the dream world. Subconscious security. I had that worked in too. The target's subconscious can manifest as security forces trying to protect the mind. These can be combated or avoided, but become more powerful the deeper in the dream you go. I mean, dude, it understands the plot of the movie so well that it can map it to a fucking role-playing game, dude. This shit is awesome. Yeah, 40K. You could probably do 40K. There's already a couple 40K games, so that's why I didn't ask it, because I figured it would just, like, borrow from existing IP. Players must navigate the complexities of the dream world, deal with target subconscious defense, and manage their own subconscious issues. Characters might also have personal goals, blah, blah, blah. Endgame. Success in the game means completing the mission and waking up safely. while failure can mean getting stuck in the dream, being killed by the dreamer's defenses, or failing to extract or implant the desired information. The ultimate goal could be particularly challenging or high stakes inception, blah, blah, blah. I hope this gives you a good starting point. I mean, dude, this is so sick, right? Enjoy designing and playing your game. How would you implement totems? Can you link accounts so it'll just save this as documents? I don't think you can. I want to play that Inception game. Dude, Chris, I do too. I've been talking about that for a while. When we covered Inception as reaction, I was editing the movie, and it was just like, it was showing me how I was realizing, like, this is a role-playing game. Like, Chris Nolan basically designed a role-playing game and then made a movie because, like, there's classes, you know, like, there's so much structure. He built such a solid world that you could, like, gamify that world. So I was like, dude, I really want to do that. I wonder where it found the bio of the movie. It gets trained, and generally it's learning from people's inputs and stuff like that. So yeah, and now it just got evolved. I'm not using it, but it has because it over relies on it, but it has a version now where it can Google stuff for you too. So you'll ask it some questions and it'll be like, give me a second. It'll go Google the information and come back and be like, hey, here's what's up. Okay, so in the Dreamscape Architects of the Mind RPG, totems can be a crucial element of gameplay. Here are some ways they can be implemented. During character creation, each player should choose to create a totem. This could be anything from a die that doesn't roll normally, a spinning top that never topples, a poker chip with a specific weight, etc. The specific characteristics of these items are known only to the characters and should be kept secret. Using totems. Whenever characters want to determine whether they're in a dream or reality, they can use an action to check their totem. Oh, dude, that's a great idea. The game master should then tell the player secretly, if possible, whether the totem behaves as it does in reality or in a dream. That is actually pretty sick. I like that idea. So then you have to worry about totem security. Since the knowledge of the totem's unique behavior could be used against the character in a dream, players should also decide how their characters safeguard this information. Well, here's what I would do, because players wouldn't have to worry about if they're in a dream or not, because the player would know. But maybe there's like status effects where your character that you're playing can get confused. So then you have to do like a totem check to try to have your character go, okay, never mind, I'm good. It's almost like a madness mechanic that you would have. Because that's the concern, is that your character would get lost. But the player knows what's happening, so the player doesn't need to make the check. The character needs to make the check. So that would be like another mechanic I'd have to add in. But right, yeah, this might involve never using the totem in front of others, keeping it hidden. If a character suspects another character knows too much about their totem, it can create additional tension and conflict. That's true. And then in-game consequences. If a character loses their totem, or if its behavior becomes compromised, this should have serious consequences. The character may not be able to discern reality from a dream until they can create a new totem, which might involve a challenging task set by the DM. Totems can be a compelling and important aspect of the game, involving mixed strategy. I mean, dude, this stuff is so sick. Like, I've been obsessed with this for the last month. Just absolutely fucking obsessed. It's so dope. So fucking dope. This AI you are using is free. There is a free version, but this version of it that's this powerful is $20 a month. 3.5 is free. This is 4, and 4 costs $20 a month. Didn't they say they're already using GPT-4 to design GPT-5? If not, they should be. There's a free level. Right, exactly. Yeah. Right. Grip on reality like a Cthulhu type of game. Exactly right. Yeah, I would add a random chance that your own random memories can attack you. Yep, I said the same thing. Yeah, I said basically everyone should have kind of like a haunted past or something. Well, let's ask it. How would you integrate hostile memory / haunted past character, or enemies, like, what was her name, Marin or something? Inception cast. Her name was Mal. Her name was just bad. In the film Inception, Mal represents Cobb's guilt and unresolved feelings over his wife's death. She is a manifestation of his subconscious, and her appearance often brings chaos and danger to the team's operations. In Dreamscape Architects of the Mind RPG, a similar mechanic could be implemented to add a layer of personal depth and challenge to the game. Each player can create a shadow during character creation, a significant person, event, or fear from their character's past that haunts their dreams. Shadows should be kept secret from other players, adding an element of surprise when they appear, triggering shadows. So they can be triggered in the dream world under certain conditions. This is exactly what I was thinking too. This is so crazy. So yeah, so like it would get triggered under high stress. When a character's under intense pressure or has suffered significant setback, their shadow might be more likely to surface. So it'd be like a roll-off, basically. Reminders of the past. If a character encounters a person, place, or situation reminiscent of their past in the dream, it might summon their shadow. Deep levels of dreaming, right? The deeper you go, the higher odds that they show up. Dude, this is perfect. This is so fucking good. It's like exactly how I would do it if I sat and thought about it. Dealing with shadows. So they can disrupt missions and confront characters with their past. They can cause distractions, attack the team. You know what? They would also be a great example of a situation where you need a totem. It's like, oh, my shadow showed up. Now my character's sucked into whatever drama my shadow is bringing up and can't like keep an eye on reality anymore. So I need my totem so that I can be like, no, 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 that's okay. This is fake. They can cause distractions, attack the team, or manipulate the dream in unpredictable ways. Over time, characters can learn to manage or even confront their shadow, but this can be difficult and emotionally challenging. A shadow can't be permanently destroyed unless the character confronts or resolves the issue it represents in their waking life. And then this mechanic can add tension and unpredictability to the game while also driving character development. It gives the character a personal arc to follow and makes the emotional stakes of the game as important as the mission objective. Shadows also provide a way to integrate each character's backstory into the main narrative, making each character's personal journey integral to the team's success. I mean, dude, this is so fucking sick, man. I love this shit. Yeah, you could do the same way in universe like Greek mythology. Yeah, you could. You could. So you could do the same. Yeah. But like, it's also, this is something that was very specific to that movie. Yeah, just like D&D, random encounter based upon die rolls, right? Yeah, that's how I would do it. Yeah, I would have it where when these things happened, you would have to roll off. And I'd probably, what I would do personally is I would make it so that in a session, the difficulty starts at like a 10 if we're doing the D20 system, which by the way, I hate. I don't think D20 is a good system, but whatever. I much prefer like the Star Wars Fantasy Flight system or the like World of Darkness D10 system. But let's say that's the D20 system. I would say like the first time you roll is a 10, but every additional time you have to roll, it gets harder, basically. So yeah, this is cool, dude. This is really fucking cool. It could also just be like based on what the thing was. Like, you know, if you end up having to do a mission, but you're in the exact same place that your wife died, then it's just going to be a hard roll even the first time because it's like a big deal for you. But this is so sick, dude. And so imagine I could keep asking it questions to refine, and eventually we probably would end up with like a completely figured out game. You feel me? Dude, Billy, like I'm working on it, man. I'm like actually having it help me. I have a couple of story ideas and I'm trying to figure out which one I want to try to make. And the one I want to try to make is the one that requires the least amount of people. So I'm trying to think about how to like work out a story where I don't really need other people. Because other people are busy. So, when I figure out the idea, I'm really going to like dig in with this thing and have it help me like write a story. But I've already had it helping me with like, rejected pilots. One of my plans is to try to use AI to like make like little short clippy videos. And then what I would do is have the girls tell their story, have ChatGPT come up with that's not the button I want. Have ChatGPT come up with, okay, I have an hour left. God damn it, man. Movie editing sucks. I'll have it come up with a storyboard and like explain the storyboard. Then I'll have it interpret the storyboard as prompts for Midjourney. Then I'll go to Midjourney, have it make me the storyboards basically, and then I'll go back to another AI and have it try to like turn those storyboards into animation and see if we can kind of do it that way. I think that could be really cool.
You don't know my name.
All right, back to work.
Is it Stanford?
Just kick your ass.
This session made me truly understand why the literary and publishing world is shit scared of ChatGPT. Yeah, they should be, brother. They should be.
How do you go to a party?
What I love about this kind of tech is it's like, it helps break down a lot of like gatekeepers. It makes it where like there's things I feel like I could do by myself in my room. If I could produce something that I think was really high quality content and I didn't need anyone else, that would be perfect for me because I'm always a guy who has like a lot of ambition and interest in producing something. But if I ever need other people, I can never find people who like can match my intensity and like want to actually see something go like to fruition. I also just don't live in the right town for that. Like if I was in LA, I probably would find a lot more people like that. But I live in, you know, Colorado Springs. It's just not like that here. People have a much more kind of like just chill, vibing, kind of let's go hiking kind of energy. And that's fine. I'm not mad at anyone else, but I would love to be able to figure out like how to use like AI to basically be my team and let me just produce stuff by myself, you know, not need to have a whole team of people. Did you see the AI thing Spielberg was brought into? You can feed it an existing video as well as a model and it'll replace the character. Yes, I have seen that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's basic now, man, but that shit is going to blow up soon. And I kind of want to be ahead of it. Like part of it right now is that 99% of what I ever see on YouTube concerning like ChatGPT or AI systems is all people just being like, hey, here's me testing out this tool. I'm in a hurry to try to figure out how to actually implement it into like real workflow structure, because I think that's like a little bit more interesting early on where there's novelty. It's like not only am I showing off, hey, look, this thing does a thing. It's like I'm actually using it for my workflow. Like you are watching products that I'm making using AI systems, and I'm trying to kind of get into that space. I was in your town and sent you a message about it a few weeks back. Oh, cool, Chris. Don't worry, man. I don't do meet and greets anyway, so you didn't miss me. I'm not seeing anybody. I don't even, like, see my friends. I live in this bedroom. I'm, like, mold in here. It's definitely going to end up as tailored products. Yeah, for sure. Well, it's gonna, yeah, I think everything's gonna be bad soon. So I'm trying to mess with it while it's still cute and cool before it gets lame. Because it's gonna suck eventually. Corporations will get their hands on it and it'll blow instantly. All right, a little bit. We can take the edge off. Let's get back to work. I still have an hour of this goddamn movie left.
Would you prefer Amy from a window your father's in commercial real estate and you never say you're sober?
Really?
About a trombone. French. I mean, just French.
Yours?
Mine? I don't have one.
He left Google when he saw them doing the thing with Bard. Why did he leave Google?
For a little while. Seriously? You're not like 15 years old or anything like that? You're not like 15, right? No. So what do you do?
Okay, I don't get this line. She's like, wait, you're not like 15 or anything, are you? He's like, no. Wait, you're not 15, right? She goes to Stanford. Like, unless he thinks he accidentally had sex with like a wonderkind, she's probably not 15. You are right about corpos ruining the coolness factor. Yeah, they'll take it, they'll make it proprietary, it'll become expensive, and it'll be super limited, and it'll suck. So, like, right now, the shit's cool. Jeffrey Hinton quits Google and warns over dangers of misinformation. Yeah, we're fucked. Oh, you mean because of him? Oh, got it. I mean, that's true, but again, like, he thinks that a 15-year-old happens to be going to Stanford. Seems goofy. What was your last panure?
I found an internet company that let folks download and share music for free.
Kind of like Napster?
Exactly, like Napster.
What do you mean?
I found a Napster.
Sean Parker found a Napster.
Nice to meet you.
Sean Parker?
Wait, she's all mad he doesn't know her name. She doesn't know his name. Fuck you.
You see, the shit on the other.
This chick sucks. Both these people suck.
You just slipped on Sean Parker.
You're a zillionaire.
Not technically.
What are you?
Broke. There's not a lot of money in free music even less when you can sue by everyone who's ever been to the Grammys.
This is blowing my mind.
I appreciate
I
that.
gotta hop on the show to read for class.
I can't even know you're a French major whose name is Amy.
You know what, dude? I'm not so sure I would be like, I'm in a hurry to get to class. I just slept with Sean Parker. If I had sex with somebody and then found out it was like Gal Gadot, I probably would be like, I'm taking the day off. I'm going to spend more time with this Gal Gadot.
There's juice or anything else you can find. Help yourself.
All right, so how long it takes me is roughly 12 hours. But that's because I'm unbelievably inefficient with my time. It should probably take me closer to 4 or 5, but it takes me about 11 to 12 because it's so fucking boring and I'm so ADD that you're not distracting me because, like, you guys didn't make me live stream. Like, I'm choosing to live stream. You know what I'm saying? Like, I will, you know, or like I just was hanging out on ChatGPT, right? It's just, this shit is out of control boring to me. All right, later, Billy. I love you. Obtained boy A. Oh, that's funny. You're going to watch it? That's fun. All right, enjoy. Speedrun failed, unfortunately. That's true, but the speedrun is beginning again, so here we go. I only have an hour left. I now officially have about as long as the average episode of what's it called? Succession. So, here we go.
Check my email? You mind if I check my email?
Yeah, go ahead.
come out here?
Just a second.
There's a snake in here, Amy.
What?
Nick, what does it? How does he tie into this
I
then?
need to ask you something.
Are you kidding me? I could have been killed.
I also had no idea the founder of Napster was involved in this. Founder of
That's okay. No one did.
founder of Napster was involved in this.
In the cart? What do you need to ask me?
I went to check my email and there's a website open on your computer.
Yeah, after you passed out last night, I went on the Facebook for a little bit.
What's that?
How strict is your tube about content rule? That's why you have to edit it down, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's unbelievably strict is the answer to that. Yeah. Yeah. To be honest, also part of it's just watchability. Like, if the movie's 2 hours long and I had an hour and 30-minute edit of it, first off, you're right, I would get my ass kicked by YouTube. But even if I didn't, no one's going to sit and watch that anyway. So the more I can make it flow and kind of be like a highlight reel of the film so that you still catch the vibe of the film, but you are also cutting out all of the, like, you know, developy stuff that you have time for when you're watching a film, the better. You know, and also, like, as you can tell, Ariana's reaction is not like super non-stop bombastic. So the more I can cut dead time between her reacting, the better.
Stanford's had it for like 2 weeks now. It's really awesome, except it's freakishly.
All right, here we go. We'll do it. It's really awesome.
It's really awesome, except it's freakishly addictive. Seriously, I'm on the thing like 5 times a day.
Mind if I send myself an email?
I like how she's like, I don't know, that's just funny.
No idea the founder of Napster was involved in this.
It's really awesome, except it's freakishly addictive. Seriously, I'm on the thing like 5 times a day.
Mind if I send myself an email?
Yeah, is everything okay?
Everything's great. I just need to find you, Mark Zuckerberg. I just need to find you, Mark Zuckerberg.
Warner Brothers is the worst insofar as they're like the hardest with copyright. They go just crazy over it, and they're very unreasonable, and we have to do unbelievable amounts of edits to make those work. A lot of those movies, like, you end up having to split into multiple parts and stuff. Like, Warner Brothers is really tough. That's why the two girls together is the bomb to play off each other. I agree. I agree. There was a lot of pushback in the beginning, but fuck them. Fuck them.
Chasing the money, cause you're broke.
This building's 100.
Cause you're broke. Cause you're broke.
This building's 100 years older than the country it's in, so do be careful.
I love that. So do be careful. We're sitting in chairs.
We're sitting in chairs.
Yes. Very good. You can go in.
TBR Schmidt had to take down Godfather for that very reason. I believe it.
Of the sass.
I believe it.
Everyone in this is so full of the sass. Sass.
They've got the sass.
Full of the sass.
That's the approach. I should admit that. Well, darkness was the absence of light, and the stupidity in that instance was the absence of.
Oh, it's funny, Chris. You must be a little bit newer in the chat. I was talking shit earlier. I actually really don't like Sorkin's writing at all. I think that this movie is good because the movie's like style perfectly aligns with his writing style, but I generally think that he overwrites everything and he makes way too many of the characters sound just like him. Everyone's like impossibly snappy and he's too verbose. He feels very like more is more. But this particular movie, it's like perfect for his type of writing.
Catherine, I've got
Oh my.
students. Undergrads. I don't know. From the looks of it, they want to sell me a Brooks Brothers. Undergrads. I don't know.
From the looks of it, they want to sell me a Brooks Brothers franchise. Brooks Brothers franchise.
The West Wing? Yeah, I fucking hate The West Wing. I absolutely hate it.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. I'm Cameron Winklevoss. Good morning. Good morning, sir. I'm Cameron Winklevoss, and this is my brother, Tyler.
It's a great insult.
Either of you can answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I thought you were reading the letter.
I've read the letter.
Well, we came up with an idea for a website called Harvard Connection. We came up with an idea for a website called Harvard Connection. We the name to connect to you. And Mark Zuckerberg stole that idea.
I understand. And I'm asking.
We will have to disagree about that one. That's fair. Would you ever do DC from Man of Steel to Justice League or add anime to the reactions? No, I don't think DC is good. So the only DC things I'm interested in doing are like Joker, which we already did. And that's it. So Joker 2. But I think the rest of the DCEU is terrible. And we don't do anime because it attracts too many people that only want to watch anime. So they'll come and watch your anime reactions, and then they'll bitch when you cover anything that isn't anime, and they'll keep asking for more anime, and then they don't watch the other stuff, and so then it hurts your algorithmic performance. So I'm trying to cover things that are in a wheelhouse where like everyone can kind of watch everything. So we don't do Indian movies because I don't want Indian people coming over who just want to watch Indian movies, and I don't do anime because I don't want anime people coming over who just watch anime. So that's kind of where we're at.
What you want me to do about it?
Well, sir, in the Harvard Student Handbook, which is distributed to each freshman under the heading Standards of Conduct in the Harvard community, it says the college expects all students to be honest and forthcoming in their dealings with members in this community. Students are required to respect public and private ownership and instances of theft, misappropriation, instances of theft, misappropriation,
And yes, sir. Punch me in the face. Go. Punch me in the face. Go ahead. Me in the face. Go ahead.
or
Didn't know that about anime. Not a fan really, so no biggie. So I've been professionally doing this reaction channel for 2 years. So it's like I just have talked to like other reactors and stuff. I'm a part of a couple different like Discord groups that are like other reactors, and we talk about how the crews and stuff are, and like analytics. Like this is all I do, is just trying to figure out how to perfect the, you know, the reaction format. I'm trying to expand us into other stuff, but for now it's reactions. It's our bread and butter. It's paying the bills.
including a requirement to withdraw from the college.
You memorize that instead of doing what?
What my brother and I came here today to ask of you, respect for courses. It's against university rules to steal from another student. What my brother and I came here today to ask of you, respect courses. It's against university rules to steal from another student, plain and simple.
You've spoken to your housemaster.
Yes, sir. And the housemaster made a recommendation to the ad board, but the ad board won't see us.
Have you tried dealing with the other student directly?
Mr. Zuckerberg hasn't been responding to any of our emails or phone calls for the last 2 weeks. He doesn't answer when we knock on his door at Kirkland, and of course, I'm dealing with him face to face, and it's on the quad and chasing him.
Chased him?
I saw him.
I don't.
But you did chase him.
Of course, this is a university issue. There's a code of ethics and honor code.
You enter into a code of ethics with the university, not with each other.
Issue. There's a code of ethics and an honor code, and he violated them
You
both.
enter into a code of ethics with. I don't.
But you did chase him.
Of course, this is a university.
I don't see this as a university issue.
Of course, this is a university issue.
The first reaction channel I ever got was the Normies. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Game of Thrones is definitely the thing I think that put reactions to movies and shows on the map. Also love the Joker reactions. Hey, I'm glad to hear. I love Joker reactions.
No sense to me. University issue. There's a code of ethics and an honor code, and he violated them
You
both.
enter.
I love the first one, so I'm hoping that the second one's really good. But it's a little trippy. It's a little scary. Have you guys noticed that? Do y'all feel the same way? That's not the word I'm looking for. Or button I'm looking for.
code of ethics with the university, not with each other.
That is a stupid stance to have, by the way. That's a stupid stance.
Ooh. 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 Ooh.
No sense to me.
It does make no sense.
Devastated by that.
What my brother means is, if Mark Zuckerberg walked into our dorm room and stole our computer, that would be a university
I
issue.
really don't know. This office doesn't handle petty larceny.
This isn't petty larceny. This idea is potentially worth millions of dollars.
True story. I was a reader of the Game of Thrones books, threw the book against the wall when the Red Wedding happened. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Danica, Comic Book Girl 19 was really like a big thing for me with Game of Thrones. I saw the first couple seasons and I was like, yeah, it's pretty good. And then she did like a real deep dive breakdown of like the books, and it made me really much more interested in the series as a whole. And then season 5 happened and I was like, uh-oh, the show's starting to suck. Oh no.
Millions.
Yes.
Just be letting your imagination run with you.
Sir, I honestly don't think you're in a position to make that call.
I was the U.S. Treasury Secretary. I'm in some position to make that call.
I don't have high hopes either. Lady Gaga herself doesn't necessarily scare me about it, although she was really bad in that Gucci movie or whatever it was. But what I'm just seeing from it looks kind of dumb. And to be honest with you, I just think Harley Quinn is not a good character. And I don't think they need her. I think that she's like, she was invented for the cartoon series. She's just not a really well-designed character. She's just goofy. So I have a lot of concerns. It's just going to be really fucking goofy. That's why the last season, dude, not just the last season, man. I think it started, they started running out of book material in season 5. And I think season 5 was the first season to start to suck. But then I think like 6 was like objectively, or not objectively, subjectively just bad. And from then on, it just kept getting worse. So like season 8 was really bad, but season 7 was still quite bad. So it's like the drop off was just bigger between 7 and 8 than it was between 5 and 6 or 6 and 7. But you could really feel the writing in the walls around season 5 because they mostly had run out of book material. And that's why Bran just disappears for a whole season. Like, it's rough. And they just never figured out what to fucking do with Arya. So she's just running around getting slapped by the waif all the time. It just sucked. I made a whole video breaking it down.
Your freshman address.
And I would suggest that you...
Yeah, you can exactly tell when the books run away because it's the moment that the writing quality starts to just become average, like what you've seen with most shows around the same time. You're like, oh, now the show kind of just feels like any other show. It's not like blowing my mind with incredible quality writing anymore, you know? I have not read the books. I've only just gone through Danica walking through point by point, like all the houses and everything like that. She just kind of did like a really cool breakdown of the books. I don't like to read. I feel very inefficient when I'm sitting just reading. I want to like have multiple things going on. I want to be like working on something while I don't play video games either. I try to limit how many things I do that are just for fun. Should have left the movie alone. Yeah, I agree. They should have. Anshul, I agree. Why do the weed ones always get clogged up? I hate the fat man because he stopped writing the series. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate him, but I definitely... I think that he has decided, look, I'm old and fat. Bernie Burns said years ago, there's a lot of old guys and a lot of fat guys. There's not a lot of old fat guys. It's a bad combo for longevity. So if you're him... And even though you made the Beauty and the Beast TV show in the 90s, it took you until 2011 before anyone cared who you were and you became like wildly rich and famous and you could go to cons and everybody wanted to suck your dick and balls. Then it's like tempting to say, well, I'm old and fat. Should I toil in the, you know, in my library, in my study to write another book? Or should I just enjoy going to panels and having nerds suck my dick? Like, and be rich and enjoy rich guy stuff and like, write for a video game from Software, you know, like, so that's kind of what my feelings are on him. I feel like he just kind of gave up and decided he's just gonna like rest on his laurels. Actually, you know what would be really fucking fun? And yeah, Joker did not need a sequel for sure, not at all, not at all. But you know what would actually be really fun would be a like try to get the AI to like finish Game of Thrones for you. That'd be very interesting. That'd be very interesting. Be like, how would you finish Game of Thrones? Or, you know, I made a video so he could put out House of the Dragon. Did he write House of the Dragon? I didn't even know that. But he stopped writing Game of Thrones way before House of the Dragon. I mean, again, he stopped writing Game of Thrones before season 5. So before season 4, if I recall. When's the last time he had a new book? Isn't it like during season 5 is when the last book came out or something like that? Or during season 4 or something like that is when the last book was finished. So he's on like a fucking 12-year between books rate. So House of the Dragon, I don't think had any effect. I think he had already quit. I think he quit when the show got really popular, because then it was like he could go to conventions and tour. Plus, you're talking about making money. Like, he probably makes hella money during fucking conventions, you know, doing panels and stuff. Like, he just gets to keep talking about the first half of his series over and over again. So that's what I think's going on. If he was a younger man, or if he was like Stephen King, who just snorted a bunch of coke and then write the whole book series in the evening, then sure. But he's just so slow, dude. Like, I don't know how he wrote for a TV show. Like, how did he do Beauty and the Beast with as slow as he is? Yeah, he completed it in 1 year, so he can write when he wants to. Yeah. Oh, so he can write. Okay, I see what you're saying. He can write when he wants to. Nice. Oh, so he wrote House of the Dragon? That's crazy. Yeah, so fuck that dude, man. Yeah, so here's why I'm pissed. The books are so good, I agree. And there are like 10 plot lines. I want to know how they end. Now I'm just fucked. Yeah, basically. I think you're right, dude. I think you're right. Well, and like Benjen Stark, like what they did with him in the TV show, you know that's not how he would have done it, because it was nothing. You know they wouldn't have had Bran be so ineffectual. Like, Bran is so useless. He's got literal superpowers and doesn't do anything useful. Well, Chris, Chris, I'm going to send you a video link. I want you to watch it and let me know what you thought. I'm assuming you haven't seen this. It's a video I made before I hired the girls to do reaction videos. I used to do video essays.
So I know what you're thinking.
And I made a video about how I would have fixed season 8. Yes, Lady Stoneheart is a great example. Now, you shouldn't do Lady Stoneheart in the TV show. I would agree with that. Like, I'm less mad about things they didn't do that they'd never set up. I'm more mad about things they set up and then paid off poorly. Because it's like, if you never talk about Lady Stoneheart at all, then at least you didn't, like, waste it. But the problem with Lady Stoneheart is in the book, she does kind of pop up, do her thing, and go away. So she's not super, like, impactful to the main plot, to be honest with you. But yeah, check out this little video. I'd love to hear what you thought about. What's up, Ben? Fucking good to goddamn see you, man. We were just talking about how fucking dope you guys are. What's up, man? How's it fucking hanging, dude? Messing around with AI stuff. You guys messing with AI yet?
I'm devastated.
Mark Zuckerberg walked into our dorm room and installed a computer. That would be university. No, this office doesn't handle petty larceny. This isn't petty larceny. This idea is potentially worth millions of dollars.
Millions?
Yes.
Might just be letting your imagination run with you.
Sir, I honestly don't think you're in a position to make that call.
I was the U.S. Treasury Secretary. I'm in some position to make that call.
Letting our imaginations run away with us is exactly what we're told to do in your freshman address.
I would suggest that you let your imaginations run away with one new project.
Do it.
Wow. Harvard undergraduates believe that inventing a job is better than finding a job. So I'll suggest again that two of you come up with a new project.
I'm sorry.
Probably not murder, but yeah.
You don't have to be an intellectual property expert to understand the difference between right and wrong.
You're saying that I don't.
Of course I'm not saying that, sir. I'm saying that.
Really?
All right. Awesome, Chris. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it, man. I would love to hear your thoughts on it.
Really?
There's so much twisting happening, but that was very direct.
Let me tell you something, Mr. Winklevoss. Mr. Winklevoss, since you're on the subject of right and wrong, let me tell you something. Mr. Winklevoss.
Yes, was looking into what it would take to have AI edit the reactions. Dude, Ben, that's so fucking funny. Not only have I been looking into that, but I've been like having it teach me coding again so that I could try to write a program that could possibly interface with it so that it could edit for me. That's so fucking funny, dude. Dude, you and I, if you've been messing with AI stuff, I've been obsessed with it for the last like month or two. We should link up again offline and chat some theory, strategy stuff. I'm also messing around with it for, I don't know if you saw our Rejected Pilots video, the vampire cop thing. I think I can really utilize a lot of AI stuff for that. So I want it to write the prompts. I did the first prompt because we had just barely started at that time talking about AI. But from now on, we're going to have the AI generate the prompts. And then I want to also try to use it to like storyboard the video that the girls like, or the movie or the show that the girls explain. Awesome, Ben. That's cool to hear, dude. So I want to have it storyboard because you can do that. There's like a plugin that will like listen to what they say in the video and then give you like a brief synopsis of the video. So the story they told, then I'll have it storyboard it. Then I'll have it make prompts from the storyboards to send to Midjourney to try to actually make the art. And then what I want to do is try to run that through. I forgot what the name of the Runway Gen 1 or Gen 2. I think Gen 1, I think it has video to video for like AI video generation, but I think it might have like image to video. If I can, I want to try to animate like the art that we make from Midjourney. And yeah, so basically just the whole video will be like the girls telling their story, but then all this AI stuff surrounding them. I think that the green screen thing was funny. I like the idea for it. Like it worked how I thought it would, but my thing about it is that like anybody can do that. And we've seen green screen work like that before on YouTube before for, 15 years basically. So this is something that like not everyone else is going to spend the time to learn and do. So I want to kind of hop on it, because it's the kind of thing that I like have the interest level in. Yeah, Runway Gen 1 does have image to video. Okay, cool. I think so too. I have to remember. And if it's not them, someone does. Like you've seen those Balenciaga Harry Potter memes and stuff like that. At minimum, I could use whatever that is.
Since you're on the subject of right and wrong.
Yeah, super stoked to mess with that more.
You're on the subject of right and wrong.
But yeah, the editing thing, that's so funny, dude. I literally have like started having it like teach me how to write Python again. Although I'm going to switch to C#. Because I was like, dude, I think this could edit a video. I just need to figure out an AI that can read basically I need an AI that can basically visually watch a video so it can see like what it's looking at. And then I need to feed it a bunch of my other videos and then tell it basically like do that, like make this video look like that. And I think it could. Then all I have to do is I already have so much of my editing stuff figured out on macros. Like, if I put a zoom in here, then like I'm going to press one button and you'll see everything that happens when I press that one button, which is all of that. So that's all one button. I could, and I have basically 12 of those little one button macro setups. So all I'd have to do basically is just teach it like the way you edit is you just press these 12 buttons over and over again in whatever sequence you need to make this video look like that video. And I genuinely think that would be all trainable. The problem is it's difficult to, they have like security systems to keep me from scraping text data off of their website. So it's hard for me to like take what it says and have some automated system like hear, like see what it's telling it. I have to keep being the interface between the two. And the whole point is for me to not have to do it. So, but yeah, it's really fucking interesting, dude. It's been really fun to mess around with. I'm busy as hell, so it's hard to spend all that time, but still is pretty cool. I have this anxious, heavy feeling that I'm falling behind if I'm not constantly looking into AI. I kind of agree with you. But to be fair, if I didn't find, dude, do you want to hop on can you talk? Do you just want to chat? I feel like I'm like doing all the talking, obviously. But what's it called? Like, I think that, what's the fucking word I'm looking for? I think that if I didn't find it also just interesting myself anyway, I probably would just bite that bullet and say, fuck it, who cares? But it helps that I also find this stuff like endlessly interesting. It all has like lots of implications for like just the work I already do. So it's that. You can't, okay, that's fine. No, that's fine. Oh, dude, I'll definitely talk to you later for sure. Yeah, hit me up on that. Dude, if you ever fucking want to chat, man, you hit me up, dude. I'm always just doing this stuff. But yeah, you missed it a minute ago. Do you remember the movie Inception? I know you guys covered it, but it's been a while. I don't know if you remember it well, or if you had already seen it.
This meeting, the two of you being here, is wrong. The two of you being here
Okay, sick.
Wrong.
So the reason I bring up Inception, we just went on ChatGPT. Well, here, I'll just show you. I think I still have it up. So what happened was I hopped on here and was asking it for, we haven't watched it on the channel yet. Oh, you haven't? I swear to God you did. That's so weird. I have like a distinct, like, I'm a little high on drugs, you can probably tell. But I have a very distinct image in my mind of a thumbnail that has Cassie watching Inception. That's so crazy. really underperformed for us. That was kind of nuts. Okay, so what happened was I started this by asking it to roll me up a character sheet for D&D 5th edition, and it did. Then I started messing with it on, like, okay, I walk into a tavern, what do I see? And it gave me this really beautiful breakdown. And then I was saying I approached the barkeep, and I started talking about blah. Well, then what happened was someone in the chat, Billy, asked about could it do like a different universe? And so I was like, yeah, could you like reskin and map like Star Trek onto my D&D campaign? And so it like remade my character, and then was like, it just translated everything in a way that felt very Star Trek rather than D&D, which was cool. So then I was like, well, let's do something like totally like isn't a thing. And I've talked about this before, the movie, so forgive me, this is why I brought up Inception. When covering Inception again for the channel, I noticed that he developed such a super detailed rules-based world that it like would already translate into a role-playing game, basically. It's like there's like classes. It's like there's what? The extractor, the architect, the forager, the chemist, the point man. So I was asking it basically, hey, would design for me a role-playing game based on Inception? And honestly, dude, this like looks like a game. Like this would actually be fun. This is so fucking cool. So that's what I mean. It helps that this stuff is interesting to me already. I already want to use it for stuff. So if it was like something I didn't personally care about, I think I would probably just be like, you know what? Good for everyone who's messing with that stuff, but I'm probably not going to. But so I feel like I should just take advantage of the fact that I do also happen to find it very interesting. And again, like the green screen thing was fun and it worked for, the kind of joke I was trying to do. But like, anyone else, on YouTube could make that same video, but not everyone's going to be able to do this stuff. So I feel like I might as well do it while we're unique, and also before like big corporations get a hold of it and make the tools extremely easy to use. Because that's the thing. Once it's like super easy and like your grandma can do it, then there won't be any novelty in me doing it. So I might as well try to be an early adopter. Yeah, I can do some insane things. I totally agree. Yeah. It's so fun you guys haven't watched it on the channel. So has Cassie seen it at all? Because you're saying we haven't watched it on the channel, but has she watched it not on the channel? An AI that could read expressions of the reactor on a video could do the edit theoretically. Yeah, right, Anshul. That's what my theory was too. As long as it can just read the movie, like see. I don't even understand how screen sight has been working up to this point. Like, is that novel? Is that like not really a thing yet? Because I think a lot of them just kind of scrape text, but maybe they're not great at like using eyeballs. So if eyeballs have been figured out and they're accessible, then yeah, you just got to tell it what to look for. And when the image looks like this, I mean, it kind of has to exist because Content ID, isn't that how Content ID works? It's like reading the screen. Check me if I'm wrong. Been using it to write disputes. Oh, dude, how interesting. So I believe you that those are probably very good, but do you think that it matters? I have a hard time believing that because I just wrote a dispute and it passed, and the dispute literally just said, like, the only thing it said was like, this video is a reaction which is transformative in nature and not a substitute for the original work, and thus protected by fair use, period. That's all I fucking said. Submit. Like 2-3 days later, they got lifted. So I just feel like it doesn't necessarily matter how poetic your, how quality your dispute is written. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the ones I lost could have passed if it was written better, more legally sounding. That's the thing I liked about the template you made, was that yours was very legally sounding. Like if a lawyer read it, it would seem legit. Not even the movie, just the reactor of the reactor. Oh, the reaction of the reactor? No, I agree with you, but you would need both. Because it would need to understand for the movie so that it would be able to keep like some kind of coherence with the edit. Probably the number one thing I hate with other reaction videos, like ones that we don't make on this channel, is when they've edited where they just basically skipped to every part where the reactor made noise and chopped anything that wasn't them reacting, because you completely lose like the framework and context of the movie. There's a lot of times where because like, I understand we make these videos for people who've already seen the movie, but Rocky came out like almost 50 years ago, if not more. So it may have been anywhere from 1 to 50 years ago since you've seen that movie. So I try to make it so that we can edit in such a way that it still makes it's kind of like a good structured highlight reel or a condensed version of the film. I tell my other editors that I'm now working with that we're taking basically like a film edit and editing it into like, what if this movie was a short instead of a full feature film? So you still want to have something that feels coherent to watch. So that's like probably my chief complaint is when I'm just like watching and I'm like, whoa, wait, the fuck, where are we? What's going on? They're skipping over like huge plot points and stuff like that just because they're trying to find reactors. And that's why I'm training my own editor team like from the ground up. I didn't hire like pre-existing editors. They're like my friends, and I like am teaching them how to do it my way, so that I don't have to worry about someone who's like a jobber, you know, who will show up and just be like, yeah, I just basically like look at the audio files and chop around every time they talk, send it in, done, not my problem. I want people who are a part of the company so they feel invested in the product. What's up, Andrew, if I haven't said hi? Nah, it's all ones and zeros. Nothing is read in video or sound form. By a computer, at least. I think it could be, though, unless you're specifically talking about the content ID system. No, I don't think it really matters. Maybe more so for appeal. Yeah, I agree. I think if it's going to matter for anything, it'll matter for appeal more than dispute. The only thing that matters is which studio it is. To be honest with you, I wouldn't say it's the only thing that matters, but it's definitely the biggest thing that matters for sure. For sure. What I found surprising is Disney was like one of the easiest ones. I almost never had copyright claims for Marvel movies. And that kind of blows my mind because they're like the biggest franchise right now. So you just would assume they would have the biggest Disney lawyer kind of like, nope, get fucked. But we almost never had, like Thor 1, for some reason, was probably the hardest edit we ever had. It's one of the only ones I can remember even having issues with at all. If you go look, it's split into 3 fucking parts because I had such a hard time with that edit. It's crazy. Like, it's not a 3-parter edit. And a lot of people were like, why are you milking this? It's like, I'm not. I just can't get these videos through. It's killing us. Yeah, it's a good point. A flow should be there. Yeah, a flow is a good way to put it. From my understanding, you'll need to utilize like 5-6 different AI tools to make a plugin script to auto edit for you. So from my understanding, it's just not even possible, but I'm still in the middle of working it out. I'm trying to come up with ideas. But I agree with you. It probably, whatever it is, it will probably be a bunch. Well, so the Harry Potter ones, I think I asked you this before, but I put it in with another question. Do you know the Harry Potter Balenciaga memes?
You are Balenciaga, Harry.
So this is, I believe, 3 different AIs. And so what you're doing is using ChatGPT to come up with a good text prompt for, I need Harry Potter who looks like a 90s Balenciaga model. Then you feed that, so that's AI 1. AI 2 is Midjourney for image generation. And then AI 3 is a image animator that does the head tilts, but also will match up with what's it called? I'm sorry, dialogue, audio, and it'll lip sync. But no, so then if you, well, I guess I wasn't counting GPT before because it's actually 4. Because then what you need is one where you go and you're gonna grab probably like interview dialogue audio from them that's clean, so an interview is a good place to start, and then you feed it to another AI, and that's the one that does the voice to text that makes it sound like the actual person. So yeah, like if you count ChatGPT for making the prompt, I guess technically you could make your own prompt and cut it out, so it means like it's minimum 3 AIs to make those. So I'm anticipating a similar kind of thing, stacking a bunch of AIs on top of each other to do whatever. Same thing with the rejected pilot stuff. I want to use ChatGPT and Midjourney and one of the animators, so it'll be very similar. Hey, I'm back, and I agree with your vid. The last season of Game of Thrones was god-awful. Yeah, it was pretty rough, brother. It was pretty rough.
It's not worthy of Harvard. It's not what Harvard saw in you. You don't get special treatment.
Just start another project. If we're making a valuable offer, the problem with that is that never ask for special treatment. Are always at your disposal. Is there anything else I can do for you?
You went into
Okay, so I guess we'll do this.
For a science, we never asked for special treatment. Never. Never.
Mr. Wink. Put that, Mr. Wink.
We'll do something like this, I guess. It's tough.
Mr. Winklevoss,
Never asked for special
the courts are always at your disposal. Is there anything else I could do for you?
Hi. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Okay, here we go. I want that door. He breaks the 100-year-old door, or the 400-year-old door, whatever.
He went into this meeting. I feel like really not caring.
Broke a 335-year-old doorknob.
Oh. There's so much happening.
Yes.
Okay.
What was the purpose of the trip?
At present, everything is converted in binary. Yeah. But if you can get all the expression in binary and feed it into the library program. Well, I mean, like, the binary can translate into something they can see. It's doing it for us. Like, all this started on binary as well. I think it went down the spiral, like, since season 3, to be honest with you. I personally didn't. I don't feel like it got worse until season 5. And I could very distinctly feel that they were running out of material. I thought season 4 was still very, very good. The only thing I don't like about season 4 is that Tyrion makes it through. I think that would have been the perfect place to have Tyrion die. It would have been perfect. Speaking of AI, I thought Tarkin looked good in Rogue One. Agree? No, actually, I don't think he looks good. That's kind of funny you say that. Because Dave and Daniel that hang out in the chat a lot, they're both guys who work in visual effects. And overall, I think they're also pretty bullish on him. But I always thought he looked like he was made out of plastic. I didn't believe him for a second. It would have a lot of bugs. Oh, it would have a lot of bugs. It would have a shit ton of bugs. But having said that, if it could do like a shitty rough draft edit, I already pay people and oftentimes have to spend some time like going back over their edit because I'm training them still. It would still be a massive value proposition to like have most of the generic part of your edit done, as well as my editing style is relatively non-destructive. So if it cut things that I like wanted to have, I could get those things back. So it kind of, there's almost nothing it could do that would be worse than nothing, because I normally have to start, you know, from absolute scratch. So at least if it could do like a halfway job, I think that, I don't know, unless it was like purposefully editing all the parts I want to keep out and keeping all the parts I don't want to keep, then, but even if that was the problem, then whatever I'm telling it, I could just invert it and theoretically it would fix it. So I think that if you could get it working at all, even if it was terrible, it would still be a massive value, like time saver. Kind of having to do the rough cut. Streams happen a lot earlier, see? My just sleep pattern is all over the place. I was thinking as well, you really don't need it to read the screen. You could use the movie script, match it with timestamps, and have an AI create an XML sheet for you to export into Premiere or DaVinci. The problem is that there's going to be scenes that are visual things that you like need to see. Like if there's two people slipping each other a note or something like that. Now you're saying you could use the movie script and match it with timestamps. First off, like how are we even doing that, right? Like that's something that's going to take some doing for sure. Like can't do that manually. That would take way too long. And if AI is going to do it, how are they matching? Where are they finding the timestamps? They have to be able to see the screen, right? And then you transcribe the audio from the reaction with like the description or the script and run through AI to find the best moments with the timestamps. That's the thing though, is trying to find those moments, right? Yeah. Well, I will say it's definitely theoretical. Instead of probably extremely difficult, I'll guarantee it's extremely difficult. But you know what? So is making successful YouTube channels, and we both have accomplished that. So, you know, I can ride that high. I can do anything. The script typically has those things in them. That's true. Yeah, that's true. All right, I'll concede. That's interesting. Like using the script as a visual explanation for the film. Like I said, the thing that I don't know how to do right off the top of my head, I want to know how to approach it, would be how do I get the script to line up with the run length, the run time of the movie, like just right. Because the problem is that it won't be a consistent conversion. It won't be like, you know, they say in theory every page should be a minute. So if you have like, you know, a 90-minute movie, you should roughly have a 90 to 110 page script or something. But the problem is that it isn't going to be consistent that way. One page will be like 2 minutes, and then 1 minute will be like 4 pages sometimes. So because it's going to dilate like that, I don't know how to be consistent with syncing it, you know, because if you give it a timestamp, but it's gotten way out of sync, it'll be like cutting around like stuff that just absolutely does not line up with the timing of the script. You can ask what timestamp in the movie something is now, and I'll give you the approximate time. Oh, interesting. So I wonder how they're doing that. Not gonna lie, got my mind running on this editor thing. Yeah, me too. You could sync the script with the subtitles of the movie. Oh, that's smart. I like that. That's a great way, because then if you have a long scene with not a lot of dialogue or subtitles and it starts to get desynced, it could resync itself when the subtitles kick back in. Oh, dude. Fucking clever, man. That's pretty fucking clever. Hey, you know what, man? All right. You can align with the subtitles file instead of the script. Yo, he's right. Yeah, the subtitles won't have the details the scripts have. So right, he's okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you can't exactly do that, but you'll use both. In essence, what you'll do is you'll just sync the script with the subtitle file, because the subtitle file has already been put to the appropriate spots in the movie. So that means that, well, but here's the yeah, I guess it's fine. Because, like, I don't do any zooms or anything into, like... All my zooms are in this screen where we're focused on the reactor. I don't mess around with the camera. My other reactor editors do, but I never really mess around with the camera here. So I guess it doesn't need to know the exact moment, for instance, that he, like, put the egg down. Or the doorknob, I'm sorry. So then what you need... Well, okay, so here's the next question, though. Didn't we say... Well, I guess also I edit differently than you do too, though. So I have needs that you guys don't have. Oh, I thought my screen was dirty. I didn't realize you guys could see this. Why did no one tell me? That's her, that's the green screen. Look, boom. For some reason, I'm catching like just the edge of that green screen. No one told me. I thought my screen just had like some dirt on it, but I realized that on the zoom, I was zooming, it was moving. How funny. Okay, let me see if I can fix that real fast before I forget. That's so funny. I was like almost going to try to rub it off the screen earlier, and I guess I just changed my mind. I don't know why. Where is her... What the... Oh, wait, it's not even on here. It's going to be in here, I think. There we go. Color, right? No. Fusion for this one. There we go. Yeah. Okay, polygon. Yeah. Oh, something like moved. Oh, you can kind of see it in both places now. Okay, so that whole thing just needs to slide a little bit more in. How funny. Did not even notice that. Okay, cool. Now it's gone. There we go. Yeah, the language stuff is a lot better for the AI. I agree. That is true. Dude, I love this idea. This is so interesting. I really, really fucking like this idea. Sounds like movies with a lot of dialogue are way harder to edit, say like Glengarry Glen Ross. Yes, but not necessarily because there's a lot of audio dialogue. It's because there's not much else. And like the easiest movies to edit, in my opinion, and Ben, sound off if you agree or disagree. I'd love to hear your opinions on this. The easiest movies to edit are movies where there's a lot of action that drives the plot. Things are happening and people like are generally like, you know, Marvel movies is kind of a good example actually, because people tend to just kind of say what they say and say what they think or feel, rather than Glengarry Glen Ross, which is like or Succession. It's like we're gonna sit and dine out in conversation and just talk, and that's because the easiest things to edit around are to say, okay, like what matters, what's the plot thing. So I'm gonna have this plot beat. We're cutting till we hit the plot beats, and then dialogue. What is the important things that they said? Okay, we'll just have that part and that part. You know, I need to cut out everything that isn't Tony. We have to kill Thanos, and Tony saying, I don't know, Cap, I'm mad at you because of another movie. Those are the things that matter in that scene, so I just need to make sure I have those. The problem with a movie like Glengarry Glen Ross is that there's almost nothing action-oriented that happens. It's exclusively just people in rooms talking, and they're talking a lot. And so you may be tempted to try to cut to just the important things, but the problem is that there's almost no important things. 90% of what they're saying is just vibes. It's just, and also meaning you don't want to cut it too much around the dialogue, or you don't want to cut too much of the dialogue out, because that's the point of the movie, is to listen to this really expertly crafted screenplay, the script. It's really fun to listen to these guys try to talk to each other. They have such an interesting way that they speak. So it's difficult to cut that down. But if you don't cut it down, well, that's the whole movie. You're just going to have like a 1-for-1 edit. So what do you cut? And that is very difficult. Of like comedies, similar thing. You'll have shots or scenes or moments that are there just to be a joke, and you have to figure out like which jokes do I cut? You know, do I like? There's very little plot in Hot Rod, so like what am I keeping? Like what deserves to stay and what has to go? The Cool Beans bit is like a waste of time. It's just them doing a Cool Beans joke for a long time, but so is 90% of what else happens in the movie. So which ones stay and which ones go? So yeah, the easiest things to edit are normally going to be a movie like, I'll bet The Bourne Identity is like a charm, like no problem. John Wick, easy as hell. People barely talk at all. If they say anything, it normally is just exposition. John Wick is coming. Oh no, hope I don't die. Like it's just the whole movie. And then it's easy to edit as far as like just around like the moments that matter. It's like, here's where this guy dies. Here's where this guy dies. Here's where he gets to the club. Here's where he goes to here. Here's where his dog dies. Here's where he gets a car. Like you just know what to keep. But like, yeah, in Glengarry Glen Ross, it's like what? There's like 4 sets in the entire film, you know, because it's like a stage play adaptation. So yeah, that would be tough. Having said that, I fucking love Glengarry Glen Ross. Ooh, described audio. That's true. There's like higher levels than subtitles. There's like the closed captioning that also gives you a lot of like other details. But yeah, I still think the script is probably the place to go. You thought it was your screen? That's funny. So we both thought it was our own screens. So funny, dude. The baby Jesus scene in Talladega Nights. Yeah, true. Right. I mean, again, it's not just the baby Jesus scene. It's like most of the scenes in Talladega Nights, right? Wait 1 second. All right. Forgive me, guys. I know I keep doing it, but I don't know. Maybe it's the drugs. I will be right back. I have to use the restroom. All right. So 1, catch the reaction. 2, clip the movie 10 seconds before the reaction. No sub. 3, if sub, clip from at least 2 seconds before the reaction. Yeah, for me, it would just be trying to tell it to do a lot of switching back and forth between like frame 1, frame 2. The zooms would be awkward, but even if I could have it do the rest of it and I just did the zooms in post, that'd be fine. Yeah, I don't think it would even have to be that complicated, to be honest with you. Unless you wanted like some really impressive stuff, but I would mostly be telling it to switch between pressing like button 1 and button 4. Like, here, let me show you. Okay, so button, well, hold on. Yeah, but so button 1 is this. Button 4 is this.
Well, as you...
I would just basically tell it to switch between those over and over again.
Okay.
What was the purpose? Well, as CFO, I had set up some meetings with potential advertisers. Who paid for the trip? It was paid for at the $1,000 account.
Been wanting to catch a stream for a while to ask, what is up with The Last Samurai? Why did that get like triple views? Unrelated coma? I would love to know, sir. I have absolutely no idea. I could not tell you why. Oh, Ben, that's another question. Have you been fucking around with it with like data? What's it called? Interpretation, data analysis. That's what I was looking for. Because I've been trying my damnedest to feed it hella data on our channel and see if it can tell me anything interesting. I'm surprised that's not the first thing I asked you about. What's on? What is this poll? Oh, do you think Joker will be good? Oh, wow. A lot of bullish people in the chat. Good for them. Good for them.
I had set up a few months early. At this point, your $1,000 was the only money that advertisers were coming. Yes. How did you feel the meetings went? Went terribly. Why?
Mark was asleep. I was not asleep.
What do you mean by I want formatting?
Can I rephrase my answer? I wish he'd been asleep.
Oh. Hey, it's Sorkin. Oh my god, look at him. Look at him. There he is. He's in his own movie. It's incredible.
75,000 members. People go on Facebook and stay on longer than almost any other website. Now, here's the most impressive statistic. 91% of people try one. Come back.
He said people who get on the Facebook stay on longer than almost any other website. What website were people staying on longer? MySpace, I guess. Stop hating on Sorkin.
Excuse me 1 second. What sound is he making? Is that like a tisk?
After I watched Last Samurai vid, it recommended Popcorn in Bed, and I remember you mentioned her a lot. Yeah, Popcorn in Bed is the jam. Probably my favorite YouTube channel. Not YouTube channel, forgive me. They're great, but they're my favorite reaction channel. Favorite YouTube channel? It's a good question. I don't know. Wow, I haven't noticed that. Noticed what? Oh, are you trying to analyze your channel data? Yes, I am. I mean the 3 button and 4 button. Oh, so you want formatting? Yeah, I would just tell it to, you know, read the buttons on my mouse, and then I would have it just basically decide based on what it was looking at on screen, which Ben made a interesting argument that could be figured out via the script/subtitle matching. And it would choose to flip back and forth. It definitely could do, like I think you were saying earlier. Yeah, step 1's catch the reaction. 2, back up 10 seconds and clip the movie and then switch basically. But that would basically be like when a reaction happens, back up, 10 seconds is probably too far, but yeah, back up a couple seconds and then press 4, which does all of this.
Gag reflex.
So it doesn't have to do all that because that's all just built into the macro anyway. You feel me? So yeah. So that's cool. It's like a glottal stop. I can't do that.
Well, guess what is this?
There was one more meeting scheduled for the New York trip.
Yes, the dinner.
Would you say that Mark was excited about this meeting?
Yes. Very.
All right, we'll start with. Yeah, let's do this.
My girlfriend at the time.
Would you say that Mark?
Through my girlfriend at the time.
Would you?
Actually, this is a hard movie to edit. I don't know if you said that earlier when you were asking me about movies that are harder, but this is a harder one because it is a lot of just people talking. It's just a lot of depositions. So again, but it's almost the opposite. Instead of it being like there's no exposition because it's a comedy. It's almost like it's all exposition. So it's like technically all of this matters because it's all like depositions. Everyone's not just chatting, they're talking about like things are pertinent to the suit, the many suits. So this is like which parts are reiterating parts we already know. That's probably the biggest chunks I've been cutting in this edit so far, is when they repeat information that like we already know. One character says something about the nature of the world, and then a couple scenes later, like another character figures it out, and then they discuss it amongst themselves. It's like, okay, we don't need that twice. Like you remember.
There's so much happening.
Did you say that Mark was excited about this meeting?
Yes. Very.
They're not gonna guard us.
What? I don't think she was under 21 at this time. Was she? I know she was coming off the sweet life of Zach and Cody.
They're not gonna card us. Mark, are you gonna talk about abs again?
Unless you're the Ballet Theater of Hartford, the purpose of a business is to make a profit.
It isn't a business yet.
That's tough.
Yeah, long face before Pornhub. Hey, what's up, Dave? Good to have you, man. You missed it. We've been talking about AI. Oh yeah, dude. Ben had a really interesting idea. He and I were talking about trying to like make an AI to edit videos for you. And he specifically, I know that there's AIs that kind of edit video, but they like make shorts and stuff. I'm talking about editing like a reaction video. And he brought up a great fucking point, because I said that I thought one of the biggest limiting factors was, well, not just an AI. We're talking specifically ChatGPT, because it's so good at interpreting what you mean that I think I could tell it basically like make this video look like this video, and it could probably figure it out. But how would it see my screen was my concern. He brought up a good fucking point. Yes, it is the girl from Sweet Life. He brought up a good fucking point that you wouldn't necessarily need to have it be able to see the screen. You could sync up the script with the subtitles, and basically like you'd kind of sync up the script to the movie so that it would know. So then you'd have like timestamps basically where it would know like what part of the movie it's in and what is happening on the screen in essence based on what the script says happens. But scripts don't line up with movies very well. But he brought up a good point. If we sync it to the subtitles, then if it starts to drift because maybe we have like a scene where it's too a lot of like looking at the sky, but the bit on, you know, the screenplay was just he looks at the sky, it could resync itself all the time by when the new subtitles pop up, go, oh, okay, whoop, skip to this part, and that like lets me know where I am again. I'll bet you could get a pretty fucking cool thing out of that. The thing I've been working on is I've been having it teaching me how to code again so that I can try to have it teach me how to write something to be able to scrape what it has to say off of the web page. The problem is I'm running up against their security systems, so I have to be careful how I tread forward with that, because I don't want to get put on the naughty list and then like kick me out.
For me, because my... He's 25 minutes late. If I didn't have someone who's 19, he'd be late. He's not a god. 5 minutes late.
I think we're just jealous.
I honestly wasn't jealous. I was nervous.
Why?
I didn't know him at all, but I had done a search and I asked him out, and he struck me as kind of a... Kind of a what? Front of life guy. He's in spectacular fashion. He's here. That's a friend of the company's. We don't need him. He's here. And he does no watching.
You know, there is, I don't know about in real life, but according to this movie, like, how do you guys feel like he was valuable? Because I know, like, generally speaking, I agree with Wardo that he was a problem, but it also does seem like there was a huge boost with his involvement, that he was, like, useful. By the way, the black on black look, I dig it.
I'm Sean Parker. How do you do?
All right. I think I'm Sean Parker.
They're not gonna guard us.
They might. I'm Sean Parker. How do you do? You must be Eduardo and Parker. How do you do? You must be Eduardo and Christy and Mark.
Long and Fit Pornhub. The problem too with a porn site as well though is I don't know if people are on porn longer than they're on Facebook. You know, like you're not on porn. When you're on Pornhub, you are there to get a job done. You're a man on a mission. You're gonna get in. You're gonna get out. You're not sitting there reading articles on Pornhub. I feel like because he was distinctly talking about people when they get on, they stay on longer, and it's like I think Pornhub is the kind of website you try to stay on the minimum amount of time that you have to. So Facebook is the kind of place someone will just spend, you know, half their day just like talking to people and commenting and reading articles and posting and blah, 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 right? You can also make your own large language model based on whatever data you feed it. Video edits would be a good food for AI. That's an interesting point. It would be like, what would you be missing? If you were to be like, I'm going to feed you video edits. I feel like I would be missing I would need to have a lot of conversational stuff so I could talk to it. How else would I be able to communicate with it? Sorry, I had to step away. I haven't had AI try to analyze the channel data yet. I'm surprised because that's like the first thing I tried to do. That was the first place I went. I went to like my analytics page and got some Google Sheets breakdowns of just like a bunch of my analytics and just started feeding that shit and was like, hey, what do you think? But as you can probably tell, all right, later, Chris, it was good to have you, man. But as you can probably tell, it has not told me anything interesting. It's all been very, like, just really, really, really generic stuff. The saddest thing it's told me is that every time I ask it, like, what if it was me, what movies would it react to next? It's always movies we've already covered. So I'm like, oh, I'm running out. Running out. The thing you're saying about the button 3 and 4 is way later program. The program is reading the movie in reaction. Anshul, I do agree. But after it's doing that, all I needed to do from then is just press those 2 buttons. So that seems pretty easy. Because the mechanics of how it edits a video is also concerning to me. What's up, dog? Ricky Morales. I guess he was very useful at some point in the beginning, but later his view on the company was so different, he became a burden. Well, I'm trying to say, I don't know about the real life situation. I don't necessarily, like, it's whatever. I'm sure all of this was just much more complicated. But in the movie, it is interesting. Like, at the end of it, I'm like, yeah, he was bad news. But I also feel like it feels that the movie is implying that, like, you know, movie version of Zuckerberg's life, like, I don't know. It seems like it's not a guy I could just remove from the whole thing and things would be fine. Like, if we remove him, do they just start running ads like Wardo wanted to? And does it become not cool? And does the whole thing fall apart? Like, there's a possibility Sean Parker was actually massively influential.
Great to meet you. Great to meet you. You guys don't have anything in front of you. No. Tori, you're away.
Hey, baby boy.
Can you bring out some
Baby
berries?
boy.
The lacquered pork with that ginger comfit, tuna tartare, and the lobster claws. That'll get us started. Christy, what do you like to drink? That'll get us started. Christy, what do you like to drink?
An appletini.
Hell yeah.
Great. For those.
Ew.
From that point on, it was a Shaunathon.
What story is he telling? Huh? Which story was that? So I'm driving my car. So I'm steering the boat. Is he dancing? So I'm doing the stanky leg.
Also, appletinis are literally disgusting, in my opinion.
Talk about
So much sugar.
Whether this does good or bad, Moneyball would absolutely for sure eat shit on my channel. I'll bet fucking Popcorn in Bed would get 300 million views if they covered it, but not us, not us. Not one bit. I mean, you can make a program which uses those functions, but when to do it is the real problem. I could not agree with you more. This is very true. This is very true. But if we could figure out the when to do it, but not what to do, then that would also be a problem. And theoretically, what I do is quite complicated, but I have simplified it so much with the use of macros, I could make it simple for the AI to do. If it had to do everything I'm actually technically doing, but I've just reduced it to macros, then that would be scary for me to try to figure out how to convey all that information to it. Have I used the browser plugin? Hell yeah, I did. The problem is I just don't have a lot of use cases for it. Have you been playing around with the plugins? Because I've been messing with plugins a lot more. The problem with the browser function is it's kind of trying to do the whole Bing thing, where it's more of like trying to browse for like things you're searching for. I'm sure it's going to be a very powerful search engine, but it's rare I'm having issues with searching for things anyway. It's just not something that comes up a lot. There's a lot of things I want it to do for me, but probably right this second, the chief thing is data analysis. And I feel like I just am like 1 or 2 plugins and 1 or 2 prompt stylings away from being able to get some like really useful data out of it. The other problem is like access. It has such a hard time reading links. Like it can't directly read Google Sheets. If I could send it, I would love to be able to give it like permissions to go to my analytics page and just be able to scour all of the analytics. Because maybe if it just had enough data, then it could start to be like, okay, now I can paint you a real picture of what's happening. But I have no idea how to give it that level of access. People love the Pena has been traded scene, though. I bet they will show up for it. Well, no, people who've seen the movie love that scene. The problem is not enough people have seen that movie. It just is not that popular of a film.
Who knew?
Also, like, people love Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind, and that movie absolutely ate shit on my channel.
Who knew? The music industry doesn't have a sense of humor. We tried to sell the company to pay the $35 million they said we owed in royalties,
But Moneyball's fine. I like it.
I guess to them that was a little like,
Okay.
selling stolen car to people stolen gas. So we said, screw it, declare bankruptcy. You made a name for yourself, and you are driving.
Yeah, you're making the AI to analyze the data. That's smart and funny. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, I've been just like sending it bricks of fucking like, hey, here's a huge chart. Read this. And, first off, so I've been asking it like, what are the movies that are performing well have in common? What are the ones that are performing poorly have in common? If, based on what has performed well on here, try to make me a profile of like, if my whole audience was one guy named Martin, then like tell me about Martin. What does he want from a movie? What does he not want from a movie? Like if we took my entire audience, basically meaning if we took my reaction videos and said based on how they performed, ranked by views or click-through rate or whatever, but probably views, because click-through rate's kind of wonky sometimes. You'll have like a really low viewed video with a lot of click-through, so then that doesn't really translate. So ranked by views. Then what we could say is that a high viewed video is like a movie Martin likes a lot, and a low viewed video is a movie he doesn't like very much. So now, who is Martin, and how do I promote? Like, what's the next best reaction video that Martin is going to want to see based on that data, right? And then asking it like, yeah, like if you were me, what movies would you cover, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I've been trying to figure out how to ask it like to be useful in a predictive sense of like, what should I be covering? Because we'll cover something like Die Hard that I assume is a slam dunk, and it's absolutely not, or we'll cover like Scott Pilgrim that I thought would underperform and it overperforms. So it's just there's probably some truth in the numbers somewhere. There's some ghost in that shell, but I just can't figure it out. And I think ChatGPT probably could.
Then he went on his second business venture, which was online Rolodex, that he got thrown out of by Case Equity. And I wanted to do it next time.
We haven't done the mask.
So let me tell you what happens. Which one you want to talk about.
I'm not so sure the girls would love the mask, to be honest with you. I think it's a little too, the humor's a little too kind of goofy and lowbrow. I think they would probably find it a little bit corny. Do y'all disagree? Not a fan of love stories. You know what? I'm not, Ia Girl Tones. It's interesting you say that, because I was just talking to someone about that recently. Don't really love stories. I think that love stories are, yeah, exactly. The Eternal Sunshine numbers are dismal, dude. Like, they're crazy. Same thing with, what's it called? As I say, I don't like love stories, but Eternal Sunshine is one of my all-time favorite movies. But it fits, because I don't like love stories because I generally think love story movies are stories that could fit in a movie that actually had some plot, rather than the plot being will they, won't they. So Eternal Sunshine to me passes the minimum bar of having enough other stuff happening in it that it doesn't feel like it's only a will they, won't they. There's like a sci-fi movie wrapped up in it, and it's one of my favorite films. Same thing with Everything Everywhere All at Once. Like, if the movie was actually just a movie about a mom and a daughter, I would not have seen it. But because there's like sci-fi stuff going on, there's like a plot that feels like there's something more, So that's what I mean. Like, you can have that story wrapped up in a bigger movie rather than the whole movie is just like, oh my God, will these two people fall in love? I don't care. The stakes are low. If they don't fall in love, so what? There's other fish in the sea, man. You'll be okay. This doesn't need to be a movie. Yeah, I haven't seen The Mask in a very long time, and I was showing some clips to my roommate because we were discussing how Cameron Diaz was putting it down in that film. And yeah, it was kind of weird, like showing him clips and being like, oh yeah, I forgot this movie is like weird. Like it feels so immature, the humor, that it feels like it would be like a kid's movie, but it's also like inappropriate for a kid. So it just was like, who was this for? It's so strange. You really like that one? Oh, that's fun. Oh, Eternal Sunshine. Okay, I thought you were going to say The Mask. I was like, okay. No, Eternal Sunshine is one of my all-time favorite films. It is one of the most beautiful. But Charlie Kaufman's my favorite writer. Like, the way that other people love Aaron Sorkin, that's how I love Charlie Kaufman. I think he's the best writer of all time for screenplays.
I'm not a psychiatrist.
I don't read books.
I'm glad we've got that on the record.
A psychiatrist would say that he was paranoid.
This is a very hard movie to do reactions for, too. I didn't think about that because it is really just so much like deposition talk. Like, what is she supposed to react to? It's just kind of, I guess, like, oh, that dude dunked on that guy is most of what the reactions would be.
They'll hire private detectives who...
Okay, so let's talk about Paranoid.
A psychiatrist. A psychiatrist.
Literally disgusting, in my opinion.
Who knew? The music industry doesn't have a sense of humor.
A psychiatrist would say that he was paranoid.
Do we want this part? I guess we kind of do because it pays off at the end, right? Where he's like, I don't know who snuck the drugs in here.
Detectives who follow you day and night. Target for high-priced escorts. You day and night. You're a target for high-priced escorts. I can't prove it, but I know they tap my phones. Whatever it is that's gonna trip you up, you phones. Whatever it is that... Phones. Whatever it is that's gonna trip you up, you've done already. Private behavior is a relic of a time gone by, and if somehow, some way
You're right. The Mask is a bit over the top. Might be my nostalgia and Cameron Diaz talking. Yeah, I think it's a bit of a nostalgia hit for sure. For sure. Yes, Justin Timberlake is the Napster guy. God bless Napster.
you've managed to live your life like the Dalai Lama, so make shit up because they don't want you. They want your idea.
See, this is kind of funny what he's saying here, because I was just sounding like this a minute ago about politics. I was talking about how, like, because of social media now, everyone's life has been so recorded that it's like impossible to like make it high up in politics now, because everyone can just find, hey, back in 2007 you said blah 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 on MySpace. So people almost have to be like bred now to become like politicians, because it's like you have to have your life so curated like the Dalai Lama. But then, you know, he brings up a good point too, even if you have lived like the Dalai Lama, which, by the way, the Dalai Lama's been in fucking trouble. I guess not before this movie came out, but he's been in some fucking trouble. He was involved in Nexium, if I recall. Or involved is a strong word, but he was like homies with like the Nexium people, if I recall. So like even the Dalai Lama is, you know, can get canceled for shit that he did in the past, right? So it just feels like social media has made it very difficult for like a normal person to like get involved in politics, because you have to almost just be like bred from birth to try to keep you clean. Many times it's the reactor alone. I guess the view is not the movie choice. Well, it's, yeah, I don't know if I would say it's many times. I would say there are Popcorn in Bed is in a class of reaction channel that I think that they have ascended through a threshold that is very covetous. Like, you want to, we have not. So I would argue, I feel like I'm in the majority of channels where what movie you pick is by far the biggest pull of like if you're going to get good views or not. And you can see that on my channel because I do have videos that have like, you know, 750,000, you know, 850,000 views. So like I can get those numbers. But I have to pick the right movie. And if I pick a movie that isn't going to do that, it's not going to do well. Popcorn in Bed has ascended into like that higher, you know, into Shangri-La, where they can kind of just watch whatever. And the majority of their people seem to come over. And there still will be a flux up and down of like, you know, the really good performing videos versus just the good performing videos, but they don't really have bad performing videos. And I still have videos that like eat absolute shit. Like shockingly low numbers, you know, so. Yeah, Tropic Thunder. Angela, you're saying what people? What do you mean what people? Yeah, Chad and Popcorn and Bed both got insane numbers on Last Samurai, and they released around the same time. Oh, that's very interesting. I mean, that can happen. That can. You know, but also, like, the Dune 2 trailer came out, and then we dropped the Dune reaction, and it's, like, middling. It's, like, doing okay. It's, like, below average, you know? So it's, like, that's one of the big, like, hacks that's supposed to be like, oh, yeah, like, cover a movie when the sequel is getting announced, and then people will want to go back and see the first one again, and you'll have huge numbers. It's like, no, maybe, could, you know? I'm honestly, guys, like the vast majority of my eggs are in rejected pilots as like a step one in a multi-phase program I'm developing for us to move us away from like reaction content being the majority of what we do. I do not think that we are utilizing the skill sets available to us in the crew with reaction content. And I think that we could be making substantially more engaging content and interesting content. And I think that because of that could also have our channel have the, and I don't think we're ever going to be like the top ranked reaction channel, but I do think that we could break into a market that's substantially bigger with different content altogether. Still movie related, just not only reactions. Cassie was confused at Enemy of the Gates with the British accents and asked, wait, were the British fighting the Russians? I was thinking, yep, that's why I come back here, right there. Yeah, to be honest, though, I don't really watch a lot of reaction videos at all anymore. I'm just so reaction videoed out, you know? Get the reaction right from the movie hall. When I saw that for the first time, I was very surprised. Wait, what? I don't know how Popcorn and Bed get the reaction right from the movie hall. I don't know what you're saying. Oh, the Dalai Lama was involved with a group called Nexium. It's like, I don't know, it's spelled stupid. NXVI? No, just VM? Yeah, Nexium. Nexium was a cult, like a Hollywood cult. The chick from Smallville was like really high up in it. Oh, there's an I in there I missed. And Richard Rainier was the cult leader. And this was like the highest group of officials that basically ran the company. Man, God gave this lady an extra serving of just cranium. Damn, the distance between her eyebrows and the top of her head. It's so square. Goodness gracious. Man, that's tough. But yeah, this guy was the cult leader. And this is Allison Mack from Smallville fame. This lady was in it and left and then did kind of an expose. She's involved in like The Vow, which was what's it called? A documentary about it. But Dalai Lama. They were like branding people. Yeah, look at that. That's cult leader Richard Rainier kicking it with the Dalai Lama. Giving him his sash and all that crap. Yeah, so funny. So that it's kind of funny. In the movie, what's his face was just talking about how like, yeah, unless you've somehow managed to live like the Dalai Lama. These are just straight up the three heads of this fucking cult that was branding women. That is so funny. And Dalai Lama just hanging out. Yeah, branding's the first thing that comes up. Yeah, dude. It's nuts. And it was like the guy's name was Keith Rainieri or something like that. And the idea is that it's his initials because like they wanted it to seem like it was some kind of really like spiritual symbol, but it's actually his initials. It's K and then R. But other people pointed out that they thought Allison Mack was possibly involved because it also kind of looks like A, Allison, M, Mac. So, I mean, we know she was involved, but they were wondering if it was both of their, what do you call it? Look at that. Look at that. That all fell apart. Yeah, he's in prison right now. So is she. So, Dalai Lama's not in prison. Look at him. So funny, dude. All right. Well, that's not in the same picture, but that is. So funny. All right. Whatever. Back to this. Popcorn Bed's a weird channel in terms of stuff they pick. It seems like a lot of their audience is older guys that are picking. Hey, I kind of agree, Unrelated Coma. That's a good point. It does seem like they have kind of like a more boomer audience that wants them to watch like all their old favorite movies. Or maybe like a Gen X audience is a better way to put it. They have it seems like they have an audience that's like in their 50s. That's so true, man. That's so fucking true. How was the Dalai Lama involved with them? They were on a campaign trying to find influence and get people who are respected to, like, support them so that they seemed like to legitimize them. And so they kind of went on a campaign, it seems like, to try to, like, win over the Dalai Lama. Oh, the cult leader met the Dalai Lama, so he wasn't, like, a client or something. I don't think Oh, no. I don't think he was in the cult. No. He wasn't, like, an actual cult member. Because he already has his own... Good night, Andrew. He already has his own cult. They reacted right from the movie hall. I think they did Maverick right from the movie hall. I don't know what the movie hall is, forgive me. That's the part I think I'm confused on.
Dalai Lama, they'll make shit up because they don't want you. They want your idea. And they want you to say thank you while you, excuse me, while you chew and walk away. That's what happened here. And delusional. Yes, right. They'll be taking back your case. They brought down the record companies with master cases over for their sins.
Sorry, you didn't bring down the record companies. They won in court. Yeah.
What about Tower Records support?
And he told a story.
She didn't really have a reaction to that bit. I remember this when I did the Patreon video. I was kind of surprised. That's kind of one of those like dunk moments. Because you're with Wardo, where he's like, I took down the record company. He's like, no, you fucking didn't. And he's like, you want to buy Tower Records? You're like, well, true. Like, he lost the lawsuit, but he absolutely did completely change the music industry.
Story about life in Silicon Valley.
Oh, Hall of Fame? Maverick right from the movie Hall of Fame? Oh, the Cinemas Hall? I still don't know what we're talking about. Brother, are you talking about like, are you talking about a movie theater? Because Popcorn in Bed has done some movie theater reactions, which is unique. You're saying cinema hall, movie hall. I'm wondering if maybe that's like what you guys call movie theaters where you are. Yes. Okay. Got it. Okay. I'm with you. Yeah. There's someone here who could answer that. I don't want to out them if they don't care to be outed, but if they so care to, they could talk more in depth about the process of doing a reaction video in the theater. That video of the Dalai Lama forcing the boy to kiss him on the mouth is wild. I haven't seen that, Tom.
Parties at Stanford, down in LA, friends who become millionaires.
Yeah, so Ben is of Popcorn in Bed fame, and yeah, he's saying they're doing one this week. What are you guys doing? And what do you guys do? You just rent out the theater? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. When you say after hours, do you mean like actually after hours? Because wouldn't they be kind of annoyed to have to stay up late or stay open late? Assume either they're very rich or they have a connection at the theater. Depends on the theater. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, if you could find kind of like maybe a smaller, cooler one. Not so like massive kind of branchy one or whatever. I could imagine that. There's one downtown that's like owned by just a guy. I could imagine that maybe I could work out a deal with him on something like that. I hear he's kind of a pain in the ass, but like, yeah, you bring your equipment for sure. That would be the part I would be the most nervous about trying to explain, is that I'm like, please trust me. I'm not, well, you say audio is difficult, but, that's interesting, audio. Because I would probably just lav mic everyone. I feel like you talked about having done lav mics before. But I would feel so weird being like, hey, can you play the movie? And I'm going to bring in a bunch of recording equipment. I just feel like it'd be so awkward to be like, I promise I'm not bootlegging the film. I know it looks like I'm bootlegging the film. But I promise you, that's not what I'm doing here. You know, that's awkward. Oh, interesting. You do both. Well, my thing about the theater is honestly the reason I would be most wanting to do it. It's like $350. Word. Oh, that sounds cheap. That sounds really cheap. But I guess it's after hours, so it's money they wouldn't have made at all before. So fair enough. Because I'm like, dude, if you bought every seat, but I'm sure that it's lower than buying every seat. No, what I was gonna say is that I guess the hardest part for me off the top of my head would be all the noise bleed from the theater. But the reason I would want to do the theater would honestly be just to be able to do reactions to movies, and not have to wait for the... Well, no, that's the problem, though. Yeah. No, that's why we don't do them. I forgot. I'm high, so I forgot. We were going to, but I remembered I was like, well, I would want to do it so that we could cover, for instance, like Dune 2 while the hype is still out that it's new and like fresh and just came out, right? But the problem is I still wouldn't be able to post a reaction until the internet video version came out, so I could have a digital copy. So it's like I couldn't release it early, so I don't. Yeah. Aside from it's fun to see it in theater, there just wouldn't really be a lot of other benefit for it. So it's just not much point. Super cheap last year. Still have to wait till digital. Yeah, exactly. So that's tough. So it's like I might as well just wait till digital. Yeah, it's way lower than buying every seat. Some theaters advertise you can rent a whole room for a special event. I know about that. That's true. I've thought about I've had some ideas on some things I wanted to produce that I thought would be cool to rent out a theater and show it, like Hot Rod.
But mostly how Mark
had to come to California.
All right, that seems kind of important. Well, we'll see. We'll let him maybe say it.
So, tell me about your purpose. Well, we're in 29 schools now. We got over 75,000 now. Other strategies, okay? For instance, we want to build in Texas, but we already have social network in Texas, so instead of one right after, then we made a list of every school within 100 miles. This Facebook kids, especially some of our kids, we're seeing their friends on our site. It's called a little Bighorn. That's smart, Mark. Thanks, that was easy. Hey, you know what?
Hey, a little Bighorn.
It's time to start making money from Facebook. Mark doesn't want to have Facebook. Neither do yet. The Facebook is cool. That's what it's got going for it. The reason why we're doing that is because ads are cool. It's like if you're in the greatest party on campus and someone's saying, tap me over by 11. That's you don't know what it is yet. How big it can get, how far it can go. This is no time to take your chips.
I like how he compares it to a party and then is like, you don't even know what it is yet. It's like, well, it's a party. Like, parties tend to just be parties. Okay, here we go.
Your chips down.
This is a line from the trailer.
That's gonna trip you up. You've done already. $1 million isn't cool. You know what's cool?
You? All right, later, Anshul. Hope to have you again soon. Ariana has the same look on her face for so long. She's following Sorkin dialogue. Well, that's the problem. That's what it is. Like, it's not a real big, like, oh, shit kind of movie. It's just a lot of people, like, talking and you just sitting there and, like, listening.
Private detectives who will follow you day and night. I can't prove it, but I know they tap my phones. Whatever it is that's gonna trip you up, you've done already. $1 million isn't cool. You know what's cool?
$1 billion.
Also, if I recall, in the trailer, I think he says $1 billion. Let's find out. That's how I remember the trailer. Hey, Ben, are you guys watching Succession? I lied. Oh, wait. Oh, here we go.
$1 million isn't cool. You know what's cool? $1 billion.
You're going to get...
Yeah, I knew I wasn't crazy. When I was 20 and this came out, I was like, I swear to God, in the trailer, every time I watch this trailer, it's always Sean saying $1 billion. That's so funny. They changed up the edit.
So did we?
$1 million isn't cool. You know what's cool? $1 billion.
You're going to get...
You would think... The reason it's confusing to me, or it was confusing to me, is that I would think the trailer was cut from footage from the finished film. But this is proof that they have semi-processed, or possibly it was footage from the finished film, but an earlier edit. And that's why that changed.
Did we?
$1 million isn't cool. You know what's cool? $1 billion.
You're going to get...
And so that was really stuck in my head from the trailer. So when I went to go see the movie, I was like, what the fuck is this?
$1 billion.
I was like, what? When did this happen?
$1 million isn't cool. You know what's cool?
$1 billion.
I was like, what the fuck? I gaslit my damn self, man. I mean, that's true. That's true. I want $1 billion. Not really. I don't know. I don't really want the money to spend it. I want the money just as a marker to myself to know that like I succeeded. It's like a way for me to measure my success level. Like I did the thing, I pulled it off, I've done a good job.
$1 billion does sound pretty cool. Dollars does sound pretty.
If I had like a different marker to use, I would be fine with that. I'm just a pretty simple living guy anyway. I don't really like.
Sound pretty cool to me.
Most of what money really is like for me is just more gear and stuff. Lets me be able to do.
Unless you take bad advice, in which case you may as well have come up with a chain of very successful yogurt shops. When you go fishing, you can catch a lot of fish, or you can catch big fish. You belong to a guy's den to see fish.
Exactly right. I just want the robot arms. I'm totally with you. Exactly right. Like, whose dick do I gotta suck to get the robot arms?
I think a little bit, yeah. BS.
Ben, who came to say hi.
BS.
Ben, who came to say hi.
BS.
I want to, like, she has a good enough reaction here to keep, but the setup is really long. It's this whole talking about trouts and marlins and stuff. I don't think it's worth the payoff. So instead, we'll just have this bit. I'm just a fan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I probably don't even have to edit that part too.
Cool to me.
Ben, who came to say hi.
BS.
He owned Mark after that dinner. He picked up the check.
You only need a few $1 million to be able to live your life off the interest and not have to work ever again. Never touch the principal. I don't know if that's true, Dave. I feel like that was true when I was a kid, but I think that like interest rates are so bad and inflation is so bad, you may need more for the interesty part. But I would argue not to be millions of dollars liquid anyway. Just put your money on the market and then live on dividends. I think that would be a good way to spend a couple $1 million. Or not spend it, but to like utilize a couple $1 million. Or like me, I don't necessarily need to have like, you know, no money coming in. I already want to do things that do make money. So like what would be more of the goal for me would be, rather than trying to have like some liquid cash that I could put on the market and then live on dividends, or have it sit in a savings account and live off the interest. I would like to have a successful business that just kind of consistently generates revenue that I can live with. That would be a lot more, which I guess I have, but I still have a lot of anxiety around it. I still feel like we're always like a minute away. I guess that's if I could change anything about my life, or what I would like to have the most, I would love to have a business that felt much more consistent. Like it's just always kind of there. I always feel like my numbers are trending down and things are wibbly wobbly and things are scary. And like, I'm always nervous that like I'm a bad month away from it all just being over. And I would love to not have that feeling anymore. I would love to just be like, okay, the business is secure. It's moving consistently. Numbers are always going up. We're good. Some credit unions have close to 5%. Damn, 5%. That's what's up. I have a credit union. I guarantee we don't have 5%. And I have good credit.
He told Mark they'd talk
Is that how they care about your interest rate? Is it credit based, or is it something else?
again soon, and before he made his gone, and talk again soon, and he was gone, but not before he made his biggest contribution to the company.
Drop the just Facebook. It's cleaner.
It's cleaner. Ariana doesn't give a shit.
He is all He is all charisma. Where the Riz is the kids.
It's all rizzed up. The Rizinator.
Charisma. Where the Riz is the kid suit.
Oh god. Okay. All right. I went back to being slow. I was fast for a minute. Let's speed up.
Yeah, sure, let's drop it. I meant to catch him tomorrow when it's 14 trout. Does that sound good? If you're a trout.
going to mention this into the record incorporation papers for Facebook and LLC registered in Florida, by Florida.
That's what my family does.
And ask the respondent to stipulate that the articles of incorporation state the ownership as follows: 65% for Mark Zuckerberg, 30% for Eduardo Savard, and 5% for Dustin Osmovitz. And that was April 1st.
This sounds important. We'll reiterate it later when it matters.
Mr. Savrin, have you ever done anything that might be considered legitimate grounds for termination?
Okay, we need this. This is stupid.
Mr. Savrin, have you ever done anything that might be considered legitimate grounds for termination?
No.
You never did any.
I'd love to see his face, but that's okay.
No. No.
You never did anything to embarrass the company or even seriously jeopardize it?
Ooh, where's this going? Ooh, where's this going? I'm so intrigued.
Oh my god. Fincher, would you please stop always putting their faces right in the top left or top right corner?
No.
You were accused of
No.
No.
You were accused of animal cruelty.
Oh, now you'll move his face. I see.
Wait.
You weren't?
This is not happening.
I have here an article from the Crimson.
The Crimson, hell yeah.
Jesus.
The only Crimson I care about is the Crimson Chin.
Come on, man. This is bull.
This is kind of funny. This seems to be the most like jokey Mark is. Mark, they always played him up to this point like he's like so autistic that he wouldn't be able to joke with someone, but this seems like he's absolutely just taking the piss out of Wardo. Like just he's torturing him for fun. It's really interesting to see. Like this is kind of the most human Mark comes across in the whole movie.
I can't have this, Wardo. Oh, come on, man. This is bullshit. This is another club playing a prank. I'd gotten into the Phoenix. I'd been accepted, and as part of my initiation, I had to, for 1 week, carry with me at all. I'd been accepted, and as part of my initiation, I had to, for 1 week, carry with me at all times and take care of a chicken.
They identify you as one of the founders of Facebook, Junior Eduardo. Facebook, Junior Eduardo Savrin. I'm not the expert, but being connected to torturing animals is. I'm not the expert, but being connected to torturing animals is probably bad for business.
I did not torture the chicken. I don't torture chickens. Are you crazy?
No, and settle down, please. I have here an article from the Crimson.
This is scathing.
956. I was having dinner in the Kirkland dining hall with Mark, and I had the chicken with me because I had to have the chicken with me at all times. This was college.
Somebody's gonna have to answer for this.
969. And the dining hall was serving chicken for dinner. 969. And the dining hall was serving chicken for dinner, so I had to feed my chickens. So I took little pieces of chicken and I gave it to the chicken. Someone must have seen me because the next thing I knew I was being accused of forced cannibalism. I didn't know you couldn't do.
Oh, wait a second. Mark's smiling. He shouldn't be smiling here. What the fuck? Hey, come on.
I didn't know you couldn't do that. I dealt with the various animal rights groups. I dealt with the associate dean of the college. This was all resolved. 988.
Andrew Garfield's interesting for me because his picks are really hit and miss for me. Like I loved him in this. I thought Wardo Savrin was just a fantastic character. The way he played him, I really loved it. But then he's in like those terrible Spider-Man movies. That was tough. But then I love him again in Under the Silver Lake. So it's like, and then there's some other, like, I don't know. Like he's the kind of guy, if he's in a movie, it doesn't make it better for me. I'm not like, oh wow, he's in that anymore. But he's got some roles I just think he absolutely crushes. And I just wish he was maybe a little bit more discerning.
The pork or the fly must have reported it. For all I know, it was the Winklevosses. All right.
Nice.
For all I know, it was. For all I know, it was the Winklevosses. All right.
Let's just forget it.
Yeah, he's really like teasing him. It's kind of fun. Like I wish we saw a little bit more of this side of Mark, because I'm with Ariana. Like you go through this movie and you're kind of like, wait, they're friends? Are they friends? Like he just seems like an asshole. I don't get it.
Let's just forget about it.
That's the most wild thing in the whole wide world.
accused of necrophilia. It is better to be accused of necrophilia. I have to explain this to my...
For real, though.
Accused of necrophilia. It is better to be accused of necrophilia. I have to explain this to my... I have to explain this to my...
For real, though.
Explain this to everybody.
What's up, CSV McENT?
What is happening on that? I have my final coming up for post-war and contemporary art, and I haven't been to class. I'm supposed to write about these 4 paintings. That's a Facebook page. Yeah.
That's it,
I
slow.
wrote it under an alias. I posted the paintings and asked people to comment. Every once in a while, I hop on and stir the pot to get a good debate going.
Mr. Zuckerberg was cheating on his final exam?
I'd rather not answer that, Gretchen.
And why not?
Because I'm not suing him for cheating on his final exam. That's not what friends do.
Them doing stuff with him in, you know, No Way Home, I think was more them fixing something bad than like retroactively making that other movie good, you know? So like those are still really bad. Even though they did something cool with him in No Way Home, it doesn't like make it worth that the other movies were bad. It'd be better if those movies had been good. Kaushik Sathuna, I think you're new here. What's up, brother? Hey, Chad, how you doing? I'm doing terrible. Wow, is this a glimpse of you editing the entire video together? Yes, it is, good sir.
Well, you just
Yes, it is indeed. It's not even a glimpse. It's the whole thing so far. I'm 6 hours in, and I'm hopefully going to finish it soon. I would like to get it out this evening, but that probably won't happen, although it technically could happen. How much time do I have left on this thing? 40 minutes? It could, but it's a dense movie. It's hard to edit.
Oops.
Told your lawyers I was going to train him. No, he didn't tell us about it. All indicators are capable of finding a criminal murder. In fact, when we raised the subject, we defended you. Oops. 993. We are so close. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. We're going to need more money. You know, I agree. More servers. We'll have to your income come to Palo Alto and we're going to have to pay them something. So what? Maybe that house for rent on the street 2 blocks from the Stanford campus is perfect. And it's got... When you decide to go to California for the summer, I mean, actually, this is somewhere in the middle of the Sean Parker ride out. He was right. California's the place we're going to be. What's your Jed Clappett?
Oh, this cup is plastic and it's not green, but it has like a kind of a chromy finish, so it's reflecting back the green from the green screen. How funny. Oh god. Oh my god, I'm so bored.
He doesn't have money. Dustin's a better pro. He's got connections to VCs. We need advertisers. I have connections to VCs. They're real players. And if someone just really embarrassed the company in a bad way, who's the weak boss? Smart. What are the VCs?
A venture capitalist.
150,000 members. Congratulations. Don't think it was strange that he was followed.
Like an angel investor. Didn't the guy they hired to play Peter Thiel, didn't he look like Peter Thiel? It's kind of funny because they had Peter Thiel in this movie back when I didn't know who he was. I lied. They did not hire a guy who looked like Peter Thiel. Learned who he was after this movie. I thought they just made a fake name. It's kind of funny that they used a real guy. Chad, do you ever think about contacting other reaction channels to coordinate releases to see if the algorithm recommendations for each other? No, because it happens enough on accident and it never really translates. It doesn't really matter. I mean, like, let's look. Like, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So if it was more like, if consistently I noticed that it was like a slam dunk, I would do it. Give me 1 second. I'm getting a phone call. Like, really late. Well, 4:30, I guess. Hello? Wow. It's the SBA calling me. Oh, got a text. Okay. I forgot what I was looking for. Oh, yeah, Dune. Wanted to see how Dune did, I think. Yeah, Dune has like 50,000 views since the 17th. And like Cinebinge dropped theirs like on the same day. Oh, never mind. I wasn't going to compare ours to Cinebinge, although they kicked the shit out of us. I was going to look at its analytics, and I was going to check the reach and look for suggested and see how many of the suggested videos came from Cinebinge. So yeah, it looks like the #1 suggested video was part 1, Canadian first time. That's so funny they put Canadian in there. I was joking to them, so I'm assuming that's them because it's called Canadian blah blah blah. I think they're the only ones I know who put that in their title. And then it's like one of my own videos, Popcorn in Bed video, I'm assuming. And then I don't know who this is. Yep, so that's the Cinebinge video. This is us. This is us. That's Popcorn in Bed. That is... I forgot what their name is. God damn, their video's an hour long. Must be like a really long post discussion. See Jane Go. That's who they are. See Jane Go TV. Oh no, dude. Holy shit. Their reaction video is just almost an hour long.
It's that's what I said.
I know that's.
Wow. Oh my god. 57 minutes. So how long did it take them to start? Not long. Not long at all. So 50. Yeah, dude, their reaction video was like 56 minutes long. That's fucking nuts.
All the ladies watching.
Good on them.
I could the mad guy kind of thing. Yeah.
All right. This is going to sound like I'm being rude. It's not. If anyone hears this or wants to clip it and send it to them or anything, this is not meant as a diss against them. It's meant as a diss against me. But like,
No?
Yeah. Wow.
I don't know why their audio sounds like that when they have mics right up at their faces. It's very, very boomy in there. And yeah, we use foam and it helps, but I don't feel like they should be as boomy as they are. Also, you can see what their editing entails, right? It's this one frame and it's this one circle, and the circle is going to go away and come back and go away and come back. The camera does seem to do a little bit of moving.
It feels like his of the spice.
I don't know what dictates. Oh, I guess when the little circle thing's not there, the camera is closer, and then when it's there, it's further. Let's see.
Bombardment. Oh, the spice equipment and all the people.
Yeah.
I don't even know what's down there.
There's Jason.
But my point being is like they have 182,000 subscribers. So, yeah, there we go. So it's like they've got like what 70,000 more subs than I do. So my point being is like I'm probably over engineering or editing just a teensy bit. Like obviously it has not translated into like, oh, thank God I edit like we do because we're getting so many more subs than everyone else. We're not. Yeah. So I mean, we got 3,000 impressions, almost 4,000 impressions from that video, but I just don't think like we got out of our what I say we had 40,000 views on this video. Out of the 40,000 views we got, 400 of them came from that Cinebinge video, so it's not worth it. What is that, like 1%? Not worth it. Trying to like sync up our videos, there's just no point. Any recommendations for someone wanting to get into video editing? Sounds okay. Yeah, it does sound like they're using the wrong mic. I agree. It sounds like they maybe had to use like their laptop backup mic or something like that. Okay, Kashik, you said recommendations for someone wanting to get into video editing. What videos do you want to edit would be the question I'd be starting with there.
Birds, since when does
Eat
something
fish! Eat other fish! The marlins and the trout!
Okay, here we go.
True.
Well, explain this. Read about it.
I can read about you torturing birds. Since when does
something
fish?
Fish! Explain this to my...
For real though.
Explain this.
They
About
don't
something
fish!
Eat other fish! The marlins and the trout!
He's so stressed, that poor guy.
I'm interviewing interns at 10 tomorrow night in the CS lab. Get on board with this, man. You know, I don't really know what else to say.
I mean, technically or theoretically, a chicken eating a chicken wouldn't be an issue unless you fed it its brain matter or its spinal fluid, because then you could run into Kuru problems. In the animal kingdom, in the greater animal kingdom, cannibalism is not really a taboo. And I wouldn't necessarily think it should be a taboo in humans, aside from the fact that, like, obviously you shouldn't be, like, farming humans. So when would you have an opportunity to eat somebody? You probably don't want to eat most people who've died from another cause. That would not probably be fantastic meat. And then you would, again, just have to make sure that you were careful not to eat, not to give yourself mad cow disease on accident. But as far as like cannibalism being just like objectively morally wrong, I don't necessarily see the issue. Is that the mad cow of birds, Kuru? No, that's the mad cow of humans. Yeah. That's when like African tribes who do practice cannibalism for like ritualistic purposes, they get Kuru because they were eating their brains. And it's mad cow disease. It's the same thing. It's prions, and it, you know, makes you paralyzed and makes your nerves all messed up, and then you die. Is that ever gonna load? No? Cool. It's fine. Don't want it to. Trying to dodge boobies. Doing a bad job. But yeah, generally prions are in your brain matter and your spinal fluid. So if you can avoid that, you'll probably be okay. So, yeah, no. It's a very good question, and I don't have an answer yet. So that's what I would say. I would start with, like, if you want to learn video editing, if you know what you want to do, like, you'll figure it out, in essence. You know, you'll be like, okay, now I have the thing I want to do. Let me get the tools and the skill set to do it. And then it's like, it's just download some software and watch YouTube videos. It's that easy, right? You know? So I'm an audio engineer, so video feels like a great complementary skill set to dive into. So I'm trying to start learning more. I would just say that's a tough one for me. I have a hard time when I'm just kind of like, I feel like I should do something because like it would be useful. I have to have a certain level of passion. Like, no, I really want this project made. So now I'm going to learn how to make that project happen. And that's different than I'm going to learn how to speak French. Why? Because I think it could be useful for me in business. Like, I have a hard time with that kind of stuff. I need to actually have some like passion underneath it. All right. What is the doneness temperature of humans? Asking for a friend. That's a great question. What's the safe temperature of a human? I would assume it's the same as pork. Yeah, I didn't know the colloquial names. Right. I'm with you. All right, what's it called? Let's see. What is the safe temperature of human meat? As the internal... No. I don't want... Oh, that's interesting. If your fever goes to 104, you can start developing cell death. I guess that's why it's so dangerous. Damn. Okay, at what temperature does human flesh start to cook? No, I don't want when it does cook. I want what's the whatever. I'm probably not. Oh, here we go. What temperature is human safe to eat? Reheat food to an internal temperature of 165 or until hot and steaming before eating. Sure. So for our friends across the pond, 73 degrees, 73.8 degrees centigrade, or 165 degrees Fahrenheit is the food safe temperature for human flesh. Now you know. The more you know. I guess that's the other question. Without having access to any self-created content, I'm not sure where to begin. That's a great point. Finding footage, content developed, that's tough. That's a tough one. Definitely very passionate about video. Given a choice, I might go back in time to consider filmmaking. Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, I would start there. Like, what kind of stuff would you make if you had, like, the know-how right now? Look how yellow, like, just... No one in the editing bay ever said, hey, man, too yellow. It's not even just yellow. It's, like, olive. It's, like, green olive colored. No one ever said, hey, can we, like, tone that down maybe a little bit? It looks kind of, you know, unrealistic. Like, even this chicken is supposed to be white, right? But it's like, no, like, the best he'll offer you is cream. If you want white, generally speaking, you're getting cream. Like, maybe the window or something, but it's because you can't double expose for two different whites. You have to pick one. If he could have it both ways, they'd both be cream. And then just the, like, piss yellow, dude.
At the chicken and the chicken.
The what?
At the chicken and the chicken. This is the most wild thing. This is such like the chicken, like having to carry chicken because you're getting into a prestigious and elite club. Like, can mess up, like, could be a reason why you get. Wow. Privilege is wild. Wow. Privilege is wild. Privilege is wild. $165 is the same as chicken. What's up, Hatsy Patsy? That's kind of surprising.
I figured it'd be like the same as pork.
What's going on? We have 10 minutes to get root access to a Python web server.
Oh god.
Okay, here we go.
Every 10th line of code written, they have to drink a shot.
Oh god.
So every time the server plus every 3 minutes, they all have to drink a shot. Drink a shot.
They're gonna die.
Pork is only 145. I didn't think that'd be lower than chicken. That's interesting. What's up, Nomad? Good to have you back. Video essays. I started this channel with video essays, brother. Yep. Same thing, man. Same thing. Godspeed. I wish you luck, dude. I did video essays for a year and just could not make it anywhere. Just could not break through. I would kind of like to restart and try to do some of them again. I made a video talking about the future of AI and how it might affect like art and like movies and shit like that. And it sounds like it is from 1945 now. I think I made it in 2019 and stuff has moved so fast since then. It sounds like it's from the 60s. It's like, well, in the future, I think we might have, you know, radio waves that can maybe communicate with the artificial intelligence. It's just like, it sounds so silly. But what's funny is I was the one being like, I think this stuff is coming and I think it's going to do it. And the guy I was like interviewing from Funhouse, Ryan, one of the Ryans, I was interviewing him and he was really, really much more bearish. He was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I was like, I think it's going to be sick, man. Like, just wait. But like, I was talking about like, yeah, like years and years and years down the road, which I guess it was a couple of years. But I mean, man, when it came hard. Yeah, if you want to source movie footage, rent the movie and just use OBS and screen record it. Good to have you, Patsy.
They're gonna die. Like, this is the most extreme thing I've ever seen.
You're right. A more relevant test might be seeing if they can keep a chicken alive for a week. Chicken alive for a week. That was me.
Here.
Yeah.
What is this?
I opened a new account, put $18,000 in.
Yeah, of course, Kashik. Yeah, easy peasy. There's no way people sit around writing code to uproarious applause. I agree. CT, yes, this is the social network. I named the video, right? Did I name this correctly? I don't even know where to look. Is the live stream called the right thing? Yeah, it is. Okay, streaming with chat, the social network. Okay, cool. I was nervous. Scared me. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, there we go. Got something in my eye. No, you are right. That's such a goofy, like, people out here. Look at this. Look at this lady right here. 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 Look at that lady right there. This is a frame of computer nerds in a room having a code off, and out of the visible people in the frame, it looks like it skews like women and attractive women, like lady, 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 right? And then lady, it looks like, but let's say we don't know that one, so we'll leave it. So then guy, 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 and then like the actual editor, and then Mark, if you want to count these two, like, yep, that's what this room would be like, for sure. Totally, yes.
Welcome to Facebook.
Oh my gosh, this is the most wild thing. Like, that is so like, that is so insane.
I see. You made a video essay on nocturnal animals. Fantastic movie, very underrated. Yeah, I kind of did. That was like my buddy's video where he was like using me. I was trying to get him started on doing the same kind of things. That's the only video he made. But yeah, he wanted to talk about nocturnal animals, so I helped him with it. I kind of was like there to be like his interview guy. He edited it, and then I posted it on my channel. But he ended up he works for me now. He does video editing for the reaction videos.
$18,000?
Yes. Yes.
In addition to the $1,000 you'd
Yes.
in addition to the $1,000 you'd already put up.
Yes.
A total of $19,000 now.
Yes. Hang on.
I have not already answered. And Dave, the next one is they're going to record the next one Saturday. I'm going to have ChatGPT create the prompt. And then I plan on, rather than... Oh, no, CT, you're fine. I'm not upset. I wasn't upset that you didn't know. I was worried that I mislabeled it because I'm super ADD. That's the kind of thing I could do for sure. For sure. But Dave, I plan to... I'm probably going to try to not do the green screen this time. I want to try to see how much of the story elements that I can make using AI. And my theory is just that, like, anyone and their mom can make green screen content, and they've been doing it for years. So it's kind of fun that we're doing it, and I think it's funny and everything. But I think that this is something that is very unique that not just any one of my competitors could do today. So while I'm learning how to do this stuff, it'd be nice to get in early. And I also believe that someday corporations are going to get behind it and make these things very simple to use for like the layman. So the novelty will wear off. So I want to try to hit this thing while it's still novel. So yeah. Going back to the catalog, I see you're doing Rejected Pilots. Very entertaining. Hey, thank you, Hatsy Patsy. I really liked it. It's a little... The energy was kind of insane on that day. Ariana admits it. A lot of very intense, hyperactive energy. So I'm hoping we chill a little bit next time. But I'm also going to give them a much meatier prompt to work with in the future. The one I gave them was like 2 words. It was like, basically vampire cop. It was like a detective realizes they're becoming a vampire, and that was it. This time I'm going to give them a lot more to work with. So I think it'll help be much more like a foundation for them, and they can focus on plot rather than having to figure out like just, who is the character, what is their name, what, like all that kind of stuff, like I'll try to work on like more kind of premise world building and then let them play in there rather than having to invent, the wheel every time. The music sounds very eerily sinister, especially considering the movie. What, the like punk song there?
A total of $19,000 now.
Yes. Hang on. Just checking your math on that.
This is probably my other favorite joke in the movie.
Yes.
Wow.
I got the same.
Wow. Oh, what a jerk.
After misgivings about Zuckerberg taking the company and moving it to California for the summer.
Vampire. Yeah, I wanted to do Vampire Cop because it felt like it fit. Like, I knew that the girls, out of some of the shows that they have watched, some of them are shows that are like romance stories like Vampire Diaries, and some of them were shows that were like procedurals. So there were 2 genres of TV show I felt relatively confident that they would kind of know what to work with. And it turns out that at least for Ariana, I was right. She had watched those kinds of shows. So it was kind of for her, she was able to combine tropes that she was familiar with. So I was just trying to give them the most like leg up to succeed. Like, I want them to succeed, obviously. So I was trying to make that, as easy for them as possible. No, I mean, the music you have playing in the background sounds like one of those. Oh, you're right. It does sound, it's true. I like the urgency of it. It keeps me kind of like focused. I have really, really, really bad ADD. Like, it's not like, oh, I'm so ADD. Oh man. It's like, no, it's like, it's crippling. Like, I would be substantially more effective and if I didn't have the level of ADD I have. It's genuinely a nightmare. It's awful. You could have the girls draw a random subplot point out of a hat and add a little unpredictability. I could, but again, like, anyone can do that, but not everybody like knows how to do ChatGPT stuff. So I just feel like it also would be good for like SEO, because Rejected Pilots as a concept, the closest thing to it would be Drunk History, but I can't like put in my tags like drunk history or anything, so it'd be like false advertising because we're not officially connected to drunk history. So there's really nothing I can do to like boost the SEO. No one's looking for 2 girls write a screenplay impromptu, you know, like that's not a thing, right? Whereas with a reaction video, it's like, yeah, the social network reaction, movie reaction, people are looking for that. So the SEO is already taken care of. It's like baked in. So if I mess around with like the AI stuff, that also is an opportunity for like better SEO, because people are looking for like, just, you know, oh, I want to see if anyone's done anything weird with, you know, ChatGPT recently, or if anyone's done anything weird with, you know, Midjourney. And I'll be able to use like 3 or 4 different AIs all at the same time. And I think there's also something like in the thumbnail title combination there that would be intriguing to people too. Like, oh, someone, you know, having to write a short story based on prompts they got from an AI. That sounds kind of fun. So I'm kind of hoping to try to like, you know, hit this aspect of it. Initially what I was going to do was user submission, but like, it's like, yeah, again, anybody and their mom has done user submission before. This is like novel. So I want to try to strike while the novelty iron is hot.
Why did you put $18,000 in an account?
I figured we were partners. I wanted to be a team player. I figured Mark, Dustin, and the new interns could work on the site while I was generating advertiser interest in New York. But mostly I figured, how much could possibly go wrong in 3 months? Advertiser interest in New York. But mostly I figured, how much could possibly go wrong in 3 months? Go, 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 go.
I am embarrassed to say, I am just realizing that is that song that Tupac covered, and I'm just now finding out that that is a Tupac like cover or sample, I guess. I guess that makes sense. It is kind of corny for... Look at this fucking video camera that Mark has. Like, if this movie's made today, my man has straight up a cell phone in his hands. He's over here with a little fucking handy cam. That is so funny. You know what's funny though? Chair technology has not evolved at all. I have like literally one of those chairs downstairs. But this thing, whoo, exactly the same. This is a very California looking house, by the way. Like my house in California. I had at least a house in California that looked just like this growing up. Even down to like how California houses have pools. Okay, so we have to, let's match these better. So we can do that. Yeah, that looks good.
I'm okay. You sure? Yeah. Yeah.
That's a lot. A lot. That was a lot. Oh my goodness.
I didn't know we had a doorbell.
Andrew, get the door!
No, he's wired in. That's gonna cut into your security deposit.
Did you know that there was a 90s vampire cop show called Forever Night? Yes, I did. My buddy Ryan is like an encyclopedia of every crappy show that I ever played in like the 80s and 90s, and he showed it to me long time ago. Actually, you know what happened? He and I were comparing notes. I was showing him stuff like Promised Land and that Walker Texas Ranger like spin-off that they made with the fat ninja guy, the martial law. I was showing him martial law. Oh, and Desperate, whatever that one about the guy who was like on the motorcycle who like went from town to town. We were kind of comparing shows, and he showed me Forever Night. I also showed him what's it called, Beauty and the Beast. 2000 shows about a private detective vampire called Moonlight. Never heard of Moonlight. Really, 2000s. I think that could be a good show, but they always fucking make them like soap operas. Vampire the Masquerade is like a really cool role-playing game, and they had a TV show, and it was just one of those 90s soap operas. Like, I would love to see people try to attack some of those shows that they did back in the day, because there was like a lot of cool fantasy stuff coming out that was all soap operas. Like the Beauty and the Beast thing was like a really cool dark fantasy, but it was a soap opera. So it's like, if you could figure out how to write these shows now, and handle those concepts, but not just make them fucking lame ass soap operas. I mean, Sabrina, The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina is kind of the same thing. The Magicians is kind of the same thing. Obviously, like Vampire Diaries and True Blood and all that, like it blows. Like, give me a True Detective meets True Blood. That's what I want. Renegade. That's exactly what I was talking about. Thank you, dude. I was never going to remember that name. Yes. Oh, I love how everyone else knows the name of that show. I haven't thought of that show since I was 8 years old, but everyone has that on the tip of their tongue. That's so fucking funny. Yeah, dude. Renegade with Lorenzo Lamas. Right. What was the premise of that fucking show? Wasn't it like a weird kind of like Mad Max where he like, not because of the future aspect, but like he would show up, help people, and then fuck off at the end of every episode, right? It'd be him like driving off in the sunset. Like, my work here is done. That show was like tailor-made for my dad. My dad is such a fucking basic bro. Yeah, like the Western motif. Like Shane. There's no more guns in the valley. Sounds right. Oh, Airwolf and Knight Rider. Those were both sci-fi shows. Kind of surprising that they were like popular sci-fi shows back then. Were those considered... You know what? Okay, I was going to ask you, were they considered kids shows? I think what I'm missing is I feel like to an extent, we have kind of suffered a loss of the family show. I feel like shows these days are either geared towards kids or geared towards adults. And we don't have a whole lot of like the family show anymore. Correct me if I'm wrong though, because I don't watch network TV. So maybe I'm just missing it. Maybe it's not that it doesn't exist. I just don't watch ABC anymore. And that's where you would watch a family show.
Good boy.
But like, what are the new family shows? I'm gonna be honest. I like the screenplay of this film quite a lot, but I do feel like this right here was like the most insane coincidence. Why don't they just have him find him? The idea that like, oh, I was just a couple doors down, happened to see you, seems just so crazy. They should have just been like, oh, I've been stalking you. I've been trying to find you.
Mark.
Sean? Mark.
Yeah.
Oh, and speaking of games, just played through Maneater, a shark RPG, and it had reference to Thunder in Paradise. I don't know what that is. The Hulk Hogan ripoff? Oh my god. No, I do know what that is. Dude, wow. You just blew my fucking mind. I have not thought of that in so long. Wait, before I keep, because you said Knight Rider, but that's what it was. It was a boat, right? Didn't he have a fucking speedboat was his like kit? I didn't know if the speedboat was sentient like Kit is, but it was like a high-tech thing, wasn't it? Like he always had gear. Damn, bro, that's like a fever dream. Like my brain cannot swing that Hulk Hogan was in a fucking TV show where he like solved crime and he had a speedboat. Where were they? Were they like on the bayou? Where would you have like speedboat access to parts of town that were useful? Man, that is blowing my fucking mind right now, dude. I have not thought of Tropic Thunder in millions of years. Unrelated Coma, where are you from? Forgive me, but I thought you were one of the Indian people in our chat. I don't feel like y'all Indians would be watching. What do you call it? Sorry for picking your brain apart. No, don't be sorry. I love it. How long does it usually take you to edit? Okay, here's the thing. It takes me like 12 hours because I'm unbelievably ADD. But what's it called? It should not take it. To be honest with you, if I was doing it at the speed I should be, I think if I was just focused the whole time, I probably should be able to do about a 2-to-1. It should take me 4 hours. But here's the thing. It's not just me. I hired a bunch of editors, and they're all taking roughly the same amount of time. So either we all happen to be ADD, all 4 of us, or it's just actually a really annoying fucking involved process.
We were right across the street. We saw the chimney. Yeah. Is anybody...
But you've seen me. I'm wildly inefficient. I spend very little time actually editing. Just sitting here talking to you guys and shit.
You live across the street.
I'm Sharon.
This is my Sharon. She lives across the street. I was helping move out.
This is my Sharon.
We saw the chimney.
Sharon's hot.
Zip line to the pool.
Pixar movies and stuff still seem to appeal to a lot of adults. No, I'm with you, but I'm not talking about movies. I'm talking about like just, you know, a show like, I forgot what show I was going to list, but I was going to say like, yeah, it didn't seem like it was for kids. But it's kind of kiddie. And I realized it's like, oh, it's because it's just a family show. Like, you know, anything from TGIF, all those shows were meant for like dad to come home, get off of work, and then we eat dinner, you know, on the couch watching Step by Step. and the goal was that everyone sitting there was having a good time. Because if it was, yeah, Wonder Years is a great example. So like if it was just the kids liking it, then that would be like one Saturday morning, like a cartoon, something. It would come on like after school. If it's just the parents liking it, then it would be prime time. It comes on like after like 9 p.m. So it was the like 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock block of programming that was kind of meant for like the kids, and mom and dad need to all be able to like it at the same time. Yeah, Marvel shows and stuff, right? Yeah, the boat wasn't alive, but it could cloak. Oh my god, it could cloak. That's so badass. I love that. That's so funny. No, I'm not Indian. I'm American millennial. I don't know why I assume. You know what I think it is, dude? I think maybe one of the other guys who's Indian also maybe has a Shiba Inu as his avatar. I don't remember. Yeah, that type of family show is gone now. Fond memories of watching The Incredible Hulk with my dad. Oh, right. Good point. Yeah. Well, and you're right. Now, like, the new Incredible Hulk show probably could, you know, be considered like a family show, but it's more just like their target audience show, not really trying to get you and your dad to watch it. Yeah, Your Incredible Hulk for me was like, I guess, Boy Meets World and stuff like that. Kaushik. Well, to be fair, though, well, also, am I pronouncing that right? Is it Kaushik? Kaushik? Sethunath. My guess is now you throw on Disney Plus for the kids and go watch something else. Well, and honestly, I actually prefer that system. I've talked to, oh, Cobra Kai. I think that's a very good example. That's a killer example. Yeah, that's perfect. Good job, Hatsy Patsy. That's a great one. Yeah, I was talking about how I made a video about this. One of my video essays, I was talking about how, like, because of Marvel, it feels like every movie now wants to be PG-13. But I would rather have, like, Terminator and have, like, an R-rated Terminator for me, and then, like, a G-rated Terminator cartoon show for, like, the kids. But it's like, nope. I think, starting with 3, they're, like, all PG-13. Like, maybe Salvation was R. Maybe I'm wildly off, because I also used to think 2 was PG-13, because honestly, it feels PG-13 to me. $6 Million Man, Fall Guy. I don't know the Fall Guy, but I know Greatest American Hero, $6 Million Man, Brady Bunch. Yeah, I mean, we had those when I was a kid too, Dave. It was everything on TGIF, Step by Step, Family Matters, Boy Meets World, Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Like, we had all kinds of family, you know, channel block watching. And then Nick at Night became a thing when I was a kid. So then we also were watching the same shows that you were in when you were a kid. I was getting Wonder Years and all that stuff. Andy Griffith's Show and everything. We are so much less limited than when we were kids. Right, exactly. Now you can, yeah, no, you're right, Bonclay. And that's a different video. I made a different video talking about the 20-year cycle and reboots and remakes and why they're popular. And I was saying that, like, yeah, when I was a kid in the 90s, in the early 2000s would be kind of the cutoff where everyone saw the same media because your media sources were so limited. There were only so many channels worth watching, and there were only so many radio stations worth listening to, and that was the majority of how we consumed all media. And then theaters, right? So everyone who's my age and older remembers, like, you know, Saved by the Bell and, you know, Family Matters and shit like that, or Tupac and Biggie or Madonna. Like, we all know these people, but we're all very familiar with them, whether you liked them or not. It was just you couldn't get away from it. But then when the 2010s rolled around and the iPad came out and iPods and Spotify and Netflix and blah, 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 entertainment became so much more kind of personalized, where it was like, I know way more Britney Spears songs, and I don't like Britney Spears, than I do Lady Gaga songs, which I don't like Lady Gaga, because I never had to listen to Lady Gaga. It wasn't like, let me just turn, like, the hits station on and I have to hear whatever's on. It was like, no, I'm just on my iPod downloading music that I want to listen to. I'm discovering music on YouTube or Spotify or whatever, right? So that kind of personalization of media, I think, will make it where it's harder to have more original Ghostbusters in the future. Like, the reason that they keep rebooting movies from the 80s is because that was a time period where there was projects that were big enough that everyone knew them. If you do a Ghostbusters reboot, like, everyone knows Ghostbusters. But it's going to get harder as time goes on to make the 30-year cycle work from, like, the 2010s, because it's like, what is that one thing everyone was involved in? Like, not really so much, right? Media wise. So they'll have to start getting a bit more niche, and it'll be hard to make as much money. Like, if you want to make a movie that's supposed to talk to, like, people who were seeing kids in, like, 2008, then you'll catch all the scene kids, but you're not catching everybody. Like, how do you catch everybody based on something from 2012? It's tough. It's tough. So, yeah, that's my idea. All 13 is for money, obviously. I'm confused. That's what the 80s did. RoboCop had a set. Yeah, exactly right. They had, right, dude, that's, unrelated comment, in the video essay I made talking about this, I used that as an example. As well as, like, Dumb and Dumber had a cartoon. And so did Terminator. Or Terminator had toys. Yeah, RoboCop got a cartoon. And it's super insane, too. Well, and also parents were letting their kids watch R-rated movies, which is true. But even if your parents didn't want you to watch, like, the R-rated RoboCop, you could watch the cartoon show. That was, like, really chill. I agree. They're bad premises to be PG-13. That's true. I absolutely remember MacGyver. I was really into MacGyver when I was a kid. I have a very tinkerer's kind of mind. MacGyver was like my fucking hero. I love Guile heroes, and maybe because of him. Both work. Your pronunciation is actually pretty impressive. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're no longer a monoculture. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, it's been much more kind of individualized. So things have splinter grouped into like smaller factions. It's harder to catch everyone. You got to catch like groups of people at a time. I mean, and that's true about everything, politically as well. You know, people are segmented into their own personalized zeitgeist. Exactly right. Rather than all of us being in like the wrapped up in the zeitgeist of the 90s. Remember when Napster came out? That was when I first started. Yeah, me too. Me too. That wasn't just, well, people around you and or again, just what was on the radio. It was like, yeah, I listened to a lot of stuff that I wouldn't want to revisit because it was on the radio. It just was what it was. How'd the challenge go? Terrible, Fahrenheit. It went terrible. As you can see, I have failed. Although I did move through it a little faster than you would think. Like, I'm 7 hours into this edit, and I probably will finish it before, like, my normal 11 hours. They'll go back to fairy tales again. It makes the marketing cheaper if you don't have to explain the idea to people. The hard part about fairy tales, though, is that they're expensive to produce. You need a lot of, like, costumes and sets and locations. Sometimes you need, like, magical graphics and stuff like that. So stories like this are a lot cheaper when it's all about, like, real people. Just in, like, modern day. I actually want to make a show, like a web show. I want to make a web show that is like a gothic horror, like an urban fantasy horror. So it takes place like modern day with like modern stuff, but we splash magic in. I think that'd be fun.
You made the right choice.
I want to do a guy who's like a demon hunter.
I feel like that was intentional. Someone made it intentional for him to, for this. This feels planned. I don't know. What are the odds?
Sure. Sure.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
I'm so sorry.
No problem.
I didn't know you were gonna.
Here you go.
I don't know. Wait.
What a weird shot, right? Also, what did it break on? How did they do that? It looks like they shot it out of the sky.
No problem.
What a weird shot choice, though. I just don't get it. I don't know. It's fine. Whatever.
This house and this team are great. It's exactly.
Oh.
I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Okay, we'll just get rid of the second one. She didn't really have much reaction anyway.
This house and this team are great. It's exactly what it should be. Sean Parker, Northeast Marketing.
I just joined, but you were talking about how R-rated is getting more and more into a wider audience by making them PG-13. Isn't that an interesting move? I don't think that's what I was talking about. If you increase your audience, you increase your chances of making a lot of money. It's like... Oh, I see what you mean. Right. Yeah, I guess I was talking about that, and that's what I was saying. But I don't know if I necessarily agree with you that it is better, because what happens is you tend to make these movies that are PG-13 that could have been R, and then like your audience is saying, okay, well, this was fine, it was pretty good, but honestly, it would have been better if it was just R. And you're trying to catch your child crowd, but oftentimes what happens is you have this movie that ends up just kind of being for no one. It's like, it's a little too kiddie for the adults, but it's a little too adult for the kids. So what I would think would be better and would probably make you more money would be that you would make 2 properties, and that's like I get to produce more content. Seems like it's an upgrade. And like what's it called? RoboCop got to do that. It's a very hard R-rated movie that adults love, but then they made the cartoon show that is great for kids, and the adults are like, I just don't need to see that. And now you have 2 properties bringing in revenue, but they're both highly dedicated to their audience base. Whereas like no one gives a shit about RoboCop 2, the PG-13 one, because kind of that problem. It's like, it's PG-13, so it's not really like, it doesn't have the vibe of the first one. But then it's also like, I don't think kids are like, oh wow, RoboCop, so sick, you know, aside from like the armor. But the movie's going to have these boring bits where the adults are involved, and I just think it's better to make the 2 separate properties, is my personal opinion. I didn't say it better, I think it's worse. Oh, gotcha, right. Deadpool and Logan made like $1 billion. That's true too. That's also very fucking true. Both of those movies did extremely well. Logan, so did Joker. Joker literally made $1 billion. I think Joker and Deadpool did. I don't think Logan did, but Logan still made like 600 million or something crazy like that. So that's a big one. RoboCop 2 was R, 3 was PG-13. I just mean the reboot, whatever the reboot that was kind of recent was, with the guy who played Rick Flag or whatever from fucking Suicide Squad. Yeah, I would much prefer to have like just these hyper, like Star Wars. I feel that way about. If there was ever a time, it's fucking now, dude. It is now. Like, make a fucking R-rated Star Wars finally, dude. Give us like a really high quality writer, and you know, fucking Joaquin Phoenix as an actor. Like, bring out the guns, dude, and just make a sick fucking Star Wars movie. And you got cartoons, man. Like, the kids have so much of Star Wars, you know. So it's like, yeah, that'd be so sick. Make it gruesome, but also, to me, it's not really, I don't want them R-rated because I want more nudity or violence or swearing. Honestly, I want them R-rated because I want the writers to be like, okay, because I know I'm writing something that's rated R, I know that my audience doesn't have to be kids and adults. I don't need anyone from like 8 to 38. I need just the older people. So I can write a really, really deep, intelligent, thoughtful, interesting, you know, kind of like mind bender movie for adults to enjoy that would be way too boring and not like enough like explosions for the kids. So, and if it happens to have more swearing and more boobs or whatever, that's fine. Like, I'm not saying I don't want those things, or I'm not saying like, you know, it better be R but not have anything that makes it R. I just kind of want the attitude of like, okay, we're going to write a Star Wars movie, but we're not trying to catch everyone. Like, we don't want the adult and their child. We just want the adult. And when they make stuff that's just for kids, like, that's fine, you know, like, keep doing that too. Like, that would be sick, rather than everything being PG-13. And it doesn't even have to be like a fucking episode movie, you know, like, I'm not saying episode 10, 11, and 12 have to be R, but like when you do like a Han Solo story, that's a great or like a Rogue One, that's a perfect opportunity to be like, look, it's a smaller one, it's not like a numbered movie, it's not like prime Star Wars, it's kind of a side plot, but boom, fuck it, let's go R-rated, man. Let's do one where we're over there on Coruscant and we're following like a brothel. Some of the stuff that, like, you know, Star Trek Discovery this like last season, like, it tried to go dark, but still it's going as dark as it can and being like TV-14. So give me a full-on fucking R-rated thing. Like, that'd be sick. I think I said Star Trek. Hopefully I said Star Trek and not Star Wars. Yeah, much more free to write what they want to write. Exactly. Just have a great writer come in and write the best thing they can for an adult. Yeah, even with a Marvel movie, Burnout, if they make an actually good one, it does well again. That's true. That's very true. Yeah, when it's watered down trash, it doesn't do well. That's very true. Okay, it's been a super long day. Need to go unwind for a bit. Great to see you. Yeah, good to have you, Kasha. Hope to have you back. Yeah, for sure, man. The last scene of Rogue One where it turns into a horror movie with Vader. Yeah, I want that as a movie, right? Have him lurking. In essence, kind of, you know. Yeah. It's not going to happen with the Disney bubble wrap permanently and firmly attached. I mean, probably not, but I just mean in general, you know, like, if there's any properties that Disney doesn't own, like, they could take a notch out of that. I mean, DC is a good example, you know? Like, honestly, dude, if I ran DCEU after Joker came out and was getting critical acclaim and accolades and made like a literal $1 billion, I would have instantly been like, we are burning the DCEU to the ground. Get me Todd Phillips. Like, they picked up fucking James Gunn to head off the DCEU. I think that's fucking stupid. I don't think James Gunn's sensibilities match with DC at all. James Gunn's Superman movie sounds fucking garbage, and I don't like Superman, but I'm speaking on behalf of anyone who does like Superman. They're not going to want James Gunn's version of Superman. That is oil and vinegar, in my opinion. So it's like, no, I would have got Todd fucking Phillips, dude. I would have been like, yo, like that movie killed. Like we are starting over, and this is the new first movie in the fucking DCEU, and the whole thing is gonna have that tone. So that is insane to me. And they're making another Joker anyway. So it's like, it's not like apparently that whole crew said, no, we're done. We're never going to do it again. They are doing it again. So I would have fucking thrown a fucking jet at that guy and be like, dude, anything. I'll suck your fucking cock. Like, please come and fix the fucking, you know, DCEU for us. Because it would have been so perfect, because it would have, Marvel won't make a Joker. That's not going to happen. So stop trying to make Marvel adjacent movies and competing with them where they have the market cornered. Compete in an area that they can't get to you at, and so then you control that other side. So it's like, great, if anybody wants to watch these PG-13 family films, then they can go to Marvel. They have that. But if you want to watch a fucking R-rated movie, come on over, bitch. Like, we literally don't have any competition. I don't understand. That seems so unbelievably, shockingly obvious to me, you know? I think that Sony should have done the same thing. Like, Logan's rated R, it made hella money, critically acclaimed, everyone fucking loves it. And then they made some other fucking PG-13 piece of shit. Oh, Venom, and those movies are terrible. And it's like, dude, like, grab the Logan people and be like, great, we're Sony, we still own X amount of X-Men. We are going to make a fucking R-rated, like, super adult, super, like, True Detective style show, but with mutants that we own. And I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Yeah, the Batman was almost there. It's really sad. The Batman should have been like the best thing. Just one too many things held it back. One too many. But even the Batman would have been a much better starting point for the DCEU to be like, okay, like, we're going to start over with this as the tone setter, and everything else needs to feel at least like the Batman to an extent. That would probably be a better way to go. And then also pick different heroes to focus on. Don't do Superman. He fucking sucks. He's boring as shit. Don't do Aquaman. He's corny as shit. Like, you know, there's so many heroes in DC. You don't have to do the corniest ones. Joker is one of the few movies you bought recently. Yeah, exactly. Joker's so good. I feel the same way about the Hulk. They completely neutered him. Yeah, that's true. The only thing incredible about him is how incredibly boring he is. I agree. Well, and the thing about the Hulk is that he's supposed to be an allegory for Dr. Jekyll and Hyde, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Like, lean into that, you know, handle it like not saying that League of Extraordinary Gentlemen is like a fantastic film, but yeah, make it like Bruce is a guy who is plagued with, like, you know, with werewolfism, basically, right? Like, with he's there's because I think the problem is they wanted the Hulk to be like a good guy himself. But the Hulk should be like a scary demon monster that you don't want to see. Like, basically, Banner's a good guy and Hulk is a bad guy. And that would be a better angle to approach that from. And make it where it's like this curse on this poor man, you know, who's like trying his best to keep the Hulk from coming out. But instead, it's like that, you know, they just, every chance they got, they just tried to make the Hulk kind of seem like a real chill, kind of cool, normal dude, whatever. The first, like, Avengers film is the only one that really kind of went that route with it. And then they just completely dropped it. And it's like, that is, if you want to make him interesting, like, that is the stuff that you have to use to try to make him interesting, because he's kind of designed to not be that interesting. It's such an in-your-face truth, and it makes me wonder what the hell goes on there. Right, survivalist, yeah, you seem like, it seems like the kind of thing where, like, this is obvious. How the fuck are, like, what? Like, a child could tell you these things. I'm not blowing anyone's mind here. I'm not, like, inventing the wheel. The only thing I ever liked about Superman was the dialogue from Kill Bill 2 at the ending. Well, what I would say about Superman is that if you were to, there's angles. Like, Homelander is a great example of a way to try to make a character like Superman interesting, you know? So there's angles you can hit. I think this comic book called Irredeemable was another good example. Yes, I'm conflicted over the Batman. I really liked aspects of it. I felt there was too much crap in it. That's what I said. I said the biggest issue with the movie is it's way too long. And it's not even so much a matter of that I would cut scenes out. It's that every scene could have been trimmed by like 30%. I would have gone in there and just literally trimmed every scene down. There were scenes that like won me over that I really liked, and then like they went so long I stopped liking the scene. Like when he finally interviews the Riddler, I was loving it, and then just kept going until it lost me again. And that kept happening through the whole movie. It was like, yep, I was in, and then you kept going too long and you lost me. I felt like the theatrical version that went out felt like the director's cut. It felt like the only and first version that came out was already like the longer version. It's like, give me the theater fucking version, man. Give me the one that just fucking gets through this shit, man. So, yeah, that sucked. Wait, I just came up with a $1 billion idea. Superman movie, but what if he's the bad guy? Well, it's been done. Also, you said $1 billion idea. Brightburn was made, did not make $1 billion, unfortunately. And that's James Gunn. Yeah, if you guys want James Gunn doing Superman, then at least you've seen it when his brothers write it.
What happened?
This movie sucked. It was super, super medium. It could have been good. It felt unbelievably low effort. It felt like people just kind of threw it together and were like, yeah, we did it. We accomplished the mission. It's like if an AI made it. It was just really, really basic. Like first draft. It's if you close your eyes and imagined what if Superman was born bad movie, that's what this movie is. Like if you just thought about it for like the length of a shower, this is what you would come up with, and hopefully that would be your first draft, and then you'd go back and make it more interesting. But unfortunately, it's just really fucking basic. I went on a date, and both of us afterward were like, yeah, we saw that. Even the horror elements weren't even like that horrific, because it was just not made very well. I would have, like, this is the kind of movie I would have rather have it been PG-13 rather than R, but better. Just write good movies. PG-13 movies can be written well. This is one. Look how green this shot is. Like, you get so used to it, but no, this man is green.
That's what I'm talking about. Where's Eduardo?
He got an internship in New York.
Right. Yeah, the Hulk should be a dark side you don't want to see, not my superpower. That's true, right? Yeah, that's what that was about. It was what if Superman was born bad instead. Yeah, just think about how good Brightburn could have been. Oh, Venom was garbage. Oh my god, Venom was such fucking garbage. Oh, that's funny. Exceed your expectations? Oh, I hated it. And it really pisses me off because Venom, I feel like, should be a slam dunk. It should be so easy to make a good Venom. Like, why is the lighting like this in this room? You know? Like, what is their explanation for why it's so green? It looks like the fucking Matrix in here.
Eduardo didn't come out.
I am so over this edit. I'm over it.
Feels like some digging. Feels like some digging. Feels like some information. Feels like some Feels like some information digging.
Venom was okay for an adaptation with no Spider-Man in it. I hard disagree. I think that movie is absolute trash. I don't think there's anything, like, I think it sucks so fucking bad. It's corny. It's, like, I don't know. There's not a single thing I have to say nice about it. I don't even like the Venom design. Like, someone did a much better Venom design. Like, I hate Tom Hardy in it, and Tom Hardy's, like, in my top 10 favorite actors of all time. And I think even he's fucking terrible in it. Yeah, was that it? No, that's not it. Someone did a side-by-side. And, like, yeah, I think it's this. Hopefully this isn't porn. Right, okay, there we go. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know how many of y'all are, like, familiar with Venom, but exactly right. Like, the big part... So, the eyes are obvious because, like... Yeah, these are way more comic book accurate. And it's not even just about accurate, because I don't care. Like, if this was the one that, I think you can see my mouse. If the top one was the one that was comic book accurate and the one on the bottom wasn't, I would still say that the one on the bottom's better. But, like, yeah, taking some of the bulk down a little bit to make them a little bit more slender, you'll see that the head isn't quite so bulbous. And then the percentage of, like, how the eyes, like, fit on the head is much more, like, comic accurate, which, again, I don't care about the accuracy necessarily, but because I think it's better, that's what I prefer. And also, he's a very gummy character. Like, his gums and all this pink shit in the mouth, like, is a huge part of his character design. And they just didn't do it. It was like, what in the fuck, guys? Like, that's so strange to me. So, like, I instantly like this better. that movie I fucking hate. And the second one I didn't even finish the second one. As soon as it was like Venom making pancakes for breakfast and him joking around. Also, Venom, I don't want Venom talking. Why the fuck does Venom talk? Like as a separate, like I don't know. I fucking hate it. When I say why does Venom talk, I just mean like I don't want Venom like talking out loud to Brock, like back and forth. Like I hate that shit. It should mostly be in Brock's mind. The no Spider-Man part's fine. I don't give a shit about that. That's fine. Joker's fantastic. There's no Batman. Yeah. Which Venom is worse though? The standalones or him in Spider-Man 3? Spider-Man 3, I guess. But like it's, you know, which turd smells worse? You're like, I don't know. I don't want to smell either of them. The top's trying too hard to be scary. Yeah, maybe so. Well, and the other problem too is that the movie's not trying to be scary at all. So why are we even like worried about that aspect of it? The movie is like such a comedy. Or Orca Pattern instead just dies. Yeah, I love Tom Hardy, but I don't really like his performance as Brock. Yeah, exactly right. I love Tom Hardy, but I really just genuinely do not like him there. Yeah, you can't juggle 3 villains. No, it's very true. You really can't. And I don't know why you want to, you know? They're always trying to do that, and I don't get why. Oh, dude, body horror? That'd be a great way to go. I think Hulk could do body horror, too, if they wanted to. Like the Hulk, like, physically bursting out of his flesh. Like a crab that's like he has to molt into the Hulk. That could be creepy, right? And then you could have, like, partials, you know, and stuff like that. Like that, yeah, that could be good. And make it look, like, extremely painful, you know? I've always wanted to write something Hulk because I think he's one of the lamest heroes that's like really famous, and I've always wanted to write him for like as a challenge of like, how do I make that movie actually feel good? And I think it's possible because my point is kind of, I think there's almost like no bad premises, there's just bad execution. You can have like the dumbest premise in the world, but if you execute well, you can figure it out.
Sorry, I was
Yeah, the Woody Harrelson Carnage was so dumb. And his stupid wig. Didn't the Venom movie come out the same year as Deadpool 2? Maybe. Tendency of trying to make everything funny. Well, and I think that's a problem too. That's another big issue I have with Marvel is that like they want every movie to be like Guardians of the Galaxy, but they have such a huge catalog. It would be so wise, in my opinion, to be like, okay, Guardians of the Galaxy feels like Guardians. That's great. But then like not everything has to, like, we can get so much more of the market share by being like, here's the characters who lend themselves to more serious, like heady, darker, more interesting, introspective works. And here's the ones that are supposed to be like light and funny. And they have that to an extent. But if you ask like a Marvel sycophant, they'll try to tell you that there's like this massive gulf between, what's it called? Captain America, Winter Soldier, and Guardians of the Galaxy. But in reality, it's like the limits of their world are just so constrained. The movies only ever get so far apart from each other. I would be like, no, fuck that. Let's actually make them feel wildly different, you know? Let's have like the audience who wants this kind of thing. Great, we have a product for you for that. But the audience who wants this kind of thing, great, we have a product for you for that. And everything is appropriate. Everything feels like, yeah, that's the kind of hero. Like DC is a good example. Like, yeah, like Batman should be like a dark and brooding kind of character. He shouldn't be cracking jokes because he's hanging out with Aquaman, you know? Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, Winter Soldier is just the same as any Tom Clancy movie ever made. It's like a Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy of Marvel. It's like, no, dude, it's so annoying. Challenge, write the Hulk movie where he becomes Grey Hulk and works at a casino in Vegas. I mean, or you could go that route too. Just go really like, you know, irreverent and goofy. I watched Ariana's Matrix recently. Ariana has not seen The Matrix on this channel, good sir. I found it funny how intensely she reacted to some of the body horror in that. Yeah, for sure. No, Maple was losing her shit. Which is funny because, to be honest with you, I completely forgot. I used to watch The Matrix like every week for like years when I was a kid. But it came out when I was 9. And so I haven't thought about a lot of the first part of the movie in a very long time. And I really forgot how body horror like the movie is in the first 45 minutes. It actually feels very Cronenberg for a lot of it. And I really forgot that. And I think part of why I forgot it is because they abandoned it in the follow-up movies as well. And I saw them more recently. Yeah, it was Maple, yeah. What annoys me most about Marvel is they have all these resources and money, and they produce shit CG and special effects. Well, I would argue that the reason the CG is getting worse with Marvel is because they're just producing too much stuff, so the studios are getting stretched way too thin. They would probably be a lot better if they just were making less properties every year, but they're just going crazy. They're on the more is more plan. Right, so the Hulk is a great opportunity for you to make, like, you know, him be one of like the more R-rated properties, and then again, if you want, make a Hulk cartoon show where it's like about the Hulk who's mixed, you know.
Okay. Except 2 years later, the company's worth $500 million and we're rated.
Poor guy just wanted to buy his wife a pair of thigh highs. That was a parable, by the way. Yes, it was. Well, like, I don't want children's content to be bad, but my point is that you can make a bad Hulk cartoon for kids. And fine, I just won't watch it. But then make me a good R-rated Hulk movie, you know?
Yeah. Ooh, snap.
Okay, we'll keep that.
This time, you're gonna hand him a business card that says, "I'm CEO, bitch."
That smile sucks.
Bitch. That's what I want for you. So, where the hell's the part? He's in New York. Something else to add exec. He's got an internship. Company's here. $1 billion company's here. Do you ever read Facebook? Yes, I know you do. We're not going to be a businessman. For all I know, he's going to be a good one, but he shouldn't be in New York kissing ass now. Who's ass? This is a once-in-a-generation holy shit idea.
Wow.
Do you guys think I could make an Inception? If I didn't want to sell it, would I be allowed to make like an unofficial Inception role-playing game? Because honestly, after that stuff we did earlier with ChatGPT, I really think that there's a game in there. But I have some ideas on what to do with it. Like, because it's a little bit rigid, meaning that you want to have, every game wants to have every member of the team. So you can't really have a lot of space for like character creation, because you can't have players being like, all of us want to be the architect. So I think it would actually make a lot more sense as kind of one of those hybrid board game / role-playing game combos. I think that would be more effective. It would be kind of like, okay, it's like a Gloomhaven kind of thing or something, where it's like, okay, we're going to start the game and here's like the characters already on cards, and like we divvy out the characters ahead of time. And so it's like, oh, I got this guy and I got this guy. Or maybe they could talk about what they wanted to play, but you kind of had to have the team or something like that. And then you could have it where there's like, I was thinking about making it where the levels are maybe like tile builders. And so the architect could have some abilities that would let them like rearrange tiles, you know, that'd be kind of cool. But maybe you still have a DM. Or maybe you also have tiles for like what the events are. It's like, okay, we go to do this, and then you draw to see kind of what happens or whatever thing. I don't know. It'd be interesting. No, I think you still want a DM. Oh, wow. I thought you were about to ask if you could make an Inception cartoon for kids. No, I can't make a cartoon yet. But when AI tech gets better, I probably could.
Look at my face.
No.
By the end of the summer, I'll tell you what, just faith. You're getting into 100 schools. I'll put you on 2 continents. 2 continents.
I will say, 1942 is a little bit overhyped, but it's not the worst.
Hall the Mountain King.
There's so much happening right now. There's so much happening right now.
What is happening right now?
Right now. Yo, tell me the Winklevosses are Winklevoss? Bosses are Winklevoss?
One thing that's nice about editing movies, not many things, but one thing that's nice about movies over shows is that the zoom stacks so much easier. It's a lot harder to have it zoom in on two people at the same time who are already at the edge of frame.
There's so much happening right now. Yo, tell me the Winklevosses are Winklevoss? Is about to be there and they're gonna is about to be there is about to be there and they're gonna see that Facebook is
Guess homie just told him he's gonna get him on 2 continents. What's up, bug?
in England.
You're getting into 100 schools. I'll put you on 2 continents.
2 continents. There's so much happening right now. Yo, tell me the Winklevosses.
You could make that if you were doing like a tongue-in-cheek thing for like, it's really for adults, but it's in the style of One Saturday Morning. Alan Partridge used to do that kind of stuff on YouTube back in the day. For how long have you been practicing editing, if I may ask? Off and on since I was 20, so like 14 years.
Winklevoss is about to be there and they're gonna see that Facebook is in England. Yeah, that's England. Yeah, that's England.
Yeah, survivalist, I've kind of come a long way, but it's like, I don't know, it's tough. Like, I just had to kind of sell out enough and make content that, like, I don't believe in order to, you know, prosper. And, like, that's fine, but I won't feel like I made it until I'm making content I want to make and it's doing well. Right now, I feel like I just, you know, went on Google and asked what type of chair do people want to buy and then bought those chairs and then started selling them. I don't feel like I've done anything all that special yet.
I really like the soundtrack. Also, this shot is crazy. It's crazy. Also, this shot is crazy.
I'm really proud of like the quality of product that we put out, but also like we're not even like the best performing of the like niche that I'm in. So it's like there's people who perform like circles around us and produce like a substantially less complicated product. So it just makes me feel like, well, what am I doing? Like, what's the point, you know? So I don't feel very successful.
Ooh, look at the force perspective. Okay.
It's tilt shift she's not used to looking at. It's partly authenticity, but like, I don't know. I guess I feel like I have enough to offer as an artist that I think I could be successful on YouTube, but I haven't become successful on YouTube from expressing the artistry that I think I could be successful on for. I've become successful by shilling and just making like really low effort content. So it's like, I feel like anybody could do what I've done so far. So I want to try to do things that are unique, like that I can do that not everyone else can just do. But like any one of my friends could have done what I did. I don't know why they didn't, to be honest with you. I don't know why more people don't. Like any of you guys, any of you who are in the chat right now, like, yeah, go get yourself a camera. Not an expensive one. I started with a GoPro. And then you probably have a fucking computer. If you don't, get a computer. Get a laptop, whatever. Get OBS for free. Get DaVinci for free. Screen record the video. Ask your friends if they're hot to come and do reactions, or ask your friends if you have friends who are hot to come and do reactions. And then fucking edit them down and post them. And don't edit like me, because I way over engineer it. Edit like most other people do. And bam, you know, like, I don't know. Look at the videos that I did that performed the best and start with those. You know, easy peasy, man.
And they lost. And they're gonna find out while they lost. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
You haven't become a shill till you do it, you laugh, you lose vid. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're about in that same area. The YouTube game is so much harder to break into without playing by algorithm rules. Could not agree more. You're right. Yeah, I'm from Boston now. What's happening? Oh my god, my throat. Ugh, fucking water went down the wrong way. So, oh my god. Yeah. It's true though. That's like my chief complaint with YouTube. Is that, and I've talked to YouTube ever so often, doing like, not interviews, but like they want to, you know, wellness checks, like, hey, how are the YouTubers feeling about YouTube? And yeah, I told them, I was like, you know, because they were like, hey, what about YouTube like helps you be creative? And I was like, it doesn't. Like, it stifles creativity, because I have to find out like what the algorithm wants from me. I can't be like, hey, here's what I'm putting out, now please help me promote it. It's, I need to just find out what you want from me and make what you want. That's why, like, I think Mr. Beast is the shittiest YouTuber. I fucking hate everything he stands for, because he's got this big, like, I love YouTube, I'm such a big YouTube guy, everyone listen to me on how to do YouTube, but he has no soul. The entirety of his framework is just algorithm hacking. It's like, well, I don't know, fuck, what's something that I could do that would make it like be unique and get people to click on it? Like, what if I put a bunch of Orbeez in my friend's pool? Like, there we go. What now what's another idea? Like, there's no artistry. He's not thinking like, here's what I really want to do, here's this like art that I'm involved in. It's just, he's like a marketing guy basically, more than anything. It's like, yeah, what would I do? I don't know. What would be crazy? What would be another big crazy thing to, you know, to put out? How many of the same types of videos he's put out, just like, you know, oh, the last guy to take his hand off the car gets the car. Like, it's not art he makes. It's just like low effort clickbait shit. And whatever, fine, good for him. But it's like, God, it's like, that's what I hate about YouTube, is that like a guy like that is the one who becomes the biggest YouTuber. Like, the algorithm is broken. It just fucking sucks so goddamn bad. I understand the path you're on. I'm on my way to finish graphic design degree, and there's nothing more satisfying than challenging yourself to be better. For sure. Well, and again, just expressing yourself. You want to express like the stuff you actually want to make and the stuff you want to do. This is like me getting that degree and then going and working for like a burger joint or something, you know? It's like, is that why you got that degree? Probably not, you know? So that's what it feels like, you know? Or I have friends who are artists, and like the only way that they can like make, you know, money on their art is by like making furry, what do you call it? Avatars for people, and or furry porn. And it's like, it's fine, but like you didn't become an artist to do that, you know? So now you're just like, feel like you're stuck. And then now they're really fucked, because I guarantee like AI stuff will probably be able to make some pretty fucking nasty furry porn for people. The original idea you had was actually genius, but only for people who love everything that goes into any type of film. True. I think you're killing it. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Also, you nailed it with picking Ariana at Maple. Yeah, well, and I'm hoping that Rejected Pilots is like a step back towards making content that I'm actually like passionate about, that I'm like, hey, this is cool. I'm proud of it. I think this is really fun and unique. You can't just find it anywhere. It has very specifically our thumbprints on it, and I could show it to any one of my friends and be like, yeah, like if you like a video that you think is funny and entertaining, then I think that this could be a video for you. Where this is like very niche content, where we watch movies that are extremely yellow. Holy shit, look at this room. I mean, doesn't it just look like someone fucking hotboxed it with farts? Why is this room so goddamn green and yellow? It's disgusting looking. It's just an absolute puke-colored movie. It's so funny. Like, you really get used to it, but if I, like, stop and I look at other stuff for a while and look back, I'm like, what the fuck happened in this room? I mean, also, like, I have the room that Ariana is in, or just Ariana herself as a comparison. Like, she doesn't look piss yellow like this guy does. His fucking skin just piss yellow. It's so funny. Gross. Still a fair bit of room for transformative and thought-provoking expression, even in... I mean, I agree. I try to do what I can. Like, I think that the way... So I tell all my editors that, like, we make low-effort content in a high-effort way. So it's like, reaction content is kind of the bottom barrel of, you know, creativity on YouTube. But for that format, I put, in my opinion, substantially more effort into it, though, than a lot of my competitors. So at least I can kind of be proud of, like, the, you know, the quality of the specific content I'm making. I just wish that the content itself was of a different quality right off the bat. And it's not like I'm trying to completely get rid of them. I would just like it to not be the only thing we do. Yeah, sort of like running a book club for movies and then discussing, critiquing after. Yeah. What are the teenagers after now so I can capitalize on it? What do you mean? Oh, you just mean like that's the mentality of like how to make videos. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, the flex videos are ridiculous where people give away like 100K to random people. Yeah, I know they really do eat it up. It makes me very sad. Chad, you watch a lot of stuff and have strong opinions. These are both true statements. Why isn't one of your video series you doing movie reviews? Do you not want to be known as a reviewer? I just think that's too hard to break into that market. And I also just don't think it's very creatively interesting either. It still would just be me sitting there doing movie reviews. I don't want to do that. I want to like make highly edited videos. First off, I want to make like a TV show or a movie. I want to make a handful of them, but I don't have necessarily the funds or the free time to do that yet. So the next best thing for me would be to make some series on YouTube that was like really highly edited and like I want to make something extremely challenging and fun. If you remember, if you saw like the Troll 2 video or the American Psycho video, American Psycho 2, or most recently Rejected Pilots, like all of those to me are the types of videos I want to be making. I want them to be like heavily edited, heavily like researched and scripted and like worked out. And so a reaction and a review to me are so similar anyway. They're both going to be just like me sitting on a couch being like, hey, what's up guys? So here's this movie and I really like it. And it's like, no, I want to do like some really more kind of like deep divey impressive stuff. I want to make some stuff that like I would be impressed by. I would like to avoid like any more kind of relatively low effort content. And plus I still think that like just the review market I think is extremely saturated. And it's also like really suffers from like Godfatheredness. There's like, I don't think Chris Stuckman is the best movie reviewer out there, but he's massive on YouTube because he's just grandfathered in. He's been doing it for so long. The algorithm just knows to show everybody a video when he makes one. So it's like trying to compete with him is infuriating. Like, actually, I have a really good example. Yeah, it's become a professional dumpster diving for viewers because the gems are constantly being covered by garbage algorithm. Yeah, the algorithm is absolutely trash. I have an example if I can find it. If I can't, I'll let it go. But let's see. Diegesis. What was that? What was the Guns Akimbo? Like, I made my Guns Akimbo video the day that it came out. I may have hidden it. Here, I'll try one more time. But the point I'm gonna make is that I put like a lot of effort into my Guns Akimbo video, and I watched the movie like the day it came out and then made my video. And then it was like it got like no viewership. A couple days or like a couple weeks later, YMS put out a video where he like barely talks about it, and he gets like this massive, you know, his video does incredible. And it's like it's extremely low effort, and he's talking about it amongst like other movies, and it's fine. I'm not mad at him. Like, he is doing his thing, whatever. Like, it's not that his video should have been better. But right. Oh no. Yeah. So he talked about The Invisible Man and Guns Akimbo, and he got 317,000 views, you know, and I got 1,500. And it was like, dude, but my video came out like the day the movie dropped because the movie had some controversy. So they decided like last minute not to give it a theatrical release. So I hopped online and watched it online like the day it was released, and I like made the video. And if it didn't come out that night, it came out the next day. And I thought my video was like great and it wasn't covering it and something else. And then it was like, yeah, but just because this guy's grandfathered in, the algorithm says, hey, fuck you, guy. I'm going to send everyone here. So that's what I mean by just hating the algorithm. It's just so fucking whack. So I just watched Guns Akimbo. And due to a Twitter controversy with the director, I had to watch it at home on YouTube. So I may be making this video for nobody. But that's okay. I make all my videos for nobody.
Someone's trying to kill me! Please, go drive now!
I'm Miles, and this is the story of the worst day of my life.
Guns Akimbo is about Miles, played by Daniel Radcliffe, who makes the mistake of going online and trolling somebody who happens to work for Schism.
Another schism.
Schism picked random psychos, weirdos, and criminals and made them fight each other to the death. So the internet loved it.
Now, we've seen this trope before in 2016's Nerve, which is kind of similar to Running Man, which is kind of similar to Death Race. But it's more like Nerve meets Wanted. It feels like the love child of Baz Luhrmann and Guy Ritchie directed this movie, and the team who edited Suicide Squad and Scott Pilgrim edited it. Also, can we retire the Wilhelm scream? I'll even settle for the one last job and I'm done trope. The main conflict in the movie is that Miles, who isn't a fighter, has to go fight someone who's a really good fighter. Her motivation is that
I gotta kill you. Schism said they would wipe my slate clean.
Clean slate. It wiped your record clean. Clean as a clean slate.
Shut up about the clean slate, just go!
which is funny that they borrow the worst part of The Dark Knight Rises. There's a big tone problem in this movie because it's obviously not made for... So, it just sucks because, like, that's what my video looks like. If you watch his, it's just going to be, like, images from the trailer and then just him talking.
I was kind of looking forward to this movie and I couldn't...
So, like, even if you think my video was bad, this is what I lost out to.
Even tell you why. Maybe I'm just hoping for another fun, action-packed movie like Crank to show up out of nowhere. And although I have seen people compare this movie to Crank, I would say that they're largely different. They both have plenty of action and don't take themselves too seriously, but a big difference between these two films would have to be the tone.
So it's frustrating, you know? It's like, look, man, like, YouTube just, it's yeah, it's just such a game. So annoying. Yeah, like, I don't even dislike YMS. I don't watch them for the quickie reviews because they are extremely low effort, but it's just annoying that I'm just, I don't know. It just sucks. Like, I was trying to compete with him and I'm getting annihilated by him. And it's like, why though? Like, I really thought I like have made some good work here. So if like the quality of your work isn't the thing that decides if you do well, then what is it? And eventually I realized it was like, oh, well, one way to do it is hire pretty girls and make reaction videos and fucking sell out. Hey, look at me, you know, fucking sucks. All right, let's see. Yes, I did not like the Plinkett reviews because the humor style did not work for me. I don't think the voice is funny. I didn't think the jokes were funny. It's, yeah. Every time he like took a pause to make jokes instead of talk about the movie, I always felt like we were like wasting time. It's like, I don't care that you're making jokes about your fucking, your son who's like tied up in the basement. I just want to hear about Star Wars. So yeah, that's why I didn't like those reviews. It doesn't line up with my comedy sensibilities. Never seen that review was spot on. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. How many subscribers did you have when you used to do those videos? I had 1,300-ish, something like that. At the same time, other dude sounds like he was holding in a fart. Yeah, like, I like him. He got his start making really high effort content, but he's also kind of changed that since then. He's kind of turned into a bit of a Jenny Nicholson, where it's like once a year he'll put out like just like 1 2-hour like video essay that's like extremely comprehensive over everything about like Lion King or whatever. So I'm not mad at like him. It's just that the Quickie series is for, it's like a way for him to be like, hey, here's some movies I saw. I don't really care to make a whole video about it and I don't have time. So I'll just kind of like quickly, okay, I saw this and I saw this. He also goes to like Cannes Film Festival every year. So he'll do quickies talking about all the movies he saw at Cannes and stuff. So it's like, you know, okay, that's fine, whatever. I'm not, my point isn't that like, you know, his video is so bad it should have been better. It's just that like his video is very low effort. I think you would agree. And then it's like, you know, I feel like I put all this effort into trying to make a video that I think is good and edited well. And I'm talking about it and like writing a script and thinking about blah, blah, and I actually show up in the video and talk and everything. And the algorithm just says, go fuck yourself. So it's like, yeah, you just, like, if any of you guys wanted to compete with me today on a reaction channel, you would have the same problem of like, you could cover a movie and make arguably a better reaction than me. And then I would cover the same movie like a week later and I would get more views right off the bat because the algorithm is so fucking like rich get richer oriented. I hate it, dude. I absolutely hate it. So yeah. Yeah, maybe you speak through. No, yeah. So the algorithm likes when I talk like Jordan Peterson. It's I don't know, man. It's rough, dude. Yeah, bring back those types of videos one time. Well, actually, I'm trying, Dom. I'm working, like I said, instead of making those, I'm making rejected pilots. And like we're talking about also moving it around. Like maybe it won't always just be Ariana and Maple, but I want to start with Ariana and Maple because our current audience, if they ever see anybody in a video that isn't Ariana or Maple, they instantly are like, dislike, like, what the fuck is this? So I need to kind of like wean them into seeing other types of content on the channel. So it's easier to like wean them one at a time with a different type of video before trying to wean them into also different people. I don't want to try to do those both at the same time. So I need to start with wean them into a different type of content and then move into wean them into other people. If you figure out the AI stuff more, maybe you could hybridize reviewing movies with scripted edited scenes. Yeah, I see what you mean. Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of working like a script doctor. I could see that for sure. Like that time someone showed up in a stream chat and was like, "You're not Maple, who are you?" Yes, that happened. I mean, I get that all the time, even on comments, you know, people will be like, you know, who's that fucking guy that blah, 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 whatever. And it's like, oh, this is, you know, my channel. That's who I am. I mean, I guess it just means I've done a good job of not, like, to an extent, part of my plan was to you know, take a back seat behind the scenes for a while I was trying to work out all this stuff. But damn, homie looked the most fake that he's looked in the whole movie in this one. On the right side, it's pretty rough looking, but that's okay. It's not meant to be watched like this.
That hair is so slick.
Yeah, I remember that. She was talking about his hair being slicked back. Yeah, she was really, really into the fashion in this movie.
That hair is so slick.
I hear you, but some of us are fans of you as well. We'd like more of you in videos. Well, and I want them too, but like I said, I have to be careful. Like, there's only so much time in a day. So I have to be careful about like how I'm trying to spend that time. I'm trying to be efficient. So like right now I'm like, okay, one new project to mix into the other projects that I have. And then after that, we'll get into, you know, maybe another one that can be like starring me more. But even rejected pilots, like that's something I could be in. But also it still isn't like breakdowny stuff. Like ultimately my plan, my goal, I like to do breakdowns. I want to like really dig into, you know, some concept. And I have a lot of little video essay ideas I want to do. Actually, one thing I've thought about recently is doing like shorts like that. I have a list of ideas that I think are maybe too small to make a whole video about, but maybe I could fit it into like a minute and just do like a real quick one. That could be fun.
That's absolutely right. Brutally close.
Oh, keep rubbing it in.
Mile-and-a-half races are more commonly won by a boat like you two.
Yes, that's
Okay, let's see.
coming to Henley for 30 years, and I've been coming to Henley for 30 years, and I've never seen a race that close. Brutally close.
Oh, keep rubbing it in.
Sorry, you have to excuse us. Onto the deck.
Yeah, when you build a brand around people, that's what the audience will expect and want usually. Bon Clay, you're absolutely right. Even though your voice as the editor is still perpetually there. Well, Bon Clay, you're also onto another point as well, though, that I talked about, which that's also why I picked up 2 and not just 1. And initially I was even like gunning for a 3rd. I just could never make one stick. And then after a while it was like working out with just the 2, so it was fine. But that's part of why it wasn't like, I didn't just stop with Ariana, because I wanted to also get people like around the idea that this channel is more than just like, if it was only Ariana the whole time, then people would have called Ariana Diegesis. It would have been like Markiplier or PewDiePie. And then we would have been fucked if like Ariana left. But now at least I have 2 reactors. So if one of them leaves, at least like the other one still has like a good solid fan base to work with. And I want to keep expanding that way, where it's like now we have a whole separate show. And now we have like maybe a show that doesn't even have Ariana and Maple in it. It's got like some of the other guys. And the idea would be to try to modify, you know, push my show away from being like a TBR Schmidt and more into a or like a Homies right now, and push it more into like a Fun House or like an Achievement Hunter, Rooster Teeth kind of vibe. Red Letter Media to an extent.
So you flew all the way out here to see that?
Wouldn't have missed it, brother. How's royalty?
Oh, you told me a couple more times how close the race was. Really excruciating. You guys are Prince of the
I know something weird going on. It's also like I'm not just the editor too. Like this is my channel, so it's like all the executive decisions and all of the theory and all of the analytics work and all of the ordering and equipment and the ideas of like how we're gonna look and what we're gonna do and what movies we're gonna cover. It's like all of that stuff, you know, is like is me. Chad, did you ever watch Movie Fights back when that was big? Yes. Was that the Screen Rant guys? Because I think I did see that. Oh, with the guy's face watching the movie. Yeah, exactly right. When you watch it real slow like that, you'll notice that his face looks weird. Yeah, you didn't know why. Yeah, it's because there's two actors there at the same time, and they just face replaced one of them. Rather than doing like the Parent Trap trick where it's mostly like him just standing in two places. Whenever they're shot in singles where it's like the three of them talking and are shooting singles, then yeah, it is just Armie Hammer doing both roles. But when they're physically standing next to each other, normally it's this other guy, and then they're doing face replacement. The guy who approaches them when they're coming out of the ladies' bathroom that they just had sex in, or I guess the men's bathroom that they just had sex in, and he's like, "Oh, dude, sweet, just fucked, cool." That's the guy who's playing the other dude, the other body, and it is sad for the other actor. Yes, they talked about that because he was actually gunning for the role. So it was him and Armie Hammer, and he was like number 2, and they decided to go with Armie Hammer. And then they hit him up and were like, "Hey, but we still really like you. Like, you know, hey, would you be willing to take a sacrifice and basically play this character? And we're going to cover your face up." And I think he was kind of thinking like, "Oh, well, it should still work out for me." But it's like, it obviously didn't, you know, like we all saw one of their faces. We didn't see the other one. And look what happened. Like, so yeah. Yeah, if you compare one of the two with a new person, that would help a ton. That's the plan. That's the plan. Exactly right. I'm going to start by trying to do the first couple, the first few probably, with just Ariana and Maple, and then we'll start rotating and see how that goes. Might have to slip them in that way and not on their own suddenly. Exactly right, Bonclay. Yeah, the whole name of the game is trying to slowly make adjustments that are not as extreme as I've done before, but the concern is that I don't have forever to do this with. At any point, one of the girls could just be like, "Hey, I'm moving to Monaco," you know, or "I just don't want to do this anymore. Like, I have a job offer or something. I want to do something else instead." Or reactions could fall off, or my channel could fall off. There's channels out there that are reaction channels that I thought were great. And if you go check them out, it just turned into a ghost town. Like, I don't know what happened to them, you know? It's just randomly at some point, the whole audience was like, "Nah, we're done with you." So like that could happen to us any minute. And every time we have like a bad month, I'm always worried that it's happening. It's like, "Oh my God, it's happening. It's now. It's coming. Oh God." No, it wasn't Screen Rant. It was Honest Trailers, guys. I thought that was Screen Rant. Right. I think Honest Trailers and the Movie Fight stuff, those were shows under Screen Rant, if I recall. Homies is almost like a franchise now. Larry's spinning off each girl into their own channel, taking a cut of each one for getting them started, adding other reactor every year or so. Are you positive that Larry's getting cuts? Because if I had to guess without knowing what's going on with them, my guess would be that Larry is hiring people, and then when they get a really big fan base, they spin off and go do it on their own and say fuck off. And then he has to replace that person, so he hires someone new. But then they get popular, and then they say fuck you, and then they spin off. To be honest with you, I've tended to notice that the most. Like that happened with Funhouse. A lot of guys and Rooster Teeth has that issue all the time. People start working for them. They get brought in front of the camera, normally because someone else quit, and then they develop their own fan base, and then they realize that they can just go Twitch stream professionally because they have a huge fan base now, and they leave. But the people who've done that, out of the ones who've talked about why they left, I have heard 3 of them from Funhouse say that they would have stayed if the work environment wasn't shitty. So my theory is that I shouldn't have to worry about that so much because I really feel like I do my best to make this a very, very good work environment for anyone who works, you know, with me. And I also wouldn't be surprised if Larry was paying those people in cuts, like because I pay people like 50% of the revenue that their videos make. I wouldn't be surprised if he was just paying them like a flat rate. So especially because he has so many people. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were all just like, you know, yeah, screw it. Like I could just go make all the money that video makes. Why am I just making like the small amount or whatever? So I don't know what their structure is though. I haven't talked to them. Dude, you blew my mind when you did the review of Oceans 11 and 12 with Ariana. Oh, that's fun. See, I would like to do more of that, but if I'm gonna do content that is separate from just the reaction, I want it to be something like more interesting. And I just think that's like a little too samey. It's just another review video. It's like whatever. They're cool, and I'm glad. Like I thought I did a good job with those. We did that for that one. We did it for like Big Fish and stuff. We did it for Back to the Future, and I thought those were fun and cool, but they just weren't very unique. So I'm like, look, we make reaction videos. If I can only have time to fit one more thing in my schedule, the one more thing needs to be something very unique and fun. And Rejected Pilots, I think, is probably one of the more unique and fun ideas I've had. That also is a series. Like I like video essays, but that's not a series. You have to come up with a new video essay every time. So that's tough. This is like a series that we could just do in perpetuity theoretically. So I want to have more like shows. So I'm trying, but the ADD is like honestly the biggest thing that holds me back. It's just I'm so slow. How do I pick the movies? Well, it's hard now because I'm running out. But back in the day, it was like I could throw a million metrics at you that I've looked at that everyone else talks about. You got to look at this and blah, blah, blah. And these kind of movies do well and these ones, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is that at the end of the day, most of the time, the best thing is just like, I don't know. Everyone loves Saving Private Ryan. It's fucking huge. It's sad, so they'll probably cry. People like to watch the girls cry. Let's cover Saving Private Ryan. Like most of the time, honestly, like that's the easiest. Like that's what you do. But yeah, it's like, oh, well, I'm like looking at Google Trends and trying to see what movies are popular and asking ChatGPT, like what, search results return for these. And I'm sorting on YouTube and looking up movie reaction and then seeing like what the top hits are and when they came out. And I'm, and I'm comparing how much viewership they got versus like what their, the size of the channel was. And like, also I'm like downloading like plugin extensions like vidIQ. So I could be like, movie reaction, right? And then vidIQ will tell me that, oh, well, the overall score is 83 because the volume is really high, but the competition is relatively low. And here's, the other movie. Like, you can do all of this, but to be honest with you, most of the time it's just kind of like, you know what, dude? Like, people like Harry Potter. Let's do the whole Harry Potter series, And then if you're very lucky, you become a very small portion of very, very, talented and blessed people like Popcorn in Bed or Natalie Gold. I mean, like Popcorn in Bed, all right, True Lives is a bad example because that is a movie that people really love and is relatively popular. But I've seen her with like thousands of people in her premiere when they were watching like Meet Joe Black. Like, who likes that fucking movie? Like, who remembers that movie? Who gives a shit about that movie? And she has thousands of people in there. Like, we can't break 1,000. Like, I'm happy to have 500, 600 people in a premiere on like a huge movie that everyone loves, So that's like, when you get to that space, you don't have to worry so much about it. You can just kind of watch, I don't know, things based on like, it would be a good idea or blah, blah, blah. I like it, whatever. Maybe like Patreon people ask for it or something like that. But for us, it still is very much so like, what do I think will perform well? To make sure I don't spend, 8 hours on a live stream making a video that I know is going to make $10.
I'm sorry that you and Mom had to fly us later. No, don't apologize to me for losing a race like that. Don't apologize to anyone for losing a race like that. What? Mr. Kenwright. That's Mr. Kenwright, the host family. Pleasure to meet you. Good to meet you.
Just had a phone chat with my daughter. She told me that.
Dad, this is Mr. Kenwright, head of the host family.
Oh, pleasure to meet you.
Good to meet you.
I just had a phone chat with my daughter. She told me that she and her friends were already talking about the race, which they'd just seen via their computers.
Annoying.
A new website called Facebook. Do you have this in America?
I'm going to find your mother.
Solid predict, but that has to be.
No. Cambridge. Majoring in French literature. I wasn't aware there was such a thing.
And they have Facebook.
Yeah, a lot of reaction channels faded out. That's true. There's also a ton of channels that suddenly get slapped with some takedowns. That's true. Throw a dart at the list instead. You also did it for Silence of the Lambs and broke it down. Loved it. Truly enjoyed the facts that they made a series in 30 minutes. No one. Yeah, exactly. No one likes Meet Joe Black. Meet Joe Black was one of the few Popcorn in Bed movies I watched because I've never seen anyone else react to it. Oh, nice. I wish I could get people to do that Like, people won't watch our reactions if they haven't seen it. Well, I guess you didn't say that. You said if no one else react to it. That's another big thing, is that I also just don't like, I don't like reaction content, partly for a lot of reasons. But one of the things I don't like about making it is that our audience currently basically will only watch us if it's a movie that they've seen and that they like. So I would like to try it. Like, Rejected Pilots has an opportunity to be the type of video like Best of the Worst is, where people are just like, oh, I like Rejected Pilots, I will come back and just watch another one. I just will watch those. I don't care what it's about or anything. Like, it's just, if it's episode 2, I want to see episode 2. If it's episode 3, I want to see episode 3. Like, it's that easy. So right now it's like, yeah, like I put The Social Network. I'm hoping that the movie is popular enough and enough people want to see that reaction that they'll watch it. But we don't really have the type of fan base who will just be like, I don't care what it is, I'll just watch it because it's you. But Popcorn in Bed seems to have that. Natalie Gold seems to have that. There's some other people out there, and yeah, it like must be nice, but we don't have that. So I'm trying to basically kind of focus more on switching my content type into something that invites that.
And apparently Oxford and the London School of Economics. That's where
Demolition Man, or 300 or 3,000 Miles to Graceland. Okay, yeah. I've contemplated Demolition Man. Yeah, almost all the viewers of reaction channels are people who already seen what's being shown. Yeah, exactly right. Which it should be. Like, this is a bad way to be introduced to a movie. Reactions are a stand-in for showing your friends something you like. I absolutely agree. I tell people that all the time. Yeah. Unrelated Coma, you seem to keep hitting up your girl tones. Do you guys know each other? No one remembers past the 10 minutes of Me, Joe Black. He gets hit by 2 cars in credits. That's not true. You also remember him doing the really out-of-touch Jamaican accent. Everything gonna be airy, don't you worry.
Have you registered?
Will be evil, I not evil, oh man. And what you is then? I from that next place. You waiting here to take us? Like you's the bus driver to there? No, man, I on holiday. Some spot you pick. Oh.
It's just so weird. He didn't have to. Like, that scene plays perfectly fine. Perfectly fine if he just speaks in his normal accent. It's like, it's almost more offensive of like, oh, this islander can't understand me unless I speak in a thick but not accurate accent. Like, just what a goofy fucking idea. So stupid. I got a better one. Just have him speak the language. If you just had it where he was just speaking a different language, then you could sell the accent part more, because you're like, well, look, I know I'm white, but if I speak Spanish, I don't want to sound like a stupid gringo because that sounds dumb. So if I have the ability to say, I don't know, whatever with the correct accent, it'll sound better than if I go up there just like, hey, yo quiero dos tacos, por favor. So it's fine, but like him speaking English with the accent, stupid as shit. Just super corny. What's up, Danny Darko? Yeah, because if they've never seen it, they'd probably just watch the thing itself. Well, and they should. If you haven't seen the movie, you shouldn't be watching reaction videos because it's just going to be a big spoiler. Like, you should watch the movie. Magic Man Maggie confirmed that the Homies manages their spin-off channels. I did not know that, so that's fascinating. Okay. So yeah, I guess. I don't really understand the point of that. I really don't. Like, what would I gain from having like Ariana Reacts and Maple Reacts as like 2 separate channels? Why would I want to do that instead of just have it all under the one head? I never would watch if I hadn't seen the movie yet, but sometimes I have some reason to see it. Normally, if I watch a reaction to a movie that I haven't seen, it's because I just have no plan on seeing it. It looks stupid and I want to see someone like roast it or something. That's like the closest. Oh, got it. You guys are homies. Okay, that makes more sense. First time watching me? Awesome. What's up, you girl tones? Good to have you. Completely forgot about that, but I will never forget it again. Yeah, I know, right? Seriously. Yeah, white people know in surprising languages and dialects. It's very 90s trope. I guess so. I guess so. I have this film on VHS, never seen it until high school. Saw it in English class of all things. Why was it in English class? What was the context? Was it just like your teacher's favorite movie at the time?
And apparently Oxford and the London School of Economics. That's where her friends are. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
That's literally the harshest salt and the most gaping wound. Oh my god. Wound. Oh my god.
Gosh, this reaction is insane.
Oh my god.
Oh man, I will say though, like I said, the tools work so much better on the movies.
Stop it. Stop it, Cameron. Knock it off. I don't mind if we lost the death in less than a second. That was a good race. And that was a fair race. And let's see this again.
Well, and you can speak other languages. That's what I'm saying. I don't mind if he just speaks another language, but him speaking English and just going, either every little thing gonna be all right. It is so corny. It is so fucking corny. Even if you're not worried about it being like racially insensitive, it's just corny. It's cheesy. It's like a dad joke kind of thing. It's like, Dad, stop embarrassing me in this film. You don't have to write it that way. And it doesn't make any sense. Like I said, she speaks English. So what? Like, she doesn't understand you unless you use that stupid accent. They should have had her character be like, the fuck are you doing? You making fun of me? What the fuck? That's obviously what she would have thought. She would have thought you were making fun of her. Teacher was pregnant, so we had a sub most of the time. And then they were just like, fuck it. We're just watching Meet Joe Black. It's my favorite movie. Couldn't even imagine what you could try to teach someone, you know, using Meet Joe Black. We're going to talk about world religions. There's some people who believe that there's a man who looks like Brad Pitt who plays death. We watched the Heath Ledger Dark Knight movie in one of my classes. Yeah, I don't know. I think, you know, to be honest with you, I'm pretty sure when I was a kid we watched E.T. one time, but I think that was for like a pizza party. I don't think that was like, you know, yeah, we're learning about aliens or something. Yeah, it's super corny. Like, the other person wouldn't understand unless you speak like that. That's what I mean. That's the part I would find more offensive. I wouldn't find it offensive as much as like, oh, you're being racist. I would find it offensive that like, what, you don't think I can understand you unless you put on my accent? Like, go fuck yourself. Like, you understand me. Like, are you implying I'm dumb? What are you talking about? Now it isn't just a trope. It's a whole genre of YouTube videos. Xiaomanis? Who turns white guy fluent in Chinese, millions of views. Yeah, but he's speaking Chinese. Like I said, that's not the part that I think is corny. It's just accent while still speaking English. If his videos were a white guy fluent in Chinese accent, then now it's corny. You know, he's out there in China just doing the most racist accent. Oh, not Dark Knight, Knight's Tale. There you go. What did you say? How did I mess it up? Oh, that's funny. Night movie. That's so funny. Heath Ledger's Night movie. My brain absolutely autocorrected to Dark Knight. Yeah, Knight's Tale. Knight's Tale is great. Oh, you saw that? Oh, that's fine. I could see using that. There's some things you can teach about that too. Like, you can talk about anachronism and stuff like that.
What I mind, what you should mind, is showing up on Monday for a race that was run on Sunday. We tried talking to ourselves, we tried writing a letter, we tried the ad word, and we tried talking to the president of the university. Now I'm asking you for the last time, let's take a considerable reason.
That would still get views for different reasons. This is true. I think Homie's a spin-off channel so each girl can react to the same movie. Yeah, but we can do that on our channel. They did do that on their channel. But maybe you're right. Maybe they did that so that people wouldn't complain so much. Because on our channel, I try not to do that very often, which is part of why I want to combine the girls. Because then, like, you know, Billy was asking, like, oh, I thought this would be more of a Maple movie. We could fix that by just having them both watch each movie instead of having to try to pick which one watches what, you know? Because, yeah, sometimes I do wonder, like, you know, would so-and-so have reacted differently or more cinematically, more camera-friendly, you know, to a different movie, etc. Yeah, some movies we watched were renditions of novels. Yeah, exactly. That's most of what I think we did, too. If I ever saw a movie in school, it normally was because we were, like, covering Romeo and Juliet. So we saw, you know, the 60s Romeo and Juliet. Yeah, Meet Joe Black. I don't get that one. Yeah, don't get beaten up challenge. Gone wrong.
And at our disposal and sue him in federal court. Come on. Hey, River. Screw it. Let's gut the freaking nerd.
I love this. Hold on.
Screw it.
He extremely clearly says, oh, nice. I can't see his face. Okay, lovely.
Gut the freaking nerd.
All right, I'll just swap her because this is funny. He very clearly says, let's gut the fucking nerd. And it's funny. Whatever. It's fine. Whatever. All right, well, this video's not coming out today, which sucks, but whatever. I'll put it out tomorrow.
Let's gut the freaking nerd.
The freaking...
Let's gut the freaking nerd. The freaking nerd.
Yeah. Sorry. I just got excited for some resolve. Some resolve.
Yes, ADR for the rating is exactly correct. Don't sweat it, I'm on a landline. Oh, those mojitos? That sounds good.
Eduardo.
Okay, we need this.
It's not a dish.
Alright, what? Damn. How long is this movie? I'm 24 minutes into the edit, and I still am, like, not done. Like, I guess I thought this would be like a 30-minute... 26 minutes left? Okay, yeah. I felt like this would be sub 30 minutes. And maybe it still could be.
Best served cold. It's best served immediately and relentlessly.
Eduardo.
I'm gonna call you back.
What's up?
What's up? What's supposed to pick me up the airport? Now we go. I've been calling yourself. This is like a 36-hour coding test.
It's actually kind of a good diss in this movie. Coming up.
Not here. It happened. Happy game. Next big game. War 2. Hey, man. Back to work.
Talk about it, you're just more wasted again. I mean, more wasted again.
We understand. How old are they, Sean?
It's not like that.
Sean, how old are they?
Wow.
You think you know me, right?
I've already known. You know much.
Yeah, I know. What? Yeah, Sean, like, there's girls that are, like, in their 20s who will have sex with you. You know? Hit them up. They can probably drive to come meet you. It's that easy. You know?
How old are they, Sean?
It's not polite to ask.
How old are they?
Wow.
You think you know me, right?
I've read enough.
I've read enough.
You know how much I've read about you?
Pretty good diss.
Got excited for some resolve. Eduardo.
I'm gonna call you back.
How old are they, Sean?
It's not polite to ask.
Sean, how old are they?
Wow.
Okay, 2-hour movie in half an hour.
Right.
All right, I did good.
You know how much I've read about you?
Damn. Ariana does not care. But I like that bit. I'm going to keep it.
Hey, man. Wait an hour for you at the airport.
You know what I read about you?
What time is it?
It's midnight. Which way in New York where you came from? You guys see some good stuff? Hey, Dusty, show 'em the wall. I'm just calling the wall.
Or just talk to the hot girls playing console games, which is a super realistic representation of college. I know, right? Yeah, seriously. Oh my god, again, the lighting. The lighting. I mean, guys, we got to talk about this, dude. Is this good or bad? You know? Like, it's so goofy. Is this good? Is this okay? Why do I feel like if I made a movie that looked like this, people would talk shit and be like, this guy is insane. What does he think the world looks like? What is this piss yellow filter? Why does it look like we're looking through a Bud Light lime bottle every time we watch the movie, right? So, I don't know, man. Like, I know that I like it, but, man, I don't know. Why do we like it? Because it looks ridiculous. Like, this is not what the world looks like, man.
You're rent-free. On a very generous grant from the Eduardo Salary Foundation.
I heard about your big ticket advice. Gary's tuxedos, Harvard bartending course, just a small step away from Maggie's Smokies cookies.
Just away from bagging Snooki's cookies.
Harvard bartending course, you're just a small step away from bagging Snooki's cookies. I can feel it.
I can feel it. Yeah, it's like a vintage filter. Right. Like I said, I mean, I dig it, but I think this movie pushes it a little far. I think he's more subtle in other movies.
How's the internship? Ooh, he is mad. We talked about this on phone. Like, my first day. How's the internship? Mark.
Ooh, he is mad.
Internship. We talked about this on the phone. I quit my first day. I do remember you saying that.
It's grandfathered in by the Hollywood algorithm. I mean, he makes great films, and I do like the look for most of his movies, but I do remember this movie being like ridiculously yellow, and it is ridiculously yellow. Like I think Seven looks fantastic. I don't have any complaints about how Seven looks. I don't love how Fight Club looks sometimes. Fight Club kind of has a goofy ass look.
Oh, wow. She's irrational, and I'm frightened of her. Oh, no. Wow, you really are good at
You should cry at the end of movies, might spice things up. I do cry all throughout movies, oftentimes. I cry more than girls do.
Oh, wow.
That's what my world looks like.
She's irrational.
Yeah, exactly. It's like flashbacks where they make everything more sepia tone to let you know that it's flashback time. That's true. That's true. It does look like that. The whole movie's a flashback. It ends with him waking up. Oh man, what a crazy dream. I know why he does yellow, because he's trying to do this like tungsten light versus like fluorescent light kind of thing or whatever, but it is so yellow. Look how yellow. It's just so yellow.
And I'm frightened of her.
Oh no.
Oh, it's not hard to Wow.
We'll deal with that later. No, it's Fincher's movies are often like this. Like if you go to Google and type in like Fincher like color palette, you'll just, his movies are always like yellow and green. Is what his stuff's always looking like. See how, what do you call it, just looks like, yeah. It's just, that's his most extreme one. He always has these like super earth tones. Yeah. Except, that is true. The two super blue shots in this movie are both from Fight Club. So that's kind of interesting. But yeah, he really likes this kind of like yellow, brown, earthy kind of vibe. Like, yeah, that's Zodiac. It's probably his next most yellow movie. Zodiac is a very yellow film. House of Cards has a very it just looks like Saving Private Ryan. It's like super desaturated. Really, really low. That's another thing. A lot of shows lately. So like Fight Club, I think had a relatively harsh color grade as far as crushing its blacks. The movie has like this kind of black is black thing going on. But for most of his films, and lots of directors who like to make films that are very dark most of the time, they go for this really low contrast look and then bring everything down. So even a daytime shot, like see how the black is not black? There's like no blacks in this frame. Sounds kind of funny to say out loud. So then what they'll do is it allows them to bring all of the mids and the highlights way down without the blacks like looking ridiculous and like completely broken on frame, like clipped. So it allows you to make it where even your day shots are like drab and dour. Low contrast. Like this too is very low contrast. Everything's dark, but nothing is like actually black.
Behind. I need you out here. Please don't listen. What did you just say? It's faster than any of us ever imagined it would. If you think fast and Sean thinks that. Sean's not part of this. Don't give him podcast numbers. Including 5 in here. Where is that? I'm the CFO. We need more programs. We need more money. He's going to tell me. He's going to be all over town. It's not telling me this. Not me knowing anything about. I'm in New York. I'm in New York riding subways 14 hours a day. Trying to find out. How come so far? That up other meanings. Yes. Without me knowing anything about. You're in New York. I'm in New York riding subways. Go to my first day without me knowing anything about. You're in New York. I'm in New York riding subways 14 hours a day trying to find advertising. And how's it going so far? 14 hours a day trying to find advertising. And how's it going so far?
Best criticism of Fincher's lighting in the director's commentary on Fight Club. Pitt says, "Hey Finch, when a character turns on a light switch, doesn't it usually get brighter?" I know, seriously. No shit. No shit. It's like, what's the point? What do the lights do? No brain or spinal fluid. Gotcha. Yep, that's it. Yeah, good point, actually. I know. Are you like an hour back? That's kind of funny. That was a long time ago, dude. That was a really long time ago. That's so funny. That was literally like an hour. Oh, man. The chat must have made no sense. It must have seemed like we were just completely talking about irrelevant stuff. Makes sense in the 70s for Zodiac. That's what 70s looked like. That's true to an extent. The lights, I don't think, were necessarily yellow, but yes, there was a lot of orange, yellow, and brown painted on everything, for sure. It feels like a movie soaked in piss and grime. Yeah, kind of, right? Which is... That's true, right? Yeah, 7 has that kind of... But having said that, I don't think 7 is as yellow as this. Look how fucking yellow this is. This looks incorrect. If I turned this in and I was going to film school, I would expect demerits. I would fully expect someone to be like, what the fuck are you doing? This looks ridiculous. Go in your house, and I don't care how tungsten your lights are. They are not going to be this weird, like, piss yellow. But I don't know, man. Like, when I saw this in theater, I did not even notice.
Oof. It's not a cute way to do it, but he's not. Oof. It's not a cute way to do it, but he's not that wrong. But he's not that wrong.
That's funny. You didn't even notice? That's funny. 7 feels like a movie soaked in. Yeah. Impression of old, not from today. Yeah, a little bit.
I'd like to freeze this bank account and cancel all the...
And then when it's not yellow, it's like green.
checks. Can I help you? Can I help you? I'd like to freeze this bank account and cancel all existing checks and lines. Can I see something, please? Yeah, sure.
Was your screen's color balance fucked up when editing this? Is what the teacher would think. Yeah, probably. Or, you know, honestly, they would only think that in a world where Fincher didn't exist. What they would really say, I think, would be like, stop trying to look like David Fincher. You're not him.
Wait, what? What?
Oh, what?
Wait, what? Wait, what? Is this the beginning?
Sean, he'll be right with you.
No problem. Let's film timing Friday. Let's go,
You're so douchey.
Shall we use some water? Oh, yeah. We took a look at everything, and congratulations. We're going to start you off with a $500,000 investment. Maurice is going to talk about some...
Hey, it's that guy from all those other shows. And that other guy.
Who's aboard of Severin?
It's that guy from CSI.
Now, let me ask you something. Who's Eduardo Saverin?
Yo, mama.
I'm getting nothing out of... Come on.
Come on.
I know. You've got to build the tension.
Don't really care about the girlfriend situation. Although I think Ariana probably has a big reaction to it.
When did you get back? Scared me. I need you to knock. When did you get back?
I got back this afternoon.
And then you're gonna call me. Answer.
Oh, no.
Bro, you ever seen me wear a scarf?
Oh, she is. So, this is the most... What?
Holy shit. What's wrong with you? Do you like me, Lily? Do you like me, Angel? Do you want to go back to that?
There's so much happening.
All right. I don't know. We need this part.
She is.
I don't know. The scene is like long. There's like a lot of bits to it. And the payoff is like medium because she just doesn't matter.
Your phone does work. It's Mark.
It's gonna be tricky.
It's Mark.
It's gonna be tricky. Open your present. It's a silk scarf.
Have you ever seen me wear a scarf? Seen me wear a scarf?
Oh, she is. This is so extreme. This is so extreme. This is the most outlandish behavior.
You froze the account. froze the account?
I had to get your attention, Mark.
Do you realize that you jeopardized the entire company? Do you realize that your actions could
Let's just start here.
Do you realize that you jeopardized the entire company? Do you realize that your actions could have permanently destroyed everything I've been working on?
We have been working on.
Without money, the site can't function. Okay, let me tell you the difference between fake. Entire users would reverberate through the entire users. Users are fickle. Friendster is proof that even a few people leaving would reverberate through the entire users are interconnected. That is the whole point. College kids are online because their friends are online. If one domino goes, the other dominoes go. You get that?
This is the most
AE pie.
What?
Holy shit. What's wrong with you?
Did you like being nobody? Did you like being a joke? Do you want to go back to that?
Hang on.
There's so much happening.
That's like one of her catchphrases. There's so much happening.
Oh, sorry.
I was.
Margo, I've got some good news.
I'm sorry. I was angry. And maybe it was childish. But I had to get your attention.
Margo, I said I got some good news.
What is it?
Peter Thiel just made an angel investment of $500,000. Peter Thiel just made an angel investment of $500,000.
I want an angel investment of $500,000.
What? $500,000. And he's setting us up in an office. They want to rename the company. They want you, and your signature as documents. You got your. On the first flight back to San Francisco, I need my CF. On the first, so you got to get on some documents. So you got to get your ass on the first flight back to San Francisco. I need my CFO.
Dude, go.
It feels like a nice thing is happening, but he's just getting invited to the trap.
Margo. Yeah, we did it.
Aww.
I'm on my way.
Margo.
Yeah.
We did it.
My ear hurts.
Word up?
Ah!
I love that.
Word up?
Ah!
You're going back there already?
Let's just cut straight to you going back there already.
You're going back there already?
Whoa, what the fuck?
You're going back there already?
You just tried to light his apartment on fire. What?
So I'm breaking up with you.
Yes, you are, Wardo. Yes, you are. That's the most wild. That's the most wild shit I've ever seen. I tried so hard
And got so far.
to bleep myself there, but that was the only appropriate word for that. Myself there, but that was the only appropriate word for that.
Stock
That is wild.
Facebook as opposed to the old shares, which are now.
We don't technically need this part either.
Shares, and then finally a voter holding. How many shares does stock own? 1,328,334. That represents 34.4% ownership share.
Yeah. Means diluted to more shares to investors.
I'm not working business majors.
Right. You should know that Mark has already taken his percentage from 60 down to 51.
Paul Mark doesn't care about money, and he needs to be protected.
Dustin Moskowitz owns 6.81%, Sean Parker 6.47%.
Good with that?
And Peter Thiel 7%. Would you like to use my pen?
Eduardo. Can you please repeat the question?
I was outrageously leading the question the first time around. Now you want to hear it twice.
Yes, let me read it back, please.
Go ahead.
Counsel, and when you signed these documents, were you aware that you were signing your own death certificate?
No.
That is an insane statement.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Counsel, and when you signed these documents, were you aware that you were signing your own death certificate?
No.
was. It's stupid of me not to have my own lawyers look over all. In all honesty, I thought they were my lawyers. I was your only friend. I was your only friend. Yet one friend.
I didn't. I guess I still am confused.
Okay, Eduardo, did Mr. Zuckerberg say anything to you after you signed the papers?
There was a lot of handshaking, a lot of congratulations.
I didn't. I guess I still am confused.
Okay. Okay, did Mr. Zuckerberg say anything to you?
Very dramatic chair turn, yeah.
There was a lot of handshaking, a lot of congratulations. He'd already told me that he wouldn't be coming back to school for at least a semester. So we were saying goodbye for a while. And before I left, he said, "You gotta come back. Somewhere around the end of November, early December, Peter wants to throw an amazing party with 1 million members."
Andrew Garfield is so attractive. Very frustrating. How dare he? Is anyone trying to use like ChatGPT to combo with like CRISPR? Like AI learning will probably be able to figure CRISPR out. And then I'll be able to genetically engineer myself to be more attractive. Wouldn't that be the shit?
In late November, I got the email from Mark telling me to come out for the million member party.
What else did the email say?
It said that we had to have a business meeting. That Mark and Sean had played some kind of revenge stunt on Case Equity. And that Manningham was so impressed that he was now making an investment offer that was hard to turn down. So I went to California and I went straight to the offices. I didn't know whether to dress for the party or for the business meeting, so I kind of dressed for both. But it didn't matter.
Why not?
Because I wasn't called out.
Okay, we're close to the end. Movie's almost over.
An ambush. I thought he was joking, giving me more contracts to sign. But then I started reading.
It's yellow everywhere.
As you know, we had some new investors that. What is this?
I didn't. I guess I still am confused.
Mr. Sapp. Mark! Mark! He's wired in. Sorry?
Mark!
Mark! He's wired in. Sorry? He's wired in. Is he? Yes. How about now? You still wired in? Security. You issued 24 million new shares of stock. You were told that if new investors came along... How much were your shares diluted? How much were his?
What was Mr. Zuckerberg
Appreciate what you got.
diluted down to?
It's not about me appreciating it. It's about the greater mass of women out there appreciating it, and they don't.
What was Mr. Zuckerberg's ownership share diluted? What was Mr. Zuckerberg's ownership share diluted down to? Down to.
It wasn't.
What was Mr. Moskowitz's ownership share diluted down to?
It wasn't.
What was Sean Parker's ownership? What was Sean Parker's ownership share diluted down to?
It wasn't.
Down to?
It wasn't.
What was Peter Thiel?
It wasn't.
What was Peter Thiel's ownership share diluted down to?
It wasn't.
And what was your ownership share diluted down to?
0.03%.
We're bringing back the song from the opening, Low Point, Hand Covers Bruise. Great choice. Very, very good choice. Good editing. Combining AI with genetic engineering is something scientists have warned will create a singularity that enslaves humanity to machines. That's whatever. I don't care. Fine. Well, don't worry about the greater mass. You only got to trick one into putting up with you, and you win. That is not true. I need thousands, if not millions of people to be into the stuff I'm doing. I have no interest in like finding a spouse. That's not what I want. I don't want to be attractive for that. Being attractive is a huge net gain for being a performer on the internet, which is why I hired 2 ladies that are much more attractive than myself.
And what was your ownership share diluted down to?
0.03%.
Oh, wow. That is a dirty, dirty, dirty move. Wow. For what? Because
You set me up. You're gonna blame me because you were the business head of the company and you made a bad business deal with your own company.
This is gonna be like I'm not a part of Facebook.
It won't be like you're not a part of Facebook. You're not a part of Facebook.
My name's on the.
Not a part of Facebook.
My name's on the masthead.
You might want to check again.
It's because I froze the account.
You think we were gonna let you parade around in your ridiculous suits pretending you were...
Because I froze the account.
You think we were gonna let you parade around in your ridiculous suits...
Because I froze the account.
You think we were gonna let you parade around in your ridiculous suits pretending you were running this company?
Sorry, my Prada's at the cleaners. Along with my hoodie and my fuck you flip-flops. Along with my hoodie and my
What's funny about this is I'm surprised the real life Wardo Savrin didn't take advantage of, like, if this movie is character assassination on Mark Zuckerberg, then it is like, I don't know. It is like, it fillets Wardo Savrin. Wardo Savrin looks like a fucking angel in this film.
my hoodie and my flip-flops, you pretentious douchebag.
Security's here. You'll be leaving now?
I'm not signing those papers.
We will get the signature.
We will get the signature.
Tell me this isn't about me getting into the Phoenix. You did it. I knew you did it. You planted that story about the chicken.
How did they dilute only one person's shares? That's crazy. They worked it into the contract. He didn't read the contract over because he just assumed that they were his lawyers that, like, had his best interest at mind, but he didn't realize that they were actually, like, it's like being in court and you think you're talking to the defense attorneys, but you're actually talking to the prosecution secretly. Like, he didn't realize that.
I didn't plant the story about the chicken.
What's he talking
You
about?
had me accused of animal cruelty.
Seriously, what the hell's the chicken?
And I'll bet. Wow, that's service level. Is that they identified me as a co-founder of Facebook. Which
Wow.
lawyer up, asshole.
Wait.
Wow.
Better lawyer up, asshole. Because I'm not coming back for 30%. I'm coming back for... Back.
Wow.
One of my favorite moments in the film. I remember in the theater, I was very moved by this. I went and saw this movie by myself. Came out when I was 20. And yeah, I'm coming back for everything.
Flip-flops.
Wow.
Better lawyer up, asshole. Because I'm not coming back for 30%. I'm coming back for everything.
Hang on. Almost forgot. Here's your $19,000. I wouldn't cash it, though. I drew it on the account you froze.
I like sitting next to you, Sean. Makes me look so tough.
Wow. Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
What the fuck?
I wonder, like, I am so intrigued as to, like, where the true story stops and the art begins and the dramatics.
Yeah.
Because it's so good.
It's funny. Billy was like, yeah, why didn't you have Maple watch this? It seems more like a Maple movie. I'm like, no, I feel like I trust my instincts. This definitely seemed right up Ariana's alley. This movie is such a character assassination against Zuckerberg that even Eisenberg, his agent, felt it. The thing is like it felt like that to me more before I got to know like the real Mark Zuckerberg, and honestly, like if anything, it makes him seem like this guy seems much cooler. There's no way the real Mark Zuckerberg is like knocking out all these snappy little fucking like jabs and takedowns and stuff like that. That whole speech about how like, no, you don't deserve my full attention. You have the minimum amount because, you know, the people in my team and I are working on things that no one in this room can do, including the Winklevi. And so, you know, if they want to stand on their shoulders and call themselves tall, then they're allowed. The truth is that if you thought, you know, you invented Facebook, then you would have invented Facebook. Does that answer your condescending question? Like the real Mark Zuckerberg is not doing that, dude. Not at all. The real Mark Zuckerberg does not sound like Aaron Sorkin, like every Aaron Sorkin character does. A lot of people would rather be seen as a genius but a piece of shit rather than a decent guy who just got lucky. True. Very true. Well, and I hate everyone, so I don't care what they think. I just want to ball out of control. I want to do dope shit.
You shouldn't.
You all right?
You shouldn't be all right, just so we are clear.
It's life in the NFL.
So we are clear.
It's life in the NFL.
What did he say? Whatever.
You know you didn't have to be that rough on him. Listen.
No, you definitely didn't. You shouldn't have done any of that, actually.
You didn't have to be that rough on him.
He almost killed it. I'll send flowers.
Yeah, that's so true, Bon Clay. That's a fantastic point. I love that point. Yeah, that like being witty has to be being witty and a tool, like Simon Cowell and Gordon Ramsay. That's so funny, dude. What a great point. That's so true. Yeah, yeah.
He's a prick.
I would also say like, what's it called? House, right? Right.
I'll send flowers. I'll send flowers.
He's a prick.
Putting together a party after the party at Kappa Eta Sigma. Ashley's a sister.
Bro, you're too old to be going to sorority parties at this point.
How old
Right.
is he in this?
Exactly right.
Ashley's a sister.
How old is he in this?
She is.
She works for us.
Are you guys?
Why? We were just talking about you. Just that you're doing a really good job.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
It's not really like, I'm not, because I'm sure Simon Cowell probably is more chill in real life too. We're just talking about like the caricature of them. Yeah, it's a big trope that I think started peaking around this time. I kind of agree. I think there had been some like BBC characters that were like that for a long time, but it became like a thing in America. We were starting to like lean into it more. The kind of like, oh, he's so snarky, you know. It also was like wish fulfillment for like kids like me that were like very had like ASBO. Is that what it is? Antisocial behavioral disorder. ASBO. Where it was like, yeah, I'm the smartest guy in the room, so I'm like, you know, I'm snarky and witty, and all these other people are so dumb, and I'm just gonna talk shit the whole time. Like that was a very like appealing type of character to like 16-year-old Chad.
What's the package? Nothing? Mac, yes, sir. Refresh.
Woo! Mackie. Mackie. Yes, sir. Refresh.
Also, like, this was still peak. Justin Timberlake has that stupid, like, fucking ramen hair. He doesn't do that, right? Doesn't he have, like, short hair now? Oh, my ear hurts.
Woo!
Everything
But
on my
I
body is
respect
wearing
none of
out.
you.
That's all right. Can't take respect to the bank. Well, so right. So bullied nerds grow up to be intellectual bullies. That's true. But also there's like a media enforcement kind of expectation out there that it's like, oh, well, like, you know, yeah, I'm a nerd now and I'm getting bullied, but in the future, you're a jock. So you're going to work at a gas station. You're going to work for me because I'll be the one in charge. But truth be told, it turns out being attractive and charismatic also gets you a long way in the business world too. So a lot of times you get bullied as a nerd as a young person. You grow up to still just be a bitter bullied nerd person who that jock guy goes off to be very successful. So, you know. Yeah, lazy geniuses, right? Yeah, for sure. Doubly so if I don't have to actually do anything to prove that I'm a genius.
I hope you feel like dirt.
That's also true. That's also true. But in defense of those edgy 16-year-olds, though, you have very little control over your social circles when you're young. So sometimes the ennui feeling of like, I feel like the smartest guy in the room and I'm irritated with everyone around me. It's like, well, you don't have a lot of control over who you're around. In the future, that could change, you know, because sometimes you can find yourself in like a creatively stifling environment. And I definitely had that kind of vibe with my family in particular. I was always lucky to have at least one or two friends who were kind of like into the same kind of nerdy things that I was. But around my family, they were a very just like, you know, guns, America, football, and God kind of vibe. And were definitely not interested in, you know, like helping me to pursue any of like my hobby interests and stuff like that. And certainly were not about to have conversations with me about anything. Okay, homie goes on his rant. The cops come. We don't even need the cops coming. We just need the cops showing up to where they are. And who's this girl? Why does she look so familiar?
Attention, please. Time to go home. Party is over.
And what do I know this kid from, too? I know him from something as well. I know her and him, and I don't remember from what.
It's the cops.
Exactly. My family got together around dinner time, and we watched Renegade. We also watched, what's it called? My dad unironically watched Baywatch. We watched, what's it called? Like, Baywatch was a crazy show because it's like, it kind of was a family show. Although it sounds crazy to say that now, but the block of time that it ran and the rating it was and everything, it'd be like Diagnosis Murder right after Baywatch, right? And, but like, what an obvious, like, this one's for the dads, you know? Like, dad's gonna jerk his ding dong later thinking about this show, and it's just such a strange show. Like, the kids are watching it, the mom is right there watching the dad be horny. Like, I couldn't imagine telling my wife, like, yeah, we're watching Baywatch. Like, give me the thing. Give me the thingy. My dad never could say remote control or give me the remote. It was always give me the thing. Give me the thing. Watch Baywatch. What a crazy show.
Good to see you, officer. What can I do for you?
What's going on?
Was the music too loud?
Oh, too dark to recognize everyone's faces? Yeah, fair enough.
Miss, I need you to button your blouse.
Here, let me see if I can pull it up. Again, by the way, out of control yellow, just as yellow as can be. I mean, it really is goofy. Like, come on, man. All right, here we go. Let's do the social network cast. Let's find these people real quick. I'm gonna physically die of boredom. Damn, Rooney Mara just looking more extreme by the day, huh? I love how, like, oh yeah, Josh Pence, that's the guy who plays his backup. It's kind of funny because, like, it feels like this list is not based on like time in film, but almost on like fame level. Because like, why is Rooney Mara so high up, or why is Dakota Johnston so high up when she's literally like a side character? But having said that, yeah, no, that's the only one. Like, yeah, the rest of these kind of make sense. Like, these are like the principal cast and the writer. I guess as far as like character in movie, it's goofy to have him so high, but because he's like the writer of the film, it feels appropriate. But Dakota Johnston's like a side character who's in like one scene. What the fuck? So, whatever. Okay, I'm looking for those people. All right, her name is Caitlin Gerard. What was that boy's name? That little boy. Does he not even have... He may not... No, if these guys... Oh, here he is. Caleb Landry Jones. What do I know you from, Caleb Landry Jones, you weird-looking motherfucker? Oh, yeah, he's the creepy brother in Get Out. That's what I know him from. Why do I know this fucking guy? My man's skin is something else. Okay. What do I know Caitlin Gerard from? Oh, damn. 34. She's the same age as me. Oh, she's supposed to be underage in that movie, but she's 20. 34. Bad age. I'm now older than Jesus. So I officially don't want to hear shit some 33-year-old had to say. I now have more life experience than Jesus. So that dude can shut the fuck up. What am I looking for? Give me a filmography. All right. Oh, damn. That was her first movie. Well, then maybe I'm wrong because I remember thinking she looked familiar when I saw her in that movie. But that was her first movie. Dude, her first movie was a Fincher movie? Fuck you. Who are your parents? All right. I'm starting to think that she just looks like people, but she's not actually the person I was thinking of. No, I literally don't think I've seen a single other thing she's in. She's just, man, you know what, dude? There's a real possibility she just looks like a person I know.
Miss, I need you to button your blouse.
It might be a real person.
Miss, I need you to button your blouse.
I can tell them to turn the music down.
I've never actually seen Baywatch, but it was infused so heavily into culture back then, it was impossible not to know about it. That's true. It's part of what I was talking about earlier with the whole 20-year cycle. It's not bad from what I remember. Well, it's not bad. LOL, Melise Zhao was in it. I don't know who Melise Zhao is. Dakota played an important role. I disagree with you. I don't think that was important at all. He could have stumbled upon any old way to find out about Facebook. And she's also just, again, she's in the movie for 30 seconds. She was big in Vampire Diaries. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Saw Social Network back a couple years ago. It's in my top 5 favorite Fincher movies. I mean, that's kind of fair because there's just not really, like, he hasn't made that many movies, period. And, like, so, I mean, I probably would make it my 5 out of my top 5. Yeah, blonde, attractive people with money. Possible.
That's not mine.
Okay,
She was attractive. She was attractive.
Okay, we're gonna need identification. Keep your hands where we can see them.
Oh my god.
I might just start with, how old are you? I don't know. This girl doesn't look like she's under 21, to be honest with you. I buy these ones, but this lady looks like she's, I don't know, 28.
You got anything else in your pockets I should know?
No, no, sir.
No, don't be stupid now. I don't. What's this?
That's another pen.
And this? That's mine here. How old are you? How old are you?
21.
21?
21.
I know it makes it worse.
When they all say exactly 21, that's rough.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied.
Uh-oh. Okay, that's a little dramatic, but okay, that's all right.
Listen, something's happened. It's all right. It's gonna be all right. I wasn't gone out. I wasn't doing anything. I mean, I've got allergies.
Interns.
It was just a party.
This is gonna be news, Sean. It's gonna be on.
You
know, with an intern.
It's cool. I have it under control.
You don't. I will call someone and see what the next move is, but this is gonna be news now. You don't think what I was involved in? You didn't know.
Or many. One of them. Somebody said the cocaine that got in there. You believe me? That's gonna be fine.
No.
Right. There. You believe me? This is gonna be fine.
No.
Right?
Go home, Sean.
Yeah. And then you sold out your friend for that. Wow. Wow.
Oh, wow. We're already at the end? Okay. Well, look at us. Well, would you just look at us? 4 minutes left. Damn, look at me.
Mark. We're done for the day.
Yeah. Yeah. He still owns 7% of the company.
Oh, crap.
All you had all day was that salad. You want to get something to eat?
Oh, you can't.
He's on 7%. And at what? 0.03.
What happened to Sean?
He still owns 7% of the company.
Oh, crap. Crap. He still owns 7%.
I know that.
And at what?
When there's
0.03.
5% of it is exaggeration.
And the other 15?
Perjury. Creation myths need a devil.
That really makes that hits me wrong. That really makes that hits me wrong, especially after he like said.
Sigh and
Just, I think you should give him his freaking money.
University Avenue. Then I'll come back up to the office and start working on settlement agreement to present to you.
You're going to settle?
Oh, yeah. And you're gonna have to pay a little extra.
Mm-hmm.
So that these guys sign a non-disclosure agreement. They say one unflattering word about you in public to your other wife and kids.
I invented Facebook.
I'm talking about a jury.
When was she in Parks and Rec? I think this might be the first thing I ever saw her in.
And you have none of it. You have no idea.
All of 20 months, and I could get a jury to believe that you planted the story about a porno on a chicken. Watch what else. What were you at Sean's sorority party that night?
You think I'm the one that called the police?
Doesn't matter. I asked the question, now everybody's thinking about it. You've lost your jury in the first 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was drunk and angry and stupid.
And blogging.
Mm-hmm.
Pay them. In scheme of things, it's a speeding ticket. That's what Cyrus will tell you tomorrow.
Okay, do you mind if I stay and use the computer for a minute?
I can imagine that would be a problem.
Thanks. I appreciate your help today.
You're not an asshole, Mark. You're not an asshole, Mark.
You're not an asshole. You're just a son of a bitch.
You're just trying so hard to be.
Ooh. 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 Ooh.
Jesus.
That was crazy. That was a great line. Wow. That was crazy. That was a great line. Wow. Line.
Oh, wow.
That was a great line. Wow. Okay.
Parks and Rec was 09 to 15. This was 2010. Okay, so, Well, but here's the deal. I'm pretty sure I didn't catch Parks and Rec until way after it was out. Because 09, yeah, I don't know if I was watching it that early. So 50-50 split on if I knew her from which or the other first.
It also, I will never get over the fact that he, $65 million. Oh! $65 million.
I hated this song choice for the end of the movie too.
$65 million. Oh, what? That's wild. They rode for the U.S. Olympic team in Beijing and played the U.S. Olympics. Hey, I just want to be a part of the Olympics. I don't need to place.
She did 30 things before this, which includes SNL, Chappelle Show, Kevin Smith's critically acclaimed Bruce Willis movie Cop Out. Wow, that Cop Out was even before that? Do me a favor. Do you know who her dad is? Look up her dad. I know who her dad is.
I think I could do it for speed walking.
There's a reason I think that she did 30 things before this.
Eduardo Server received an unknown settlement. His name has been restored to the... Thank you. That's much better. Eduardo Server received an unknown settlement. His name has been restored to the... Thank you. That's much better. Thank you. I was not going to leave. Facebook is over. I was not going to leave.
I was not going to leave.
Facebook is over. Has 500 million members and 207 is currently valued at $25 billion. My God. And that has to be more now, because this movie came out a while ago, right? What year did this come out? I have no idea.
Yep, Quincy motherfucking Jones, dude. Ridiculous.
What?
I hate it here.
Zuckerberg is the youngest billionaire in the world. I don't think that's true anymore either. Oh my God!
What is these noises? Okay, so boom. All right, nice. I did it. Still took me a really long time, but got it done.
Did you know that there are more people with genes?
Alrighty. We are watching The Social Network. Watching. Watching The Social Network.
There are really more people.
Did you know there are more people with genes?
Alrighty. We are watching The Social Network.
There are really more people in China with genius IQs than the
The
entire
Phoenix is
population.
the most diverse. The fly.
Her mom was in the original Mod Squad. I don't know if I know what that is.
Club. Roosevelt Punch.
Wow, he's having a whole...
Ugh, I hate that edit.
Wow, he's having a... whole...
Oh.
He's having a whole conversation in his head that's not including her.
Okay, well, which is the easiest to get into?
Why would you ask me that?
I was just asking. What?
You asked
Yeah,
me which one
literally.
to get into because you think that that's the one where I'll have the best chance.
The one that's the easiest to get into would be the one where anybody has the best chance.
You didn't ask me which one was the best one. You asked me which one was the easiest one.
I was honestly just asking, okay? I was just asking to ask.
You're right.
Not speak. You're obsessed with finals clubs.
Final clubs. Not finals clubs.
Wow.
Between being obsessed
He's
and being motivated.
so condescending on top of it all.
The reason we're able to sit here and drink right now is because you used to sleep with the door guy.
The door guy, his name is Bobby. I have not slept with the door guy. You're gonna go through life thinking that girls don't like you because you're a nerd. The door guy, his name is... You're gonna go through life thinking that girls don't like you.
The fuck was that?
You're gonna go through life thinking that girls don't like you.
What the? Oh my god. Bro.
Girls don't like you. You're gonna go through life thinking that girls don't like you because
There
you're
we
a
go.
nerd.
Jesus.
It'll be because you're an asshole.
Hit him with it. Like, kind of, like, that whole conversation was wildly condescending and, like, just, woo. No wonder there's, like, that whole thing about Mark Zuckerberg being a robot. If that was a real interaction that was had. That was had. And that was had. Sorry, I'm just shook by the...
Okay. All right, cool. So I got a bunch of boring stuff I got to do to finish the video to get it up on YouTube. So I'll head out for that, use the restroom, probably get some food. I've been streaming for 8 hours, 9 hours. I guess it's about food time. So I love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. This was a lot of fun. And I will catch you guys later. Love you. Stay classy, San Diego.